You're with Grandstand.
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 Cricket's on the radio. Australia and India.
2020 cricket. 2020 cricket.
This is Grandstand.
On your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
And welcome to the Olympic Stadium here at Homebush. It's Jim Maxwell on a better night than it looked a few hours ago. And there's supposed to be a huge crowd here. They're saying over 62,000 tickets have been sold. And the place appears to be filling up under some grey skies. But we gather the weather is moving away to the north, so we should get away with this game. We'll get some information from the middle. Ned Hall is out there after the toss. And Ned, we can catch up with you with the captains down there somewhere who are on the ground. But I think you may have lost them. They seem to have disappeared. I did hear that MS Dhoni has won the toss. What else can you tell us?
I can tell you that MS Dhoni has won the toss. He's decided that he's going to have a bowl here at the moment, and just standing out in the middle with about 3,000 other people in various corners of the ground out here under some fairly leaden skies, I think is the best way to describe them. Big dark clouds hanging overhead, but no rain, which is the important thing. I can also tell you that it doesn't feel too wet in the outfield, despite the amount of rain that went through here earlier on this evening, and the fairly short Women's International that was played out here earlier on today as well. So conditions aren't actually all that bad out here, and hopefully these big dark clouds don't dump too much rain on the stadium tonight.
Yes, we're all hoping that. There's still a few fellas over in the nets having a bit of a warm-up or on the outfield. And that women's game was won by New Zealand. We'll get some more information on that as we go. The game starts in about half an hour from now. And there are a few things to talk about with this Australian side and the Indian side, who are hoping are a bit more up for it and athletic and energetic than they were in the Test series. They've certainly got some new faces for tonight's game. And that in itself is a point of interest. As it is with the Australian side being led by George Bailey. And this in itself is an extraordinary selection, because I gather it's the first time since Dave Gregory led the team in 1877 that we've had someone making his debut for Australia as captain. So that's the first in 135 years that we have a debutant who is also the captain of the side. Kerry and Henry, good evening to you. Welcome to our unique commentary position here in our cubby hole.
It's cosy. It's cosy.
It's normally twice the size, but we've got a few invaders from other parts just cramping up our style. But we do look down the pitch, which is a very good thing. And for those of you who don't know, this is only the second east-west pitch ever constructed in Australia. The first was actually at the Richmond Police Paddock, otherwise known as the MCG, in 1877, when Dave Gregory captained the side. And I think it was one of the reasons Tom Kendall got 6 wickets, because the batsmen were looking into the sun in the afternoon. But they did move the pitch eventually. Here it doesn't really matter, because the only cricket that's played is when it's getting dark. So whether it's east-west, north-south, doesn't matter. But it's very good that it's east-west, because we're right behind it.
And the fact that it's 50-odd metres for a 6 straight. I mean, that's a big plus.
Chris Gale liked the forward defensive shots for 6. Yes.
Mid-off and mid-on are ashtrays on a motorbike. They are of no use at all if somebody wants to go downtown. But terrific atmosphere. There is going to be a lot. They've sold 60,000. There's going to be close to that here, despite the inclement weather around Sydney today, because it's an event, and Sydney do turn up for events.
Well, the interesting thing about the toss, it was one of those useless tosses, according to the reaction, because India are having a bowl and Bailey was going to have a bat. Xavier Doherty and James Faulkner are going to be debuting along with George Bailey. We'll get the teams for you shortly, but there is a refreshing look about the Indian team, and that's important.
Well, they'll want to feel refreshed after their effort, or lack of effort in the Test series. So I mean, they've got the 2 2020 internationals followed by a one-day series, and much to redeem themselves for, and their reputations, if not in Test cricket, but in limited over cricket. They are the 50-over world champions, and I'm sure the younger players that they're bringing in for this style of competition will want to Well, they want to change the atmosphere around the team. They've got MS Stoney back, though. He missed the last Test match. Didn't make much of a difference to how they went about their job, but he's the captain of the World Cup 50 overs side. He's the captain of the IPL champions. He can play 2020 cricket, and he may be feeling refreshed after his enforced holiday.
7 changes, I make it, from the team that played in Adelaide. The Indian side is Gambier, Sehwag. Sehwag hasn't played a 2020 for a long while, has he? Since 2009, December 2009. So he's there. Kohli, Sharma, Raina, Dhoni, Jadeja, Sharma, Ashwin, Vinay Kumar and P. Kumar.
Praveen.
Yeah, Ravin Kumar. So the 2 Sharmas and 2 Kumars. Right. That was a brilliant show. Wasn't
One
it?
bowls leggies.
Home with the Kumars, wasn't it?
Kumars at number 42, I think it was. So we've got 42 Kumars or Sharmas, but we'll have a few. And Vinay Kumar is Vinay Kumar, formerly of the Kochi Tuskers. Now looking for a job somewhere else in the 2020 World Circus. But we saw him in his one Test match at Perth, and on debut, it wasn't his best format, but he is a very good limited over cricket. I expect him to perform well today. And Praveen Kumar, India probably missed him. Swing and sway, bowls it in, bowls it out. Bowled the finest over in last year's IPL bowler, wicket maiden to Chris Gale up at the height to Dharamshala by swinging the ball a long way. And it might be a swinging night here at Homebush if the rain stops.
It's certainly a wet night at the moment. You can just see they've just putting the covers on behind me, and the rain is coming down quite heavily at the moment. So hoping this moves over. But as I say, these are the big dark clouds that are looming overhead at the moment. There is a little bit of lightness in behind them, so hopefully this passes through. And as you can see, the ground staff have got the hemp cover on and the plastic cover on top, so they're clearly expecting a little bit of rain for certainly the next 5 or 10 minutes.
There'll be a few very nervous administrators around at the moment, because this game was sold to Cricket Australia on the basis they could get a big crowd out here and it's going to be a big show. There's not much you can do about the rain, and there's been plenty of it earlier today. It looked like, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, that it was passing around us. It was moving out to the ocean. But unfortunately, it's decided to have a little pit stop on the way. And that happens right here, right now. The Australian team, for what it's worth at this point, with the covers going down on the pitch, the square, Warner and Wade, the new Wiki batsman, Burt, David Hussey, Bailey, Mitch Marsh, Dan Christian, Faulkner, Hogg, Young Lee and Doherty. So they're in the Australian lineup, with 3 players making their debut, Bailey, Doherty and Faulkner. Rahul Sharma, the leggies, making his debut for India. So that's an interesting lineup there. And did I mention Sean Marsh? Of course, he's gone back to play in the Shield game, hasn't he?
Yeah, there's no Sean, there's no Aaron Finch.
No,
who was
Finch isn't. That's right. He was the other.
So he's very much in form. But both Marsh and Christian play.
Yeah.
They were bracketed together, but they're both going to have a game. This looks strong. There is no Sean Tate, Dirk Nannes, Mitchell Johnson, the wild things that can disrupt the batting lineup in 2020 pretty quickly. They're going with Brett Lee as the strike man, the muscle, and then a lot of medium paces, Faulkner, Christian, Mitchell Marsh. So they're banking on the batting, getting him a big score and working away with the changes of pace outside of Brett Lee, and their spin, of course, in Brad Hogg and Xavier Doherty. That might be an inconvenience, that theory, by the dampness in the outfield.
Yeah, and as we watch, the rain's eased off, but it's still coming down, and they've only just got the big cover on. You've got to think the wicket square will have some moisture on it. The ball will get a bit damp, and I'm sure that will impact, particularly on Brad Hogg, who's been so terrific in the Big Bash. I mean, we cannot argue with his selection here. He's there on merit, and I'm really looking forward to him to playing an international 2020. Xavier Doherty, I mean, he's been very good. He's been consistent. He's done well for the Hurricanes in the Big Bash. been very good in all forms for Tassie this year. But once again, this short straight boundary, if the ball gets a bit damp, Scully, I mean, you won't be able to actually spin it.
But the other thing against Brad Hogg is the fact that he built this comeback around Gen Y not being able to play the Chinaman. We've seen that the Indians are very fine players of any sort of spin. So it's a different level altogether, bowling against these very, very strong Indian batsmen as against bowling to the Big Bash, guys who'd not seen a Chinaman ever.
No, but look, let's look back 3 years ago when that premature retirement. He was still getting the wrong and past the bats of lots of Asian batsmen, lots of Sri Lankans, Bangladeshi Indians. He was even going well then. I'm sure as a part of their homework, the Indian homework, they would have looked at that wrong and said, what can we expect for that? And if we run at it and hit it straight, there's a lot of rewards down this ground. It's probably a 55-metre boundary. And if you play straight against Brad Hogg, you may well succeed. And if you can't grip the ball properly and he can't get some real snap on the wrong in it, yeah, look, it changes the equation. But I guess it's 2020 cricket, and we'll see lots of stroke play. Now, India will have its challenges. There's no doubt about that. They've got a lot of new names in the lineup as opposed to their test side. But I think Brad Hogg would have preferred a nice, dry, warm evening here in the western suburbs of Sydney, and not a miserly, drizzly, overcast one. The spinners don't like damp anyway, do they?
No, they don't. But they also like a little bit of side spin. I don't know whether he's going to get much out of this. Xavier Doherty will spear his orthodox spinners into middle and leg stump. I'm interested in the Indians. I like Praveen Kumar. They missed him, I reckon, during the Test series, but he's a fine bowler and he's going to wobble it around on this deck, I reckon.
Test series, on the wickets they played the first 3 tests, he would have been dynamic, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
3 seaming, spinning, swinging conditions, he would have been huge, but they missed him there. They've got him now for the one day. Let's see if he can. I think he'll swing the white ball. I've seen him with the Kookaburra white ball in the IPL. They use the Kookaburra. Indian bowlers are used to it, and he certainly curves it both ways. And it's a different challenge for Dave Warner, to Matt Wade, Travis Bird to come out against the ball swinging.
Yes.
So yeah, look, it's a different challenge, and Praveen Kumar, I think he will do well, and I think Vinay Kumar, who also swings the white ball, will do well. So I'm expecting some quality bowling from the Indians in this game. They've got Rahul Sharma in there as well. He's the leggy.
The leg spinner in the Kumble mould. Yeah, that'll be interesting. But there's a battalion of fresh hitters. Warner leading them, and Wade at the top of the order. I'm a big fan of Travis Burt. How strong is T. Burt?
Probably the best batsman in the Big Bash, would that be fair to say? My favourite dismissal of the Big Bash, Travis Burt in the semi-final. McGill Wrongan.
Oh, yes.
Gen Y, I haven't seen the
Gen Y hadn't seen a Wrongan. They looked up under R in the training manual. But big pressure on George Bailey, isn't there, tonight? A lot of conjecture as to whether he's worth his place in the side. He's been picked for man management skills. Plus, of course, he has been quite a performer in limited over cricket for a few years now. But this is the next level up. There's a World Cup in Sri Lanka. This is the first step for George. A lot of scrutiny is going to happen around George Bailey over the next few weeks.
And when you look back to the last 2020 World Cup, why did Australia lose that final? Because they played a captain who wasn't good enough to be in the starting 11. They played Michael Clarke, and Michael Clarke kept saying, I'm not good enough to play this game, but they kept picking him, and in that final they ended up being 3-0 in the first over, and that was on the back of Michael Clarke batting 3 in 2020 cricket. So we've got a similar sort of situation. If they are building towards that World Cup, it's a mysterious selection. Having said that, George Bailey is a fine captain. He is a fine cricketer, but he's just not in the best 11 2020 players in this country at the moment. I think he was 5th in the averages plus strike rate for the Stars, the Melbourne Stars, and that's not a big rap coming into the game.
Just repeating that it's been drizzling here since the toss. India won it. They're going to field when the game starts, and we're just on the edge of a big rain belt that's moving through Gosford, the north of Sydney, from up the north where it's been raining for so long. But it appears to be on the fringe, not right on top of us, even though as we look above we can see some grey clouds. So it might be one of those reduced matches. We'll just have to wait and see. I mean, but just the fact on the numbers, I mean, first of all, Brad Hodge, there's one name you can throw in. Michael Hussey, who played so well and seems to have been flicked as a 2020 player completely. And there are some other young players.
Steve Smith should be in this.
Steve Smith.
Rob Quiney has been terrific.
Quiney, Maddinson at the end of the season.
Yes.
I mean, just on numbers, you could come up with a better player, but Bailey's been given the chance. I mean, this is such one-off stuff, this T20. We're not talking about...
Well, 2 off.
Well, it's 2 off, and then they play when? They're not playing any more T20 until Sri Lanka, when they're playing on spinning pitches. Now, don't you want blokes who are good against spin in Sri Lanka? And would George Bailey be your first selection if you're looking for a middle-order batsman against spin bowling in Sri Lanka?
Not on the evidence I've seen in the last couple of years. Spin can cause problems for George Bailey. Changes of pace and the ones that go the other way. However, I mean, he's out to prove all the doubters wrong. Let's hope he does from an Australian point of view, because it's only September, this World Cup 2020. They don't want to appoint somebody in January and have to change course in August.
Yeah, which is why you shouldn't pick the team, then make a cap. I mean, 2020 requires some sharp thinking, but it requires bowlers and captains to be on the same wavelength. And I'm talking about every delivery, changes of field, changes of length from the wide Yorker to the bouncer, the whole thing. And you need to be thinking on your feet. So, yeah, it does need a good captain, but if you don't have good bowlers to work with it, it doesn't quite work out that well. And there is a system to playing 2020 cricket. And it's not just about having a good man manager. It's probably as far from that, from 50 over in Test cricket. It really is about ball by ball out on the field. And you know, like Dave Hussey, I think, is outstanding. He's played a lot of this. He's played IPL. He's been brilliant in Big Bash League and Big Bash. There are other candidates who could do the job out on the park. And if you had to name a captain, as I say, months and months out from a World Cup when there's not that many international fixtures, you are making a rod for your own back, and perhaps they're doing that with George.
All right, just an update from Ned Hall about what's happening down there. The rain seems to have stopped.
It does, and you may notice that they have removed the covers. And I just had a quick word with Paul Rifle, the umpire, as he was making his way from the field, and all he said was, we're looking to start on time. So pretty much the situation is as normal as far as they're concerned. If the covers can come off, we will start on time at 7:35.
That's good news. Yes, it appears to have cleared, but that could be temporary. You just don't know with all that cloud around. Now, just before we press on and talk about what might be tonight, India winning the toss, they get a field. The peeling off process is taking place now with the white tarpaulin on the drop-in pitch out in the middle of the Olympic Stadium. Earlier, a 6-wicket win to the White Ferns over the Southern Stars, remembering that the Southern Stars, the Australian and women's cricket team, had already won the best-of-5 series by taking those first 3 matches at North Sydney. But tonight, a chance, or this afternoon, a chance for New Zealand to atone, and that's what they did. And after the game, Sharon Byrne caught up with the New Zealand captain, Susie Bates.
And we have with us the captain, also player of the match, Susie Bates. Susie, how did you turn things around in such a short time?
Yeah, look, we really wanted to come out today and start a new series and bat and bowl with real confidence, and I think we just changed our mindset and the way we trained, and we really just forgot about what's happened already over here and just wanted to get out there from ball one and take it to their bowlers. How tough was it bowling in the conditions? I mean, it was still lightly sprinkling as you started your innings out in the field. What were conditions like for you today? Yeah, we were sort of waiting back there, and as soon as the rain started to come, we wanted to sprint out there, so we had no chance of getting sent back in. But yeah, it was a little bit tough with the slippery ball, but I think the girls were just so keen to play. We'd prepared really well for this game, and look, it wasn't ideal, but it was similar for both teams. So the bowlers bowled outstanding today, and it made it a chase the batters could chase down on a hard wicket. Now, talking about changes, you also debuted a player today. What did you make of Green's performance? Yeah, look, on debut to come in at the time she did, there was a lot of pressure, and I thought she handled herself really well, and she just played her natural game, which we've been telling her to do. And you know, after losing the series, it was nice to give a few players opportunities, and for us to win when we're playing a girl on debut is just really good for the confidence of the team.
And you out in the middle, I would say you're a ball magnet, but that was actually because you kept getting hit by the ball. A few giggles out there as well. You know, it just looks like you're having so much fun, even in tense situations.
Yeah, look, I obviously had a bit of luck today, which is, you know, that's the game, the way cricket goes. And, yeah, I got hit square in the back by Lisa Stalaker and then sort of got scared of another one coming for me. So, look, I made the most of my luck. And, yeah, I just really enjoy playing the T20 game. And although we've lost, the girls are still really positive and, you know, confident moving forward.
3-1 heading to the MCG now. Do you think you'll make many changes in the next couple of days?
We'll have to wait and see. I think the MCG hopefully will have a bit more pace than the wicket here today. So, you know, we've still got Leah Tahuhu we want to see a bit more. And, you know, I think it would be hard to make changes when we've just had a really good win and the first win of the series. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
A big congratulations. And just quickly, what does it mean, I guess, to win one over the summer here in Australia?
Yeah, obviously, first win as captain, so it's a bit of relief. Really happy for the girls, and I thought everyone contributed today, so it's just going to be a nice feeling in that changing room.
One you'll remember for a while, first win and also player of the match. A big congratulations, Susie. Thanks for talking to ABC Grandstand.
Thanks very much.
Susie Bates there, the victorious White Ferns captain. And the scores there, Australia batted the first, made 7 for 92 from 18 overs, out of which Jodie Fields got 37 not out, and the White Ferns 4 for 95, won with 5 balls to spare. Susie Bates top scored with 40. And there were a couple of sixes hit in the match, an entertaining spectacle, and they do that again at the MCG on Friday in the lead up to that second 2020. So the weather's improved. We've got the tapes out there. The boys are marking out their run-up, so things are looking as though they're going to make a start here. And hopefully the pitch has got a bit of good carry and freshness about it, because quite often the pitches we've seen out here during the 2020 matches we've had in the Big Bash have tended to get a bit slower as the evening goes on.
It's interesting because they've got 3 pitches here at Homebush. And during the Big Bash, we covered games on the northerlymost pitch, which, as we look at it, it's pretty bare. A few little green sprouts every now and then. And we've covered games on, and it was slow and turn. It wasn't easy to score. The spinners did well. And there is the southerly pitch. We turned up for a game here, and that was bouncy and green, and the fast bowlers were in their own. We saw Mitchell Stark knock a couple over there, and they were in the middle pitch. So I'm not sure, Kerry, what the middle pitch will provide. Will it provide the perfect batting surface that 2020 demands, so the ball could just get pongoed all over the place?
I think there's a lot of pressure on Les Burdett to have this pitch as perfect for both batting and bowling as he can. A huge audience watching and listening, a big crowd at the ground itself. If it's a slow ball, if it's a slow pitch where the ball is dropping to the keeper from the outset, then it's hard to strike the ball cleanly. So I think there'll be carry. I think there'll be a bit of movement, particularly for people like Praveen Kumar. And I think that the wicketkeeper is going to be taking it above his hips. So I think that's a given. If it's not, it'll be disappointing because it'll get slower and slower and make chasing a little more difficult, as we saw in the Big Bash. But I think it's going to be fun. Let's strap your seatbelts in, because Warner and Wade are big hitters. Warner in particular, he's going to hit a lot of sixes if he gets away. And from the crowd's point of view, they want to see the ball over the rope, I reckon. That's what they've come. They've come for that. I was on the bus coming in. I sat next to some Indians, and they said, don't mention the tests.
On the bus?
Yeah.
From the parking lot? From
the parking lot. There's a shuttle bus.
All right.
Yeah.
You can park next door.
Yeah, no, but I thought that's a logjam after the game.
You're very smart.
I thought he might have got 3 buses and a train from
from rehearsal. No, but also that their sons just want to see the sixes. A lot of young people are here to see the ball hit for 6, and that's where Warner and Burt and Hussey, they're big 6 hitters. So let's hope that they see lots of them if the pitch has some carry.
They're seeing the Indian rope trick at the moment because they're dragging it around the outfield to take off the surface moisture. And Well, they got some yeehaw music going on out here.
Yeah.
We haven't got speed dating tonight, have they, as well?
You bring that up every time we're here.
There's nothing better than speed dating at a 2020 game.
Was that 1982 we had the speed dating? He's been bringing that up for 20 years, 30 years.
60,000 in and having speed dating. Wouldn't that be sensational?
Do you think it left an impression with him?
Oh, I think
because
so.
we've seen a lot of cricket since then.
Every time we go to a limited over game, you think speed dating. That would lift this game.
The fans come here for speed dating, don't they?
I'm just shocked there's no West Indian playing tonight, because he could lapse into Jamaican, man.
Pedro Collins is in town, you know.
Pedro's in town.
Yeah, he's been playing. He's been playing sub district something.
Has he?
And Corey Collymore plays for Blacktown.
Blacktown, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Now, I should welcome listeners in Western Australia, the Northern Territory, and South Australia. Jim Maxwell, Kerry O'Keefe and Jeff Lawson, with Harsha Bogler and Rob Cross joining us, and Ned Hall down on the ground. It's been a little damp here, but players due to get underway shortly. Despite that, they're just taking the rope around to take off the surface moisture. The news is that India won the toss, and they're having a bowl. George Bailey indicated that he would have batted, so it was another one of those pointless tosses, but that's what they did. And Australia is going with Warner, Wade, Burt, Hussey, David Hussey, Bailey, Marsh, Christian, Faulkner, Hogg, Lee and Doherty. So Finch misses out. And for India, it's Gambier, Sehwag, Kohli, Rohit Sharma, Rayner, MS Stoney, Jadeja, Rahul Sharma, Ravi Ashwin, Arvinay Kumar and P. Kumar. So that's the lot for tonight's excitement. This is, in fact, would you believe, since the first T20 International was played at the Pentagonal Eden Park in 2005, the 437th T20 International ever played. I'm talking about Kenya, Ireland and any other team you want to name, but in the space of something like 6 years, we've had 437, including the game tonight. That's about 70 a year.
When you throw in 3 2020 World Cups in that's not that many. Is it really? I mean,
but outside that, there's hardly any play.
No, well, I guess that's the point. That we've had the tournaments, the 2020 World Cups have been terrific, but we don't even see the best of 3 in international 2020, do we? You know, we could have 2 here tonight and a couple out at Dubbo tomorrow, and go down to Wagga and finish up in Melbourne with a triple header. That'd be interesting.
Well, I'm sure if they got their heads together, they could play a best of 7. They do that in the
World Series baseball.
Well, in 50 over cricket, we've had best of 7 series. So you know, it's a fundraising thing. Gets a bit of interest in the game. People turn up and have a good night out. And you know, sometimes they come along and they have a good night out, whether or not there's any cricket. The umbrellas are up again, which is a little bit worrying. Away to our
just a little sprinkle up. They go away.
There's a bit of mizzling going on.
But I think Cyclone Tracy could suddenly appear and they'll still get this underway.
They will be playing, and the players are coming out. You can hear the roar. The Indian players.
Just to let you know, incidentally, obviously, both umpires wearing hats, so they're well protected and willing to carry on.
Who have we got? Paul Rifle. Who's alongside Paul tonight as they come out onto the field? I'm just trying to work out his mate, his partner in crime. Paul, you can't miss. But the Indian players on the field, and the oldest of them clearly is Virender Sehwag, who hasn't actually played for over 2 years in T20. So we've got all sorts of flares and fires going off as another Australian opening pair come out. Another new combo. It's Warner and Wade. The 2 W's.
And it almost appears set in concrete that the wicket-keeper comes in and opens the batting. Matthew Wade's out there. A big opportunity for him. I think he can play occasionally like Gilchrist. He has an all-round the ground game. Big watch on him, M. Wade. And Warner, David Warner from the Eastern Suburbs Club here in Sydney. Wow, it would be great for the marketing and for the ongoing comeback to 2020 for a lot of people in the crowd if he was to put on an exhibition here tonight, because they'll come back to watch him bat. He's that exciting. But he's got a wily. They're going to start with spin again. This seems to be the thing against Warner. to give him no pace to work with.
So here's this Ashwin. He's starting up here. He's bowled a few overs lately. He's down at the full rifle end. That is the, as we look at it, the eastern end of this ground. The east-west pitch, unique. And the natural light is just starting to go. Bruce Oxenford, fresh from Abu Dhabi. All right, he had the old forefinger running hot there with England's batsmen.
He went pretty
pads.
well, though, didn't he?
Yeah, he got most of those right. She had a few opportunities with those fellas putting their pads in front of the ball.
Now, who we got here, Jim? Opening, is it R. Ashwin or is it one of the newcomers, Sharma?
Looks like Ashwin from here.
R. Ashwin
coming towards us.
Well, they've obviously thinking that he doesn't like no pace Warner, so they're giving him no pace initially. They got a long on and a deep mid wicket.
You've got this camera on the high wire floating around the place. So here's the first ball around the wicket. It's a dart. It's pitched right on the line and it's pushed back down the pitch by Warner with great respect. And that isn't what the crowd came to see. So come on, Dave. Mauler, don't buck around. We want a 6.
I think there's a lot resting on Warner here.
There's a man at slip too as Warner goes back and twiddles it around the corner. Doesn't get a run to short fine. He was thinking of charging off, but Gambier's around the corner, so there's a slip. The man behind square. There's a deep, the only ones that matter are the deep mid wicket and the long on. They're the fellas on the bang. Around the wicket, Ashwin has him pushing forward out towards extra cover. And there's a bit of slippage out there on the damp outfield, but the ball doesn't burst through.
Halfway to a maiden. This would be anticlimactic. David Warner, biggest hitter in the game outside of Chris Gale. He couldn't play a maiden.
Here's the 4th ball of the match, and Warner goes back and he works it to deep mid wicket. He's charging off because it went so slowly out there, and the result just 1. So it's a quiet start, and hopefully the rain stays away here for this 2020 game. A crowd of over 60,000. Well, they bought tickets. Hopefully they're all here. And we look down at another lefty, Matthew Wade, playing his first game, and he's on the back foot to cut, but there's nothing there for him, although there's a little fumble out at square at point. He tried to beat the field, but this outfield might be a little on the slow side.
I can tell you, Jim, it actually is raining reasonably steadily at the moment.
Oh, a little test them. Ashwin around the wicket. He's bowling and Wade's forward. He's miscuing, but he's getting a run. There's no one at home at short mid wicket. So a very quiet start to the match with the threat of rain here. Australia sent in 2 runs without loss.
Well, that's a good over for India. If you're bowling to David Warner and Matthew Wade and you can see just 2 runs from your first over, Ravi Ashwin's done very well there. Big thing, and I mentioned it earlier, I just looking at a lot of results 2020, Jim, I just think if you're going to win the game, if you're 45 after 6 overs, you win, I reckon, 85 to 90% of your matches, unless you're 3 wickets down. If you're 1 or 2 down at 45 after 6, my money's on that team batting first. So that's a target that I'll see who's winning after 6. If they're short of that, Australia, then India are winning. If they're that or past it, Australia are winning. So India slightly ahead after the first over, conceding just 2.
Praveen Kumar is below us, and Matthew Wade's taking his guard from Bruce Oxenford. I hope he hasn't got jet lag. He must have just got off the plane yesterday or something. As here's the first ball. There's a slip in, of course, and there's a down the leg sider, which he plays. It would have been a wide had he let it go. It's flicked away to backward square for a run. 3 singles. Very anticlimactic. Where are the 4s and the 6s? How long will we have to wait? What's going on here?
Give him a break.
I'm used to watching Gale pump the ball into the crowd straight away.
He starts slowly occasionally.
He does let a few go every now and then. Yeah, that's true.
But It's got to happen. Big crowd expecting fireworks from the outset.
Third man and a deep mid wicket are the two boundary riders to start with. And Warner looks around, shakes himself down and gets ready. Praveen Kumar, right arm, yeah, thereabouts, comes up with a little stagger, and he's miscued to backward point. Slow pitch, thick edge to backward point. That was interesting. He went to Jadeja as he looked to drive. Well bowled.
Very well bowled. And this is the thing about Praveen Kumar. He doesn't give you too much pull. If Warner's going to bang him, he's going to have to bang him on the up. And if there's movement, Praveen Kumar's in the frame.
None for 3 in the second over. Kumar comes in and Warner works him to the onside. There's a couple here if he dashes, but he won't get the second. He says no because he just pushed that quietly out to the deep. And that's 4 singles so far from 9 balls in the first of 2 2020s. It's Jim Maxwell, Kerry O'Keefe with Jeff Lawson, Harsha Bogle and Rob Cross. Ned Hall's down there getting the umbrella ready, and hopefully he won't need it because it's a bit greasy underfoot. Now we're back with Wade, the new boy. He waits and he's back and he's edging wide. He'll slip down towards third man. It goes to the boundary and it goes for 4. Ashwin diving, couldn't cut it off along the line down there. It was a false stroke. And would you believe it? It's a false stroke, just like a test match. An outside edge through the slips gets the first 4.
And I don't think there's a lot of local knowledge there. Your third man has to be really fine here. You can't have him too wide. I think that's a poor field placement. There's no pace in the pitch. If they're going to nick it, they're going to nick it fairly fine. I think he's got to be, he could nick another couple. They're pushing the first slip out the second slip.
Praveen Kumar bowls and Wade's nudging out behind point. Jadeja's there again and there's no run. None for 8 in the second over. Wade 6, Warner 2. High excitement and anticipation here in the crowd. It's the first international cricket match played on this ground. It's the 19th Australian ground to be used for an international match ever since the old Richmond Police paddock, the MCG, was used in 1877. So here's Praveen Kumar coming up under the lights and he's bowling at Wade, who works him behind square. There's been no ambitious attempt to hit the ball down the ground. They're having a look, trying to get the pace of the pitch. 2 overs gone and it's none for 9. Wade 7 and Warner 2.
Another excellent over from India. They're ahead at the moment. Praveen Kumar I don't think I've seen him ever bowl a half volley. And that's the thing that's going to frustrate Wade and Warner. They love the fullness to be able to launch down the ground. Nothing there. Ashwin is giving them no pace at the other end. Let's see what Wade does against Ashwin. Wouldn't have faced him much.
Around the wicket, Ashwin comes up and Wade's looking to bang, but he miscues and it goes to mid-off and they get a run. Yeah, mistimed. But he's got Warner back on strike. And Warner rattled through there, as he so often does, and he's running between the wickets and he's just easing himself back into the zone where he might be able to attack. None for 10. 13 balls into the game. Australia sent in when MS Dhoni won the toss. Aaron Finch isn't playing. Faulkner and Mitchell Marsh are, and so is Christian, and there's a miscue by Warner and a no call. He went for the wallop and he got a lot of it, but not all of it, and it went down to mid-off.
Well, that was a frustrated shot. It wasn't there. He tried it on the up. I think that's how he's got to hit Ashwin. He's got to take a chance on the up.
Ashwin again, and he goes for the reverse and he hits it for 6. That's a huge hit. way over. That's massive. That is Warner in the Champions League again. You can't set a field without a bloke in the crowd at deep long on and deep mid-wicket when Warner decides to bat right-handed.
Oh, well, he made a decision to bat right-handed and he's clubbed it many a mile. Oh, wow, that was the most audacious shot you'll ever see in the third over. hadn't hit a boundary left-handed, decided, I think I'll hit a 6 right-handed, and must have hit it 90 metres. Oh,
what a shot. Ashwin again, and he goes conventional through the offside, out to the cover boundary for 4. This is what they came to see. The virtuoso, Mr. Versatile.
well, at least he hit it left-handed. It was a lovely cover drive. He opened the face. He very still-headed contact, and there's lots of waving of hands in that now from R. Ashwin. He doesn't quite know. He's got him flummoxed here, Warner. I don't think he'll try right-handed again. You wouldn't think, or will he? Heavy offside field for the left-hander. Nothing there for if he bats right-handed.
How daring is that? How confident to play that shot and get away with it. And he does it again. Left-handed. He's lofted him straight right up onto the side screen, and the ball bobbles back slowly off the black screen down at the far end. Well, it's trying to. It's like it's been caught in some glue, but eventually out of the fishing net, it comes back down onto the ground. 2 6s and a 4. Warner's had enough. He's had a look, and he said, man, you're out of here. Twice he's hit him out of the park.
That was brilliant. There are so many in the crowd. This is what they've come to see. Warner from Matraville.
He's hit him back there. Over the wicket now. And Warner says, no, I'll just take one out to deep mid-wicket as he's poked it into a gap. And in fact, he'll take 2 because the ball travels slowly into the gap. Good throw comes in over the bowler's end, and there's an appeal for a run out here. I don't know how confident they are about this. It was a good ping, too, as they came back for a second. And Warner, I think, has made it, but we'll have to wait for the replay.
No.
And most audacious batting from Warner. He then tried to take the field on for a second run.
I think he's in trouble here, Matthew Wade.
The throw's coming. I think he's home, isn't he?
Is he? Yeah.
Wade, it was a direct hit.
Was it a direct? No.
Or did he knock the bails off?
No, and he's dropped the ball as well. Everything's wrong, but they celebrated, the Indians, and Wade's body language was a little negative, but he survived. There was always 2 in it, and he's pretty quick, but it was a good bit of fielding. The Indian out cricket already, there's a verve about it we didn't see during the Test series.
It's a spectacular start by Australia, and David Warner pummeled the bowling in that over, and the scores raced to 28. None for 28. Warner's 20, and he's hit 2 6s and a 4. And Ashwin's over went for 19. 19 off the over.
Amazing how the run rate can escalate with one big over after 2 quiet ones. 28 now off 3 overs. It's up to 9 and a bit.
It's the family show here. Vinay Kumar's on now, and he runs in with a bounce and bowls the ball. It's hit up in the air by Wade, out towards deep cover. It stops like the lob wedge at deep cover, and they do a bit of 1-2 in the deep to get the ball back, but not before Wade had taken 3. He played the upper drive there, got underneath it and lobbed it over deep mid-wicket. None but 31 in the 4th.
Well, he's got to get his length right, Vinay Kumar, straight away. He won't have happy memories of bowling to Warner in Perth. And Warner's on strike now. India's disadvantaged by the dew. They're spending a lot of time drying this ball.
Got some sawdust on the ball as well, and on his hand to get a grip down here, Vinay Kumar. And the 2 men back are deep, square and long on. And Warner on 20 has the strike. Kumar comes in to bowl to him. It's a full toss. He miscues. It's just gone over mid-off extra cover. He got it on the outer part of the bat, and luckily it fell safely beyond the infield for 2 ragged runs. Warner 22, Wade 11. This is all of a sudden, thanks to Warner, a spectacular start.
Well, I'll take that memory home for a long time. That the left facing left hitting R. Ashwin over long on for 6 many rows back. right-handed. I'll not forget that. Whenever I've seen him do it, he hits them so cleanly. What a talent he is, David Warner.
I've never seen him miss when he's done that.
No.
Kumar comes in and bowls, and that slog over cover, backward point, out towards the boundary. It stops, it props, it rolls, it's saved just inside the boundary. Jadeja chasing back. They get 3. Good chase, but it is a soft outfield here. This is a football ground. It's not a cricket ground, so you don't quite get the same sort of surface you might at the MCG.
Jim, I can tell you as well, where Australia were warming up earlier on when they're doing their fielding drills, it's really carved up just from where people have had their spikes in the ground. So I think there's some very slow patches in the outfield.
Yeah, well, as I say, this isn't a real cricket ground, and they'll get away with it because it's only a 20-20 game. And you wouldn't want big fielding and big cricket played here, not on this surface. None for 36 in the 4th over. And we're watching Wade as Kumar bowls wide outside the off stump, very wide. And just to get rid of that jet lag, Bruce Oxenford stretches his arms. None for 37 in the 4th.
Well, first 2020 international, of course, here at the Sydney Olympic Stadium. Australia have played 3 2020 internationals in Sydney, all at the SCG. They're undefeated there. So that may be their preferred ground. But they knew they'd draw a big crowd here. They have turned up despite the weather.
Australia off to a flyer. Kumar bowls, and it's smashed away off the outer part of the bat. He was trying to heave-ho that through the covers, but he got it maybe a little late, edgily, and it went down to 3rd man for a run. None for 38. 2 balls left in this 4th over, and Australia building the sort of base that may lead to a very emphatic total. Yep.
They do rev them up in the outer, Jim, don't they? This is the thing. There's a lot of crowd involvement with the music and the doof. And Warner, of course.
He's going to bowl around the wicket.
Oh, raining.
And the rain's come back. And the umpires will put up with this for a lot more than they would in another form of the game. So it's not heavy rain, but around the wicket, Kumar bowls. He gives himself room. He's hit it high. He's launched it out to deep cover. He should be caught out here. He's out. He's holed out, looking for another big hit. In a way, he's done his job, but the fans will be disappointed that he didn't go on with it. He was trying to launch it. He smashes his bat into his pad in disappointment, but he's holed out there, trying to hit another 6. It's 1 for 38. And Warner skying the catch. He's lost his wicket. And we're still in the 4th over. A very good start for Australia, but the Maxwell mauler is out.
And it took a terrific catch from Suresh Rana. He stood under that at deep extra cover for a long time. Much rested on it. The Indian fielding throughout the Test series has been shabby. He needed to take that slippery ball. He held well. Warner's gone, and Vinay Kumar has a wicket. And India, they needed that desperately, because if Warner had got away, he could have put them away by the 12th over. But he's gone. It puts a bit of pressure on the new batsman Travis Burt, and it gives Vinay Kumar a lift, because he took a bit of a shellacking in Perth, and Warner fancied him, but he just sliced it a bit too much. It went very high, but Suresh Rana, whose reputation is that he is the finest of the Indian fieldsmen, he held a very well judged catch. That's a big blow for Australia to lose Warner.
How's the weather down there, Ned? It's still a bit damp.
Definitely still a bit damp, but it has just eased from what it was before. So I think the umpires were willing to stay on during that last downpour, then they'll stay on through a fair bit. And obviously India got a wicket in it, so they can't complain too much themselves for staying out there with a damp ball.
25, 14 balls, 1 for 2 sixes. Now Burt's the new batsman, and it's Wade on strike as they crossed, and he guides the ball away towards 3rd man. And that's the end of the 4th over. It's 1 for 39. With Wade 13, Burt yet to score, and Harsha Bogli is going to come in without the budgie smugglers to join karaoke.
Cricket's on the radio. 2020 cricket.
The Aussies taking on India.
Live on Australia's home of cricket,
ABC Local Radio.
Good evening, Harsha.
I'm delighted to inform you I'm delighted to inform you that the budgie smugglers are way too small. I think they were meant to be in the first place. They're meant to make a statement more than anything else. How good is this atmosphere? I'm not sure how good the outfield is, but the atmosphere is sensational. I'm not sure how good the short straight boundary is.
What do you think of our 22-metre hit for 6? Just you clear the umpire, you clear the rope.
I met Big Tom Moody around the corner a while, and I said, Tom, playing for Worcestershire, would you have loved to have played an uppish defensive shot for 6?
Yeah.
But we'll wait and see how many. Sometimes it can be a decoy. Sometimes it can lull you into thinking, there's a 6.
Chris Gale was hard to beat here in the Big Bash.
But Chris Gale's hard to beat anywhere when he gets going. A bit like David Warner, but David Warner's gone.
Yeah.
A good catch, as you said, by Suresh Raina. There's a little more activity in the field here as Praveen Kumar bowls, and it's flicked off his pads. The first one is going to run away down behind square. Someone's knocked my chair down. I'm standing up. They'll pick up 2. As the throw comes in, and Australia go up to 41 for 1. Is that you, Henry Lawson?
What's happened to your chair, Harsha?
Well, I think Henry Lawson was a bit worried about the height of the chair, so he's pushed it down. It's all fun and games, isn't it? But it's just that Henry doesn't look the kind.
You are 4'2", you know. Have you ever looked in the mirror?
No, I'm not. Praveen Kumar bowls. It's cut away, but he can't get a run. It goes out to point. I think I'll stand. 4.2 overs. Run rate 9.46. Is this Test cricket at Perth?
Yeah.
It feels a bit like Test cricket at Perth.
Why?
Because David Warner batted like that there.
Oh, he did. What about that right-handed slog for 6? How good was that?
It's thrilling. I'm not sure it should be allowed, but it's thrilling when it comes off. But I had a question for you. Would a right-handed Warner make the Australian T20 side along with the left-handed Warner? I've seen him play that shot so many times.
I've never seen him not hit it for 6. I've seen it 4 times, 4 sixes.
No. Here's Wade in strike now as Praveen Kumar bowls, and he punches off the back foot. It's beaten the infield. That should have been stopped. It's running away down to the boundary. The outfield is as slow as Kerry doing a 100-metre dash. They'll come back for 3. So the score will go up to 44. When was the last time you did a 100-metre dash? 28 seconds?
Yes. I'm not too bad.
28 is bad.
I met your wife.
What's that got to do with running the 100 meters in 28 seconds? 44 for 1. Bert is on strike now. Wade goes up to 18. Completely new look sides, both these.
You're punching above your weight.
In
you heard that expression?
In literal terms?
You're punching above your weight.
I don't think so.
Your wife's so much better than you.
That's
you married
right.
above yourself.
Yeah, that's all right. Sometimes you strike the lottery. You don't return a lottery.
Done.
You don't return a winning lottery ticket, do you?
You did chemical engineering, didn't you?
You're searching for a comeback line, aren't you?
No. I looked him up.
He's played out the next one out to mid-on by Travis Burt, and he won't get a run. We're the right-handed Australian batsman.
Well, no, we deal in left-handers.
They're all hiding.
Hussey's in next.
Yes, David Hussey is in next. We've seen a lot of David Hussey in India. A lot of these names are not new to us in India. Matthew Wade has played in the IPL.
Yeah.
David Warner we take great pride in having discovered David Warner for Australia, though of course he played a few good innings here too. Here comes Praveen Kumar, is bowling to Bird, who goes on the backward, pushes on the onside. He'll get a single as Rahul Sharma, I think it is, was running in from there. And they will take a single. So Bird gets off the mark. 45 for 1 after 4.5 overs. Gee, that run rate's come down suddenly. I think it's only 9.3.
Oh, yeah. I'm on Australia here. They're already the score I want them to be after 6
is 50.
45 after 6.
No, that's too little.
Wins 88% of matches if batting first.
And if someone slips while taking the 3rd run, what percentage do they win? I mean, you come up with the most amazing stats.
Yeah.
Praveen Kumar bowls it short. It's pulled away by Matthew Wade, and he's going to get a 4. You're only allowed 2 outside the circle. No, it's pulled in. Well done. I forgot it was India in the field. This is the new India in the field. Helped a little bit by the outfield.
I'm heading out. Travis Burt, his dad drives a cab in Hobart. Good evening to him. He'll be listening at his cab rank.
How many did they run? They ran 3.
3, yeah.
So 48 for 1 after 5 overs. And how do you enjoy your first few minutes of T20, Kerry, as you leave?
It's different for me. I'm a test man, but I enjoyed Warner's 6, and I'm enjoying the crowd, enjoying the cricket. Catch you later.
Okay. Yes, there's a lot of people in here at the what's it called, the ANZ Stadium, but it's a fabulous stadium. There's no doubt at all. It's loud, it's noisy, there's a lot of music around. That's the modern mantra for T20 cricket.
Homebush Olympic Stadium, please.
As
ABC.
As a former Test cricketer and total T20 convert, Henry Lawson joins me. Convert enough to earn a livelihood coaching teams in T20 cricket.
Yeah, if you're listening in India, I'm looking for a job at the moment. He's one of my players here, Vinay Kumar, running in.
Kochi Tuskers. Yes, he's bowling to Matthew Wade, who tries to punch down the ground, gets it high on the bat, will get just a single. And take the score up to, what, 49? 49.
Got a couple of my former, well, at the moment they're former, they've got another few days.
Yeah.
Ravindra Jadeja, the Jadoo.
Yes.
He's out there. I think he's a terrific young cricketer.
Formerly Rajasthan Royals, he's brilliant in the field too. Suresh Raina is good in the field. Virat Kohli, you've seen, is good in the field. This is a slightly different looking side in the field. Rohit Sharma is not bad in the field either. If you saw Manoj Tiwari, I actually think Manoj Tiwari is probably the best of them all in the field. A lot of people would go with Raina. Here's Vinay Kumar, and Bird is looking to play it away on the offside, and maybe the slowness of the pitch that's doing him in a little bit. It bounces out to where a second, third slip might have been. Wade 22, Bird 1. There's only one man out, and that was David Warner, who hit a left-handed six and a right-handed six.
He used to bat right-handed, you know, in junior cricket.
Did he?
He was right-handed, which is why he's probably so good at that shot. He was convinced of the change over by a coach who thought he might be a bit better. He has, but he can still play right-handed. He bowls right-handed leg spin, so he's one of those sort of cricketers. Bat one, bowl the other.
It's always good to have a second language. As Vinay Kumar bowls, he plays and misses, does Bird. He's struggling a little bit to get the ball off the square at the moment, and it's taken by Dhoni. I think you'll find Dhoni a bit different in the shorter version of the game, so he'll look a little more in control than he did in Test match cricket, where sort of in the afternoon sessions they tended to drag along a little bit.
Yeah, well,
but hang on, that summer's over.
Yeah, it is, and you've got to move on. But Danny's massively experienced at this form of the game. I mean, what he's done, well, India's 2020, but, you know, Chennai Super Kings and their successes and what he's done there. I mean, this is a game he should just be able to run in his sleep almost.
Yes, Vinay Kumar, and Bird defends. Well, that shot's allowed, you know. Defends down the ground. Vinay Kumar will field on his follow-through. Here's something interesting for you. When T20 first came in, everybody sat in their drawing rooms, looked out of the window onto the valleys, into the traffic jams, whatever, played Oracle and said, this is going to be the death of the spinner. I'm just going to read out the two teams for you. India are playing Ravindra Jadeja, Rahul Sharma, Ravichandran, Ashwin. Apart from Rohit Sharma, who can bowl a little bit, and Suresh Raina, who can bowl a little bit, and Kohli and Sehwag, all slow bowlers, but three regular spinners. There's Xavier Doherty and my commentary friend, Brad Hogg. And David Hussey.
I'm going to say, and Dave Hussey bowls quite well.
Bird goes straight down the ground. A gentle lob, just over the 30-yard circle, and he'll get a six.
That was a gentle lob for six, wasn't it? That is the advantage of playing straight at this ground, and that's what you have to do. I mean, bowlers have got to realise that up and full is not the way to go. It was not much more than a push back over the bowler's head, and it just lobbed over the rope. They say that that's a 61-metre boundary. That's about 55. That went 55.5.
I think there's a little bit of exaggeration with everything in T20 cricket. Everything a little larger than life. I think the boundary measurements are a little larger than they actually are.
It's not double the circle, is it?
But the good thing about it is that is the same for both sides.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, I believe short boundaries are going to be the death of T20 cricket. So we'll wait and see. It's the same for both sides. Now here's Vinay Kumar. And he bowls to Bird, who's looking to cut on the offside. He's searching for a single. Wade sends him back. And that is the end of the field restriction. So 6 overs gone. It's 55 for 1. Matthew Wade is 22. Travis Burt is on 7.
So just 7 off the over, a single and a 6.
What's a good score, though? What's a good score? Well, the outfield's heavy.
Yeah, well, here at the Olympic Stadium, 160 has won quite regularly.
Okay.
And you must do your homework about this ground because it's so much further square. We've seen Chris Gale here in his first game get 100 and just blast the ball. I mean, look, his good shots go 25 rows back, and you can't stop that. But he did miss hit a lot that just got over the long boundary, but he peaked.
Sorry to jump in, but I have got the aforementioned Brad Hodd along with me now. It's not been a bad summer for you. Here you are now, start of the Big Bash competition now in front of 60,000 in Sydney playing against India.
Yeah, just to be honest with you, it feels like yesterday. It doesn't feel feel like I've been out for 3.5 years. The boys have been fantastic. They've welcomed me into the team. A lot of young blokes here, but yeah, a couple of them I probably could call my son.
You're probably getting used to that.
Yes, I am getting used to that now.
Pushed out on the offside, the next ball. Ned, if you've still got Brad Hogg, ask him whether he likes commentary or he likes cricket. He's done more commentary than cricket in recent times.
Harsha Bogle's just on at the moment with us on the ABC. Says, do you prefer commentary or cricket?
Definitely playing cricket. He can wait for a bit later till I join him up there.
I'll let you get down to the dugout, Brad, anyway, so thanks for your time. Cheers.
The next one's hit straight down the ground for a single because Suresh Raina has got the ball, and that's interesting because you've got Jadeja, but he's not bowling at the moment, I suspect, because there's two left-handers in, and you've got Rahul Sharma, whom the Aussies haven't seen too much of. But Dhoni fancies Raina with the ball. It's pushed through, and they will sneak just a single. Now he slipped. Dhoni is directed, misses as well. There was no one to collect the throw. There was no one to collect the throw. There was a bit of yes and no, and Travis...
This is the final battle.
The most important election of our lifetime.
The outcome for the 2024 US presidential race will impact us all. So join the ABC for all the up-to-the-minute news, analysis and explainers to keep you across the latest.
The polls are tight.
USA Votes. Wednesday, November 6 on ABC Local Radio, ABC TV, ABC iView and the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
From the archives.
Bird was looking for the single. He was sent back, and there was no one to collect the throw, so Dhoni had to throw on the turn. Well, and sailed harmlessly away.
You're right, there wasn't Bart. I mean, you can't blame the fields of that. They're all the edge of the circle protecting one. Dhoni takes it. No one could have got there in time. He had to hit him side on. He missed. Has he got the inners? Throws the inners on. Gee, he missed by 3 or 4 centimetres.
I think with Ren, they've got to be worried about the illusion of spin rather than spin itself. I think most of the balls come in and go straight through.
Well, he's done so well for Chennai, though. That slow turner at the Chepauk.
Yes. And he's gone right through the next one from Travis Bird. He was eyeing the boundary at deep mid-wicket, and he missed the shot completely. And I just wonder if the pressure's starting to tell just a little bit on Travis Bird, because in this game, you play 3 dot balls, and suddenly everyone's saying, hang on, that's not what we're here for. So,
particularly if you're facing Suresh Raina.
Yes.
Just hit it straight.
Raina balls and he pulls out of his he pulls out of his bowling action, and the batsman was into the shot. The non-striker was running down looking for the single. Right, is he going to bowl here? He is. He bowls. It's flat. It's pushed through, and he'll get a single down to deep cover. And the single will take Travis Bird up to 8. Matthew Wade is 23. Interesting, Brad Haddon said the other day that he thinks he's been dropped, and that this is Matthew Wade's opportunity, this and the one-dayers.
Well, it is Matthew Wade's opportunity, but the chairman's selectors, John Inverarity, did say that he was rested. So,
yes.
So let's go with the chairman.
Is Mr. Inverarity the kind who'd say rested for dropped or rested for rested? As the next one hit down the ground by Matthew Wade. Suresh Raina tries to put a left hand to it. He misses, and they'll get only a single as the ball is fielded deep at mid-on, as deep as you can get on this ground. And Raina finishes the over. 7 overs already. Australia's run rate is dropping just a tad. This is the stage in the game when it tends to. It's 58 for 1 after 7 overs.
Just 3 singles of that. But well, the chairman selectors, and it's a new chairman selectors, not our previously uncommunicative chairman selectors who you didn't know what he was doing. But look, I think if the chairman says he's rested, and I think Brad probably deserved the rest. He's played every single game since way back in August when Australia set off for Sri Lanka. So yeah, he's probably entitled to have a game. But we're talking about the 50-over game here. Brad Haddon has retired from 20-over cricket.
So you're right, fair call. He's not been left out of this one. Ashwin comes back. 2 overs for 21. A very good first over for 2, and a second that went for 19. Right, and there's a spider cam that Nine have put in here that tends to come very close to the action too. But this is a very good crowd here, and they've done well to get here. I think the train's the best way to get in. I tried to come by car, and I'll tell you what happened in a moment as Ashwin bowls, and it's hit straight down the ground for 6. Don't even count how many rows. That's a 6 with the MCG, the old MCG, the old Adelaide Oval. Put any ground, that's a 6. What a lovely hit.
In the slot, over long on, left-hander. You've seen it before.
Yeah, now this is meant to be Ashwin's sort of home turf, playing 20-over cricket, and he's taking copying a bit of a bashing here, as Wade will take a single from short third man. They run through and complete the single. Dhoni again in front of the stumps, which is the modern style
and why?
Collecting it.
Why would you stand in front of the stumps? A direct hit then's probably at least an ask the question, and the keeper stops the ball from hitting the stumps. Please explain.
Sometimes they think that in the time taken for the ball to cross the stumps, have it gathered and then push it back in, they'd much rather collect it in front. There's the reverse sweep this time from Travis Bird, and he still can't get a run. And at the other end, Matthew Wade is hitting everything out of the ground.
Yeah,
he's 31.
Travis, just hit it straight. There's a lot of value if you hit it straight. Just hit it through the line, down the line. Ravi Ashwin's bowling quite quick here. He's not tempting you with flight.
65 for 1 in the 8th over. On the leg stump, he looks to flick it on the onside. It's into the pads. It's not a bad strategy in this game, actually, to thrust the ball into the pads and then look to cramp the batsman for space. That's what Ashwin did. That's what Raina will do at the other end. And I think you'll see a little bit of that from Rahul Sharma as well when the leggy comes in. With Ashwin bowls, it's full, and the bails are taken off by Dhoni because Travis Bird was looking to square drive and was a Yorker length ball. It's a strange game. There's the fast bowlers bowl the slower balls and the spinners bowl Yorkers.
That was quick outside off stump. It was a Yorker. Well, Bert York himself. Yes. And then, well, actually got a little bit of bottom edge onto it.
It's been a decent spell this for India. It's just 65 for 1 in the 8th over. It will go at most to 66. They've taken the first run quickly as he flicks the next one, a Yorker length ball. Jadeja comes running and is very, very quick from the boundary at deep mid wicket. So Bird will get a single that takes him to 9. He will keep strike. Wade 31, 66 for 1 after 8 overs. Time for off cross.
Cricket's on the radio. 2020 cricket.
The Aussies taking on India.
Live on Australia's home of cricket.
ABC Local Radio.
Robbie Cross, is this like being in the wet season in Darwin, young man?
About 20 degrees cooler and probably not quite as much rain. Apparently it's pounding in Darwin at the moment. Real monsoon type conditions. Light drizzle here, which is cleared, which is good. Now the sky, it's now gone more to its dark grey and towards black. It was a really weird sort of ochre colour, almost pink.
Yeah, it went through a pinky, purpley. Yeah. It was a delightful change of colour up there. I was trying to point out the harsher, but he was too focused on the cricket. He got to look at the peripherals.
Yeah, a bit of meteorology or climate conditions. It all adds to the effect, doesn't it? 52,200 apparently at the moment, which is pretty good, given the rain around. They're hoping for about 60,000, but they're making some noise. The Australian batsmen doing pretty well also. As Burt tries to flip one over the head of the keeper, Dhoni. Doesn't make any contact. Dhoni collects. It's a dot ball.
Rahul Sharma's first ball on Antipodean soil. Well, we'd have seen him before, the Pune Warriors leg spinner, one of the best in the IPL last year.
He's right home over the wicket to Travis Burt, who's a thunderous hitter of the ball. He gets a big, thick edge, and it runs down where first slip would be and will make its way to the rope. The Indian fielding's been pretty good tonight, and it's a good, strong chase by Praveen Kumar, who's fielding in a gully-type position, but he couldn't get back to it, and Burt has a lucky 4 runs, but that's what this game is all about. You flash and dash, and you get value for money.
That was your genuine thick edge. It would have hit first slip on the chest, going at a rate of knots, but you don't normally defend there with a fieldsman off the leg spinner. Where Travis Burt's not quite picking up the ball this evening so far.
He's on to 13. He faces again. This one's wider, outside off stump. He slashes over the head of point, down towards the boundary. Slow outfield with the rain we've had this morning, and again around game start time, and it pitches in a somewhat gluggy area down there. And a couple of runs are the result to Burt. He moves up to 15. In the 9th over of Australia's innings, India won the toss, selected to bowl, and Australia are 1 for 72. Wade's going well on debut, 31.
Yeah, he's had a good bash. He's had a very good 50 over season with Victoria and a good Shield season, so he's doing the business with the bat. Well, Travis Burt was one of the best of the big bash for the Hurricanes, but he's just not seeing it tonight. That last shot, 2 thick edge over backward points, so he's using the edge quite judiciously. If he finds the middle, he is capable of hitting it long.
So a couple of leggies been in action already tonight for India. Now it's Rahul Sharma, who bowls now to Burt, outside off stump, and smashed straight back at the bowler. That must have hurt. It was a catch, Jeff, but gee, it was flying, and now wringing his hands.
Yeah, lucky he got his hands up, because it would have taken his left ear off. Oh, and that's split it. There's blood coming out of that. There's a bit of claret. And that, we'll see.
He's just shaking that right hand, isn't he, Jeff? The batsmen know that there's going to be a bit of a delay here.
I mean, see, you shouldn't. Experienced bowlers now use that blood to help you grip the ball and also colour it a bit darker. You've got to use all those little tools. But that came back at him at back Mach 1.5. And with these modern cricket bats, we are seeing more and more bowlers get damaged fingers, and occasional one gets hit. I mean, that is the big danger of allowing these cricket bats as they are. Bowlers just do not have a chance to protect themselves. Rahul Sharma got that just to his right-hand side. It's hit his right. It looks like split the webbing, which is not a good thing for a leg spinner. It's his first over in Australia. He's got the 2020. He's got the 50-over season to come up, and you know, that one's. We've got a TV picture. It looks like a split webbing. Little finger, not so bad. If it splits the middle too, that's the end of him for 4 weeks with it all stitched up. And that's what happens with these modern cricket bats. We see more and more bowlers getting hurt. Fortunately, that's a minor one with your split webbing, but it's going to hold the game up. And look, I guess Rahul will be happy because it was a dot ball.
Well, that's true, it was. We've been a bit spoiled by Dave Warner, but pre-Warner days, Travis Burt probably hit the ball as hard as anyone in Australian cricket, I would have thought.
Oh, I would think so. He's one of the guys who started off playing 50-over cricket. Originally playing for Victoria, then moved down to Tasmania, and yeah, he was good early on. Then he had a bit of downturn in his career, and he's just come back recently to, I think, one of the best short-form players in Australia. He's playing well in first-class cricket as well. He's another IPL man. He's a Delhi Daredevils man, Travis Burt. So he's getting international exposure all the time, and that can only help you become a better player at this form of the game. And up until that semi-final, the Hurricane Sixers semi-final in the Big Bash, I mean, he was, I think, the leading run scorer in the Big Bash, and he got out to, as I was saying in the preamble, my favourite dismissal in the Big Bash. He got stumped off the Stuart McGill-Rongan. Beautiful piece of bowling.
Now, you must have been pleased to see people like McGill back in the Big Bash.
Well,
they still got something to offer.
Hogwarn McGill proved a lot of things that Australian selectors have been missing, and talent scouts, and it's about experience. It's about wrist spin, and we love our wrist spinners. We hope there'll be a few more developed in this country. So it's about that, but it's also about experience. And the old heads, the old spinners, they know what to do. Their selection of delivery, you know, their tactics. They're such important things. And yet our selectors for years went through, you know, to blokes who were just starting out in their careers, 19 and 20-year-olds.
There's been a change of Sharma. Rahul is off with that maybe broken finger, certainly a lot of blood coming out of it. And Rohit Sharma is coming on to replace him to complete this over. And it is over number 9 with Australia 1 for 73. Wade is 31. Burt is 16. The batsman out was Dave Warner. He made 25 off 14 balls. A little slow to get going, but that third over he unleashed a 19-run over. 25 off 14, 1-4 and a couple of sixes. Forced back with a quicker ball on leg stump, and he makes some room for himself as Wade and slaps it just forward of point. Trickles away there for a single. And another run to the Australian total, 1 for 74 now. In fact, that is the over. So an injury there to India. Rahul Sharma took a mighty blow, and I think, as Jeff Lawson said, if he hadn't stopped it with his hands, it may well have crashed into his nose as he tried to field a return ball from Travis Burt, and the over completed by Rohit Sharma. 9 overs gone, 1 for 74, so ticket 8 runs and over. Not a bad start by Australia.
No, 8's okay. And I said 160 is a winning score here. If you keep it 8s, it's competitive. I think they want more than that. They've got a depth in their batting lineup. Dave Hussey to come, Dan Christian to come. It's a side that's got some guys who can score very, very quickly indeed. And you know, which gives a license to the upper order. These guys just got to keep playing shots at just about everything, because there is a depth in that batting lineup.
Ashwin is about to start his last over. He has 3 overs for 29. Good last few overs from India. They were 1 for 39 off 4 overs, Australia. So since then, India going okay. Back goes Wade, cut over the top, or just wide, in fact, with a man at point. And out to a deep point position on the boundary line, fielded by Gautam Gambhir. And he flings it in and keeps the scoring down to 1.
So we're outside the power play now. You only need 4 men inside that fielding circle, that 30-metre fielding circle. It's backward point. Well, there's 2 men behind point, in fact. One's fine, one's squarer.
Burt gets a full toss and hammers it down to the man at long off. And the fielding done there by Vinay Kumar. Straight to him. Very powerful shot. And just sort of throwing his head back a little bit there, Jeff. Could have made a bit more of that. Perhaps disappointed he didn't find the gap.
The low full bunger Rob. It's a very valuable ball in this form of game. A quick low full toss.
Well, we saw an amazing dismissal in the test, didn't we, with Saywag hitting a full toss.
Well, he got out the full toss in both digs.
Should have gone over mid-wicket. I think he was caught cover somewhere. Ashwin comes in again. Bowls to Wade. Back. Hammers off the back foot. Wide of the man there at long off. Can he get around and field? Vinay Kumar. This time he has to run a little further, and the scoring is kept at 2. So Wade moves up to 35 in fact. 1 for 78.
Yeah, Vinay Kumar is a very athletic fieldsman. He's a bit of territory to cover to his right. And not much cover to his left because that's a short boundary. But away to his right, the ground opens up. It goes quickly from about a 60-metre boundary to probably a 70-metre boundary through extra cover.
What can Wade offer this time? Ashton around the wicket. Full pitch ball. Is there an edge to it? It was outside off stump. Big shout from the bowler, not so much from the keeper, Dhoni. Seemed to york himself. Was it no real footwork? Almost tried to glide it.
Yeah, we did. It was that quick. It's a quick yorker from the off spinner outside off stump. He tried to hit it 3 offside.
Full toss again and smashed straight down to the man long off once more. Vinay Kumar. So it's like little bunts for a base run at the moment by the Australian batsman. Wade is up to 36. We've completed 10 overs. Australia 1 for 79.
I think we've got a ball to go. I think they're just...
Yeah, you're right.
He's just getting a ball of white. Must be damp out there. I think the umpire's got a cloth and given it a bit of a once over.
Ashwin around the wicket to Burt. Another full toss and straight down the throat of the man at mid-off. Rohit Sharma. Some sharp fielding by the Indians. And Sharma. We saw Suresh Raina take a very good catch to dismiss Warner. A high ball that went out towards cover off the high edge. This time it was smashed straight to the fieldsman. Rohit Sharma took a very good catch. It was straight to him, but hit with a lot of power. And the Indians will be happy with that to complete the over. Australia now 2 for 79.
Guess what? Low full toss. He bowled virtually the whole over. Full, outside off stump. A couple of ended up yorkers, a couple of full tosses. That was another full toss. So 17 off 21 for Travis Burt. But it's nights like this, when you're not getting a strike rate of 120 to 150, you just got to keep playing shots. If you get out and get somebody else in. So 17 off 21, that's about an 80% strike rate. And it's just not good enough. And it's nice when you're not on, you're not seeing it, you're not scoring. Hey, go the big shots. Doesn't matter if you get out, get somebody else in. And that's what the story is now. Dave Hussey, who is an absolute veteran of 20-over cricket. He's the new man, and right and left-hander. That'll be nice for the Australians as well. But the over, 4 overs, 2 for 34 for Ravichandran Ashwin. But that's what you get, Rob. Low full tosses to the left-hander. You can see it only singles away to long off. One was a 2 and then caught it extra cover. That's what you get when you got a short, straight boundary.
Change of bowler. It's going to be Jadeja coming on, and they'll have Wade on strike. Matthew Wade has been very solid, punching the ball around. A couple of lusty blows as well, and he waits for the new bowler. Spread field now, of course. Left arm bowls around the wicket, short down leg side, tickled around the corner in front of the umpire at square leg, and the fielding done there on the square leg boundary. Gautam Gambhir running in, keeps it to 1. Wade is now up to 37. 2 for 80. Welcome back, Kerry O'Keefe. You've been enjoying what you've seen?
I have, Rob. I'm a big fan of Matthew Wade. I've seen him play some terrific domestic short form innings, and he's away here tonight. He's been terrific. And Hussey, David Hussey, such a great record in short form.
So Jadeja again, left arm around the wicket, bowls to David Hussey, and just ever so delightfully just caresses the ball up towards long off, and will get the easiest of singles just to get his eye in and start the ball rolling. 2 for 81. Hussey off the mark with 1. Wade is 37.
And that Matthew Wade may just have hit the biggest 6 of the season, 109 metres, that effort over long on. You know, every summer in the 90s, this is 109.
Sweetly timed. He's certainly not as powerfully built, is he, as Burt or Warner, as he makes a liar of him. He slashes one over cover right of the boundary between the man and a whitish long off and deep cover. And they jog to retrieve the ball. Such was the timing of that shot. And Wade, another boundary. 2 for 85. He's up to 41.
But that's a problem for the Indians. He goes both sides. He doesn't have a preferred side, Matthew Wade. He'll whack you over long on for 6, but he also slice you over cover for 4 or 6.
Well, this one go. This time he advances down the pitch, and Jadeja might have seen him coming. A quicker ball, and off the hip, it's worked towards short mid-wicket. And a dot ball, the first of the over. Great crowd in, over 50,000. And they're getting a little bit excited. Australia well on the way to setting a very competitive title. Full ball this time and slash straight to cover. No run. Jadeja's got his line now. He's working Wade out and just keeping the scoring rate down below 8 runs and over. 2 for 85 in over number 11. Jadeja's last ball, the 11th over, and driven. Well bowled by Jadeja. Almost Yorker length and dug into the ground and back to the bowler by Wade. So a great finish to his first over. 3 dot balls to end. It's 2 for 85 after 11.
And Ravindra Jadeja has a very impressive economy rate in 2020. He's going to be tough for the Australians here. He went for 6 in that over, but he doesn't go for too many more than that most times, Jadeja. He has a big role to play tonight.
And it looks like there's some good news here. Is that Rahul Sharma is marking out his ground. He's obviously had the finger fixed that was smashed by Travis Burt. So he's okay. A little bit of tape on there, and he will return. Assuming for India. He's got the jacket on. A bit chilly here.
You could hang meat in this commentary box.
And certainly the weather outside. It's supposed to be summer in Sydney. Come back from a steamy Darwin, and it's like a winter's day.
Yeah, I know, mate.
Drizzle and clouds. In comes Sharma, bowls on off stump, and back goes Hussey, but can only squeeze it backward of point straight to the fieldsman. So the last 4 balls have been dots. Well held, India.
Well, they're giving Australia no pace to work with. This is a good ploy from MS Dhoni. This is very Kumble-like, this approach from Sharma to his leg breaks.
And he's right arm over the wicket from the commentary end. This time on leg stump, and Hussey will be having stern words to himself because he rocked back onto the back foot and missed. Made no meaningful contact. Very short ball. Should have been put away back at a square leg for 4. It just bobbled at his feet. And again, a dot ball. That's 5 in a row. Great work by the Indians. Sharma once more. Past the umpire. Bowls on middle and leg. Big shout for LBW. Got to be a little bit close. They're still pleading. Hands in the air still from the man at mid-wicket, Suresh Raina. The bowler ceased his appeal a little earlier.
Not a bad shout. Looked naked eye to be missing leg. I think Oxenford, who's in form, got it right. Not a lot of side spin for Sharma, never is, but he varies his pace pretty strongly.
So he's got Hussey on strike again, who's unable to get him away, and once more down leg side. It bobbles around, comes with a quarter wide. I thought it might have struck the pad. It missed everything, and then Dhoni behind the stumps just popped out of his gloves.
Well, that was a stumping chance. It was a tough one down the leg side. The better keepers get them. Dhoni didn't play in Adelaide. Didn't glove that one.
So finally a score for the Australians, but came in the form of a wide. Punched off the back foot to the man at gully. Throw at the stumps. If it hits, he's out. Hussey desperate to get off strike, desperate to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Just went for it, even though it went straight to the fieldsman Jadeja, who threw at the bowler's end. It was fairly accurate. It was bounced over the top. And so another score to the Australians, but the Indian fans must be getting a little bit excited. In the 12th over, 2 for 87.
Australia need a boundary. They've been they're starting to tighten through Jadeja and Sharma with their left arm orthodox and their right arm top spinners.
Wade's the man with his eye in. He waits for Sharma, the left-hander, outside off stump, punches it through the cover point region straight to the fieldsman, though. Just one more run. So a ball to go in this 12th over. Australia 2 for 88. Wade a very neatly compiled 42.
Australia got away to a rattling start. They were into the 50s after 6, but India have probably won their second 6 overs. They've done very well to restrict. Need a boundary.
So a finger strapped and no doubt throbbing, bit of pain. He's bowling well. And coming down the pitch is Hussey, but he's tightened up on leg stump. It can only hit it to the man there at mid-wicket, Suresh Raina, and the last ball is a dot. Quite a few of them in that over. 12 overs gone for Australia after being sent into bat. 2 for 88. I'll hand over to Jim Maxwell.
Grandstand.
2020 cricket.
Australia and India.
On your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
Big crowd in, Jim, and they're enjoying the action. I love the rev up in the over breaks. Lots of loud doof music. Young people enjoying this.
What's that? Doof.
Doof. Doof.
Ah, right. Onomatopoeic.
Yeah, it's a lot of doof. But that's what a lot of young people out there.
Jadeja bowls, and off the stumps, Wade just nurses the little cut shot to backward point for a run. He's 43 in the 13th over. It's 2 for 89. Warner made 25 off 14 balls. One reverse hit. 6 was unbelievable. Unbelievable into the crowd, way over long on as he was when he hit it. And Burt was out for 17. Now, punching down the ground, Hussey gets a run to long on. He moves his score along to 3. 2 for 90. What are we looking at here? 150, 160?
I think they need 150. Probably more. They got away to such a good start, but India have checked them here. Jadeja, very good 20 over bowler.
Around the wicket, here comes Wade. He charges and he swats him down behind square, and it runs away to the boundary for 4. Jadeja dropped his length when he saw him coming, and he tucked him around the corner. Fine shot, and Wade moves to 47. Oh, half of the 94.
Oh, he's a player, isn't he? This Victorian wicket-keeper comes from Hobart, of course, the son of an accomplished AFL footballer. But Matthew Wade, he's announcing himself here. He's Brad Haddon's backup, but gee, could he be playing himself into the main side?
And Jadeja doesn't bowl as he comes through. The ball was a bit damp, so he held onto it, and he's going back and toweling it down. And would have picked up a fair bit of greasy water to backward square there. It's been a little damp during the evening, but it's all right at the moment as he swings again, and he swings him high, long, strong, into the crowd. That's a home run here at the stadium. Wow, that's a 50 for Wade, and that's a rapid 50. 33 balls, 3 4s and 2 6s.
Well, another great smite from Matthew Wade. He gets deep in the crease. No matter how full you bowl, he's way back inside the pocket crease waiting.
Jadeja again. He has another go, and he clouts him wide of long on for 4. Dragged that and smashed it superbly. Jadeja's going for a row here. 16 off the over, and there's still one to come. And Wade is 57. A thrilling 57 on debut here is pushing Australia along to an impressive total.
Well, it's going to be Warner and Wade going forward, isn't it? Shane Watson will have to work his way back into this side at number 3 or lower.
Here's Jadeja, flat and chopped down to short third. There's a fumble there. They should get the second. They don't now. Recovery. 1 only. And that's a very good over for Wade and Australia. 17 runs from that. It's 2 for 105 after 13. Wade has muscled his way to 58, and Hussey is 3.
He's a pocket dynamo, but the thing is he has deftness as well. He's clubbed one over long on for a big 6, then wide of long on for 4. But off the last delivery, he just used the crease and just dabbed it to the right of point for the single. This is a clever player. He's promised. He averages over 40 in first-class cricket. He's boomed a lot of big innings in short-form cricket for Victoria. And here he is, making his mark in this 2020 match against India. Gee, I think he's a player. Don't know whether his glove work's as strong as it could be, but that's work in progress. He's going to get better with that, but he can bat. M. Wade.
Reminder for you that at half-time at the Cricket Bowl, we'll be naming the winner of our ABC Grandstand photo competition. And thank you very much for your many varied and excellent entries. But we've got a winner, and that'll be jumping your way at the break. Praveen Kumar is coming on the bowl, and they've got to get Wade out if they're going to stop Australia punching past 150, 160 here. There's still 7 overs left, and he's made 58 from 36 balls with 4 4s and 2 6s.
Oh, he's been the star turn. Warner's right-handed slog over long on was great, but it's been Wade.
Bravo and Kumar bowls, and it's whacked over backward point for 4. Tremendous shot on the back cut. That was as hard hit as any shot tonight. It went like a tracer bullet over the head of backward point and out of the boundary for 4. A tremendous stroke, just laid into it, and just cleared the head of the man at backward point, Sharma. 4 runs.
Oh, more finger problems for the Indians. Is that Sharma again? He's copping a pasting on his fingers.
I think it's Rohit Sharma. Yeah.
Oh, the other Sharma.
Yeah. And that's short, and that's slogged down the ground to along the ground for a single to Virat Kohli. 2 for 110. And Hussey's a spectator here. Just get one, son. Get down the other end. Wade 63, Hussey 3.
Maybe we should get more Victorians in the Australian team. No, I don't think so.
You've been converted.
I am. Well, I've always been a fan, but I just didn't know whether he could step up on debut, and he has. Matthew Wade, take a bow. He's been explosive.
You want to be careful with that camera that hovers overhead. It's going to get hit by a cricket ball.
Definitely. $1.
Praveen Kumar bowls, and it's chopped off a bottom edge past the stumps for 4. The best shot in the game. Impossible to stop. He tried to cut. It was a wretched miscue. No joy for the bowler, just for Hussey. And somehow it missed the stumps and the wicket keeper and went down to the finest of fine legs for 4.
Well, again, you've got to take Praveen Kumar on the up. He doesn't give you anything overly full. David Hussey knows that, and he slapped it on the up. Got an inside edge via the keeper's left hand. That'll do. Take 4.
Hussey 7, 2 for 114 in the 14th. Kumar again. Hussey works him away off the pads. Out to deep mid-wicket. Thinks of 2. Takes on Gambier's throw and makes it comfortably. Easy peasy. 2 for 116.
Yeah. No, he's a wise old bird, David Hussey. He knew there was 2 there to Gautam Gambhir. Not the strongest arm. He made good ground off that mid-wicket boundary, Gambhir, but Hussey knew there was 2. Just like his brother, a very good runner between the wickets is David Hussey.
Where's his brother? No longer a 2020 player for Australia?
He'd be in bed, Mr. Cricket.
Interesting. Kumar bowls, and he gets a change of pace and adjusts as he tried to advance and pound it, miscued it, and it rolled gently to cover. 2 for 117. Hussey's 10. He's joining in the party in this over, which is another productive one. 12 runs from it, 17 off the previous, and Australia are threatening 160 plus now.
Interesting here, Wade. You don't want to get out short outside his off stump, and Praveen Kumar does bowl just short of a good length. He's got to have it bang on the stumps, or Matthew Wade's going to hurt him. Any width outside off, he's going to slap it square. Got to get the feel right.
Short, fine leg there. Where's he going to go here? Praveen Kumar comes in. Wade pulls him high, pulls him strong over the boundary. It's another one. A 6 pulled over the rope at backward square. 2 for 123. Wade hits his 3rd 6 to finish the over, which cost 18. 17 and 18 for the last 2.
I tell you what, we used to have a wicketkeeper. What was his name? Bruce Haddon?
Wally Graham.
Oh, who can forget old Bruce Haddon? He was all right for a while. But this bloke...
I'm glad to see you're not sentimental.
No. Oh, you don't hang on to things. Bruce served pretty good, but he dropped 1 or 2 too many. Had a couple of slogs. This bloke, every time he has a slog, he doesn't get out. He's hitting it for 6. No, with all due respect. Bruce was good.
Will Bruce be back?
Well, I don't know. Not on what I'm seeing, not for a while. But Wade at the top of the list. Hussey looks completely comatose by comparison. And David Hussey's one of the great 2020 players.
The rain is back.
The rain is back. Oh, and here's Hussey charging and pumping the ball away out to deep cover for a single. And he's now 11. And this is Rahul Sharma with his leggies. He got whacked on his hand. He's right now. You can see the rain coming down a bit more heavily now. And this could be a worry for the game. We don't need this.
No.
Not with over 50,000 people watching. And there are plenty of them in the open, of course. They've got their brollies up.
No, there's a lot resting on play through all this.
Yeah.
And I think the umpires will go with this. Bowling's not easy.
Rahul Sharma bowls a ball that's missed. That was going where? Oh, he missed it. How did he miss it? Well, he did. He had a big wing ding, and he's still on 69. 2 for 124.
Good delivery from Rahul Sharma.
In the 15th over, light rain falling, and the leggies bowling. Here he comes. He twirls one in, and Wade decides to swing into it. He miscues, but it rolls away down to long off, and he moves to 70. Gets off that awkward score, and it's 2 for 125.
Sharma's method works pretty well. These over the top, past the perpendicular leg spinners, they bowl well in short form. West Indies have got one, and this is the Kumble version for India.
Rahul Sharma comes up, and Hussey swings him back strong, straight. Is that 6? You betcha. That went powerfully back over the bowler's head, and a fairly straight mid-off hit, and it landed on that black screen down there. The rain is getting heavier, and the umpires are going to do what they can, but they've said, no, that's enough. Bring on the covers.
No.
So Duckworth Lewis has just woken out of bed. What a strange lot of bedfellows they are, but they come to town every now and then, and they'll be here tonight. They'll be on their abacus working it all out for us, because this game is going to be delayed, hopefully for not too long. The rain tumbles down in the 15th over. Australia going like a train, an arrow. Hussey 17 and Wade 70. 2 for 131 in the 15th, and the Hessian goes down.
Well, it was a terrific springboard, because Hussey was just starting to join the party. Matthew Wade was already in party mode, and they were rattling along. They were bombing them everywhere, and it's been interrupted by the rain. Spectators are disappointed. You've got to have a dry night for 2020. The ball's got to be spearing off the bat in dry circumstances. Don't know what this is going to do to the game. Duckworth Lewis involved, or are they? How much scope have they got, Jim?
Well, you need 5 overs in the second innings to get a game. I don't think it's as dire as that at the moment, but Ned's down there. Ned Hall, what are you feeling from above? Heavy or light?
I'd say this is pretty heavy at the moment, and it really did start beating down at one stage, which forced them. It's been fairly heavy for most of the night, and they haven't even moved the umpires, but that time it started getting a little bit too much, and then obviously that's forced them now to put the covers on and get a bit of cover over the centre of the field, which was getting quite slippery anyway. I noticed a few of the batsmen slipping a couple of times out there as they try to turn for runs, so I think they've had to do it on this occasion. It's been forced into it, so I'm just hanging by to see if I can grab David Warner for a quick word as well, so I'll let you know how I go.
Yep, good luck. Warner pummeled 25 from 14 balls with a 4 and 2 sixes. Wade has thumped 70 from 41 with 5 4s and 3 sixes. Burt made 17 off 21 with a 4 and a 6, and Hussey is 17 off 12. Australia's sent in. George Bailey said he would have had a bat, and he's due in next with Mitchell Marsh, Dan Christian and Faulkner to follow, then Hogg, Lee and Doherty. And India so far have tried 5 bowlers, and it might be an opportunity, if you can, to get down to David Warner with Ned Hall.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, David Warner alongside me now, obviously well sheltered under the umbrella. A bit disappointed they've got this heavy shower at the moment.
Yeah, definitely, Tom. Time for us where we'll, starting to get going, and only I think there's 6 overs to go, so hopefully we can get back out there as soon as possible. But as we know, Duckworth Lewis could come into play. I'm not sure how much time we lose, but hopefully we've got enough on the board.
Cameo appearance from yourself, but there's still a fair bit of batting still to come down the lineup as well. Guys will be desperate to get out there.
100%. We've got some power hitters in the sheds at the moment, and they've got 2 fine batsmen at the moment at the crease, and hopefully we can get out there as soon as possible and see Matty and Dave go off.
You've given us a few highlights this summer as well, playing through the Test series. only 25 or 14 balls, but I think a lot of people will remember the big six you hit when you just changed your mind, decided to go right-handed.
Yeah, I didn't know which way to bat, but no. You know, obviously I've showed people I can play the switch hit, and I thought, you know, why not bring it out? I was under a little bit of pressure. I faced 3 or 4 balls off him without getting any runs, and at that time I thought, you know, I could actually pull it out, and I did, and then it, you know, changed his momentum. He dragged one, then bowled one full as well. So it's good to get, you know, the bowler thinking as well what I'm going to do. Whenever you've played that, I mean, Kerry O'Keefe mentioned it in commentary. He reckons you've hit it for 6 every time he's ever seen you pull that one out the bag. The boys actually have an interesting stat from the Champions League. I think I've got I think it's 7 or 8 4s and 2 6s. It's not bad. They're not a bad success rate. Oh, you know, I hope I can keep going, and I hope I don't get out one day playing it. But I've just showed people I can execute the skill, and you know, hopefully one day I can bring it out in a test arena as well with a bit of confidence. And just finally, obviously, the weather's a bit of a downer at the moment, but it's a great turnout here tonight. You obviously played for the Sydney Thunder out here as well. Are you enjoying playing your cricket at the Olympic Stadium? I love playing at ANZ Stadium. It's a fantastic venue to play any sport and watch any sport. And to see 70,000 people out here tonight, it's fantastic. All the support we're getting behind the Australian team, and also the Indian team, is fantastic. Thanks so much. Thanks for talking to the ABC. Cheers.
David Warner, the mauler from eastern suburbs, and he didn't disappoint tonight, only that he didn't go on to make a bigger score. But his henchman, the new boy, Matthew Wade, has played superbly. The rain is just easing a little bit, I think, but the cover's still down, and the longer the delay goes, the more sort of truncated this becomes, because they'll take some overs off at the other end. But I don't know. I think we will get back out there, but that's not the issue. It's when.
Yeah, and I don't know what the time span is for overs lost. They've probably got a little bit of grace. I hope so. I'd like to get the full 20 in, because we've got a real game here, because India are going to chase bravely with some of their stroke makers. But you know, as David Warner said, there's Mitchell Marsh and Dan Christian to come. So there's a lot of power in the shed if one of these two makes a mistake. And the captain, of course, Lord Tennyson.
Yes, it's a bit like the number 8 in the county side who didn't bowl.
I don't think he'll be next in.
We're harsh.
We are, but now look.
No, harsh but fair. I mean, where is George Bailey going to bat in this lineup?
Well, he shouldn't be batting next. Mitchell Marsh should be next.
Mitchell Marsh and Dan Christian will bat in front of him.
Yeah.
So your number 8 non-bowling, he doesn't bowl. He just marshals the troops.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's see how he goes. What's it like down there now, Ned?
It's actually definitely easing up now. However, it's one of those strange situations whereby if it had rained like this, weather was still out here, they'd have carried on playing, but it's whether or not they're willing to take the covers off while this light rain is still falling. So we're hoping they make a very positive decision and decide to remove the covers and get on with it, even though it's light rain that is still falling at the moment. There's not an awful lot of movement out there at the moment to get the covers off the field, but it's not raining an awful lot.
All right, well, if we get back on soon, we mightn't lose too much of the game. That's important, but we've got to get back on, and that's the worry. But Wade, is he already done enough to put your mate out of the one-day series?
I'm a big fan of Brad Haddin. sorry. I love Bruce. Brad.
You're losing fans in Queanbeyan right now.
I know. Look, I'm just saying he's the incumbent, but we do know, Australian cricket knows that this guy could step up. Equally, whenever I've seen Matthew Wade keep, there's been the odd clammy hand effort behind the stumps. There was a stumping in the last Big Bash game I saw that he should have got easily and fumbled. So his glove work isn't faultless, and that's got to be the barometer. You know, he can't be this outstanding batsman who's a backstop, and we're gonna find out a bit more about him. But you know, given that inside this Australian framework, his keeping should improve. But we've got the 1-2. I think it's daylight to the third, even though Peter Neville's quite accomplished. It's Haddin and Wade, but which way will it go now? If Wade was to go on and get a brilliant 100 here, you know, he'd be the first choice 2020 wicketkeeper batsman, you'd have to think. And that's one option that Brad Haddin starts to lose out on, and then he marches on from there.
So what do you read into the fact that Brad Haddin's captaining the Prime Minister's 11? Is it just a thanks, Brad, welcome back to Canberra, we know you'd live down the road, and we think it's time you should play in this game and lead the team?
I think there's a bit of that. I think the local boy who's done very well, and he has got a very proud record for Australia. I think he pays a lot for his sins, Brad Haddin. I don't think his weaknesses are as glaring as everybody seems to make out.
No, I think he's the #1 gloveman. And people are putting a lot of weight on the shoulders of batting alone. And, you know, we go back to, to Cape Town and, a reckless, extravagant, exorbitant stroke in the middle of the rest of the team failing. But then, so he gets pilloried for that. And then he goes to Johannesburg and plays a part in a match-winning half-century plus that Australia make a record chase. And I don't think he gets enough credit for that.
No.
And... and I think his keeping is the best, and we don't see Matthew Wade keep on turning wickets, with spinners getting it past the bat that often, and that's not his fault, but do we pick someone first of all on their batting, or do we first of all their keeping? As a former bowler, I'll go keeping every time.
Yes.
And it's only when the top 6 fail, and Australia have been inconsistent in that area, that the pressure comes on the #7. And if he's not Adam Gilchrist, well then, you get hit over the head with a bad bat. So.
But Henry, I think this guy has potential to be Adam Gilchrist with the bat. Without being quite gilly, but as we've seen tonight, he goes all over the place.
Oh, he can bat. There's absolutely no question. I think he's averaging 60, 65 in Sheffield Shield cricket this year.
Yeah.
And that's at first class. Well, there's no question about Matt Wade's talent, that he can bat. I just say surely the incumbent gets the benefit of the doubt.
Definitely.
And we just don't know about Matt's keeping. But I think, it's a bit harsh to be chasing Brad Haddin.
Yeah.
But tonight on 2020 stuff, well, Haddin doesn't play 2020 anymore.
No.
But Matthew Wade's outstanding, and it's been wonderful to watch him here this evening.
And he has delighted the crowd. I think they probably came to see Warner tee off, and he did briefly. But a lot of these would be relative newcomers to international cricket. But they've seen this punchy little Victorian dominate the Indian attack from the outset.
From Hobart?
Yeah, he's from Hobart via Melbourne.
Batting with the Victorian from Western Australia.
Yes.
So you don't want to get too much on that Victorian horse, I don't think, right?
No, but Victoria gave him his opportunity. He was restless in Tasmania. I think who was he back up to? One of those, Klingeleffer, Sean Klingeleffer. And he was restless. He knew he had ability, and he moved to Victoria, and they gave him his head. And here he is, opening the batting 70 knot in a 2020 international.
By the way, guys, I've just got some information on a possible start time. Hopefully starting again in 5 minutes at 8:55. And as you pointed out before, they have got 20 minutes leeway with this game, so it should still be full 20 overs. So no sign of Duckworth or Lewis just yet.
That's good. They can go back to bed. Yeah. That's excellent news. So it's looking a lot brighter. Well,
brighter.
The lights are looking brighter.
Let's turn the lights up.
What do they do, Duckworth Lewis? They just go to bed and the phone rings in the early hours somewhere. Hello?
No, they just say, give us the numbers.
Yeah.
They throw them in the computer, and it spits out the answer.
It's all encrypted, it's 64-bit codes, and it comes out the official scorers. They press in the Lecter decoder.
And then they go back to bed.
And we get on with the game, and they snore on.
Oh.
Until it rains again,
English?
and they get another call. They're definitely both English.
I'm counting here. I've got 5 Tasmanians playing here tonight, including Wade. That'd be a record, wouldn't it, in an Australian team?
Have to be, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, they got Bailey, Faulkner, Doherty, Burt, and Wade.
Well, three of them are originals. So two may have hopped across the Straits.
Yeah.
Well, they've been pretty good performers in 50 over and 20 over.
And first class.
Well, and first class. They've won
Let's
Sheffield
give Tassie a rap.
Oh, yeah, got it.
They've been going well. They won the Sheffield Shield last year.
They get the right imports. Rana Naved has been a terrific import for them in 2020. When they buy a player from interstate for their 4-day game, it invariably works out. Jason Crazy has done well for them. They've got Mark Cosgrove into their... he was a leading run getter in Sheffield Shield the other year. So they do pretty well, Tasmania.
They've had scouts out in Sydney club cricket last weekend around the grounds.
Really?
Looking
There's
to...
a bloke called Dawson from the University of New South Wales.
Well, they got rid of him as he's doing all right.
Isn't he the leading run scorer?
He is. But he kept for 30 first-class games for Tasmania. He's Tassie via the ACT and the eastern suburbs. But they got this seriously. They've got their scouts out looking at what talent is around Sydney club cricket, given Sydney's contribution. But they've got a serious program, and Tim Coyle, the coach down there, deserves a lot of raps because he's been part of that winning program and putting it back. And I don't think he probably gets enough of the credit for what goes on down there for their whole system. So well done, Coyley, down there.
I couldn't agree more, Henry. His name never comes up for bigger jobs, Tim Coyle, but he's won a lot of trophies for Tasmania. His recruitment has been outstanding. And Michael Divenuto, the batting coach, gets a lot of raps from aggressive players. So there's a lot to like about Tasmanian cricket.
Covers are coming off. The Hessian's still down. The Indian rope trick's been done again to get rid of the surface water. And we've had 14.4 overs.
Ned, turn around. Get Bruce Oxford. Ned, turn around.
I'm also just keeping my eye on where the rope is as well, or where the hose is.
Just there, get Ox. Ask him about Pakistan's win in Dubai.
Abu Dhabi, yeah.
Ned's got no pace off the mark.
I should have gone for Paul Rifle at the other end. I had more chance of catching him.
Yes, Abu Dhabi and Dubai. Bruce Oxenford has been officiating with an overworked forefinger.
I will get Bruce Oxenford at some stage, but I know he was darting down there, I think, just to inform the Australian camp of what is happening, as well as Paul Rifle goes off the other way to inform the Indians. So I will get him at some stage.
Ask him, can you stand next to him at Square Leg when the game starts? That'd be the perfect interview. It's 2020. It's entertainment. Our listeners would enjoy that.
I might see if I can get Mickey Arthur in a moment.
2 for 131. Wade is 70. Hussey 17. Burt made 17, and Warner 25. But he played the shot of the night when he got a little fed up with Ashwin bogging him down, so he just switched hands and lifted him into the crowd. Easy as that.
And it's a memory for 50-odd thousand. There'll be 40,000 will carry that. Whatever happens for the remainder of the game, 40,000 will remember that switch hit for 6 over long on.
A mighty blow. So we're due to start in now, I think. And they'll be running a bit of overtime if they don't start soon. But the weather appears to have cleared up, and that's a good sign for us as we sit here. The crowd I saw, Ned, was 52,200. Any advance on that?
Jim, I've got Mickey Arthur with me now. Mickey, obviously, this rain interruption must be frustrating because you're well set to make a big score if you get your full 20 overs.
Yeah, we were. You know, it's probably just lost us a little bit of momentum now. But, you know, we at one stage we thought we weren't going to get back out. So we're quite happy. I think we're pretty handily placed at the moment.
You've got some big hitters still to come.
Yeah, we have. We bat deep, which is great. So we can afford to go now, and should be quite exciting.
And Matthew Wade stepped up really well to the opening gig.
Yeah, he has. It was fantastic. Good to see. As I expected.
I should probably let you go, G, as you're getting dripped on from the ceiling by quite a lot at the moment. So thanks, Mickey.
Pleasure.
There you go. What's the crowd, Ned? I saw 52,200. Any advance on that?
I haven't had an official advance yet, but I guarantee it's more than that. Just looking around the stadium, there aren't an awful lot of empty seats, even in the upper parts of the stand. The bottom section is really full. I think it's going to be 60 easily at the moment. Good news for those that have put the game on out here. Remembering that each state gets its chance for a 2020 every couple of years. You don't get one every year. So that's why they're having a crack out here and trying to make sure that they can pretty much fill the ground. All right, we're due to start any moment. They're still mopping up, tidying up. Still got the Hessian down there as a precaution. And I can't see any umbrellas up. So play will recommence at 9 o'clock, 3 minutes from now. And it's still a 2020 game with a shortened break between innings of just 10 minutes. So it should take them another 20 minutes, you would think, to finish the innings. And that means the other innings will start about 9:30. So it's a late show. Yep. The official line is apparently restart 9 p.m. So in 3 minutes' time. Again, still 20 overs and still the 20-minute innings break between the two as well.
There might be a few youngsters late for school tomorrow, but that doesn't matter. They've done their homework out here, studying the mechanics, the intricacies of a game of cricket. The umpires are on their way out to the middle, and we've still got 5.2 overs left, and Australia have been scoring at a pretty healthy rate here, almost 9 an over, which gives the hint that they should finish with about 170, 180.
I think the first shot we're going to see tomorrow in any schoolyard games of cricket is the switch hit. That will be played by a lot of kids that we're here tonight, a lot watching on television or listening on radio when they know about the switch hit. That'll be the first attempt at that stroke by a number of them tomorrow.
Look, I dare say, I think that Dave Warner's learnt that off Richard T20I.
Yeah?
Who could switch hit a 6, and he did that actually in first-class cricket. The slog sweep going back to the late 80s, and Cheeks, I think, and of course, same Randwick area, same school area. I think Dave Warner may have seen Cheeks pull that one out. So I'll give T20I the credit, because he would do that on request.
Would he?
And he could hit it for 6. He would hit it 6 over mid-wicket. It was a big hit. But it also brings into question why batsmen allowed change their hands, because Warner did change hands.
Yes, he did.
It wasn't just a change of stance. He changed the hands over and he hit it. Why should you be allowed to bat right-handed when you're faced up left-handed?
Yeah.
And cricket has certain rules about where fieldsmen can stand under those circumstances. So it's one of the anomalies of the game.
The fact it's so entertaining means that the lawmakers tend to just ignore it.
Well, amen. And now we need to give the bowlers somewhat of a chance to fight back.
Well, yes, it does ask the question, I suppose. If one day he does miss one and it hits him on the pad, which LBW law are we playing? Where's the leg stump when he does that?
Well, he's got to miss it first, and he doesn't look like missing it at the moment.
He hasn't missed one yet.
And I reckon, to equal things for bowlers, that every 20-over game should include one ball that the bowler can bowl with a tomato, and the batsman doesn't know when it's coming. and there are a lot of obsessive compulsive about how they look. If they get a full toss, is it the tomato, knowing that they're just going to get splattered? I would love one tomato ball of the bowler's choice.
Well, I'm waiting, given the world we live in, for occupational health and safety to try and ban these cricket bats, because they're turning into dangerous weapons.
Well, they are. There are more injuries with the bats. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
But it'll take a serious facial injury. We saw that actually with the New Zealand-Zimbabwe series.
We did.
The bowler got hit in the head. Exactly that. But the example of that is US baseball, where in college baseball they banned them. They had aluminium bats, and pitchers were getting seriously hurt, and they had to ban the aluminium bats. Anyway, that's...
Well, we've got to strap ourselves in here. This is going to be great, because apart from Wade and Hussey, there's Mitchell Marsh and Dan Christian. I'll let you call it, Hen. I'll catch you.
I'll just let you know as well, though, George Bailey has got the helmet on. He looks very much prepared to come in next.
Well, we'll see. Rahul Sharma, he's coming in to bowl to continue this over. He bowls to Hussey, and Hussey tries to turn, misses down the leg side. Dhoni didn't take it. May have flicked his pad. It's not a wide, and it's a dot, a rare dot. As Hussey is trying to turn that away. Yes, it's taken him on the pad and then gone just behind, but no run. One more ball to come to complete the 15th over. Sharma with his wrist spin tosses up, and Hussey pushes away towards mid-wicket, mid-on in the gap, and collects a run. So Hussey has the strike. He's 18. It's 2 for 132. We've had quite a lengthy rain break, but there's no damage so far to the number of overs. We just shorten up the gap between innings. It's still a 20-20 game, and Australia's in a good position for a rousing score. Henry.
Well, 30 balls to go. 50 would be a minimum. That brings them up to 182, around that 180 mark. 30 balls to go. You'd like to get 2 runs a ball, if not better, on a ground such as this. So we're entering a vital stage for both sides. A tight over brings India back into the game. Another big over just pushes Australia away into that 190 mark, which I think on this ground is a very good score. And as we said, Bailey, Marsh, Christian listed to come next. I can't see George Bailey coming in next. If he came in next in front of Marsh or Christian, that is some sort of concession to his position in the team rather than his ability with the bat. You've got to have flexible batting lineups in any case in 2020 if you get away to decent starts, and you would want the big hitters, the crashers, to be in next, and that's Marsh and Christian.
Suresh Rainer's bowling, and Hussey punches the ball away to Jadeja at short mid wicket. Well, he's the captain. The pressure's on for him to do something. So I get the feeling he's going to be out there when it happens.
Well, good captaincy's about making good decisions, and him batting next, I don't think is a good decision.
Well, here's a smash down the ground, a drive to long off. Good-looking shot too from Hussey. He moves to a 19, 2 for 133 in the 16th over. Now back with Wade, who's been most impressive. 70 of 41 balls. He's hit 3 sixes, and one of them went very high, very long, way over, long on. And Rainer between the umpire and the stumps, just wiping that ball. No, he's going to bowl. Where is he going to bowl? Around the wicket. Okay. Here he comes. And Wade pushes around the corner to short. Finally, there's a misfield, and they'll get a couple of runs as it goes scurrying away down towards fine leg for 2. Yep, a bit of a fumble
by the old boy in the side. It's the first time we've called Virendra Sehwag tonight, I think, and that was poor work.
Yeah, he harbour bridged it. 2 for 135.
The new young Indian players have been dynamic in the field.
And on his stumps, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. He gave himself room. And Rainer has got Wade out. It may have been the break for 20-odd minutes that got him out. But it was sharp on the stumps. He was ambitious. He missed it, and he was bowled. A very good innings comes to an end at 70.
You know when you need to get out of the car, but you can't pull yourself away from what's happening on ABC Radio? Break free with the ABC Listen app. It goes with you, so you don't miss a thing. Download the free ABC Listen app today.
Your home of rugby. ABC Sport.
And 72. And it's 3 for 135 in the 16th over.
Yeah, flat, quick stuff. No way is Rainer going to give this ball air and throw it up. It's not about tempting you through the air, because you can win most of that battle and still concede 6 down the ground. And Wade was back cutting when perhaps he should have been hitting straight. But a very fine innings from Australia's wicketkeeper tonight. He's got his side away to the spot where they would be, and that brings to the crease the captain making his debut.
Yeah, good luck to George Bailey. As we mentioned before, he's the first Australian since Dave Gregory to be making his debut and captaining an Australian team. Slightly different context, different world.
It's hard to imagine a cricket world more different. 20 overs, coloured clothes in an Olympic stadium.
Around the wicket, the first ball. He drives down the ground. He's off the mark. 100% strike rate.
Not good enough.
3 for 136.
Run of ball's not good enough here.
Well,
you're looking at 150 strike rate. When you come into this part of the game, it's not about facing balls. It's about scoring quickly. You hit it hard on the ground, but you've got to get 2 or 4. You just can't push it down the long on for 1.
Rainer bowls a ball that's driven up to long off. Hussey hunts down the pitch to get the single. 3 for 137. 4 overs to go. Harsha Bogle is going to join Jeff Lawson.
You're with Grandstand.
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 Cricket's on the radio.
Australia and India.
2020 cricket. 2020 cricket.
This is Grandstand.
On your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
Yes, 4 overs left.
24 deliveries, got to get 40 minimum, which is only
177. I think they'd be disappointed at 177. It looked like 190, 195 at one point.
It only takes that 1 good over or 2 good overs, and there's only just 5 off that over. Wicket fell, Wade out after the break, and okay, you can understand you haven't faced for half an hour or so, but You know, you got two batsmen here like he on the ground. You know, Dave Hussey, you know, he's a hitter on the hard on the ground. He loves playing at the MCG where there's a lot of twos. Hit the ball on the ground in the outfield. There's two, not so much here. Very short boundaries. You hit it the long on, long off, or wide of them. It's a single only, and he's got to change his approach here. This is a time if Australia are too conservative here, Harsha, they will lose the game in these 4 overs.
We'll wait and see. I've seen a lot of Dave Hussey over the years. I sometimes think he leaves it till a little too late. He knocks the ball around. But he's got Vinay Kumar in front of him now, and he opens the face of the bat. He'll get a single down to third man. There's Rahul Sharma there, and just a single. India won't mind that at this stage. It's 138 for 3. Hussey's 21. George Bailey's 1. I saw Dan Christian play a lot in India, and I think you want Dan Christian batting with 4 overs left, not Dan Christian batting with 8 balls left.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, you want he and Marsh, him and Mitch Marsh, you want them to face these overs. If you could bring batsmen in and retire them hurt, you'd bring these 2 in and send those 2 out there.
India have got a bit of a bonus here with Suresh Raina, who's bowled his 2 overs, 1 for 8. Jadeja 2 overs 23. I don't know if we'll see any more of him. The ball's wet. As here's Vinay Kumar in his 3rd. He bowls and opening the face of the bat. Bailey will pick up a single down to third man. Got a big rap from Mahendra Singh Dhoni. I noticed in the papers tonight he said a lot of very nice things about Bailey.
Well, that's a lot of nice things to say about him.
Yes.
His 2020 batting form's not one of them.
I get the feeling a lot of people are waiting for him to fail. Am I being too provocative?
you don't like to see anybody fail, but I mean, he was the 5th best batsman in the Melbourne Stars lineup. So how can he make an Australian side? It's 2020. You can't have passengers in 2020 cricket.
Maybe his best finish is yet to come. We'll wait and see.
Well, he can play. He's not a total mug. He can bat, but there are just other players that are better. It's that simple.
22 balls left. Backward point, cover, mid-wicket. Fine long leg inside the circle. As Hussey goes down the ground, Vinay Kumar slips on his follow-through. But they'll have to be happy with 1 because the ball's gone too long, gone straight to the fielder. And they've got a single of each of the first 3 balls. Somewhere they need a boundary because you want 12-run overs. And that means you want a boundary and a couple of 2s in every over, if not a 6 in every over, really, from here on.
Yeah, and at this ground where you can attack straight, you get value for hitting it straight. That's the place to go. At least Dave Hussey, that ball, did use his feet and try to be quite adventurous down the ground.
Just look at the replay of Vinay Kumar turning on his, slitting on his ankle.
Long spikes, VK, long spikes, it's wet.
You know what? His coach at the Kochi Tuskers didn't tell him that.
Oh,
I think it's all down to the coach at the Kochi Tuskers.
I've told him enough times, I can assure you.
You got proof?
He's very coachable, VK, I must say. Very lovely man, listens. Like what he does.
Here's Vinay Kumar. Just 3 of this over so far. He bowls to Bailey, who'll open the face of the bat. He won't get a run. He's had a run out of the non-strikers, and there isn't. Hussey was backing up too far. It's all happening. Oh, they've got only 3 runs of this over so far. Jadeja at backward point is excellent. Just keep your eyes, keep your ears open for our commentary. But there's Jadeja, there's Raina, there's Kohli. They're all pretty sharp. Raina's had a hand in each of the 3 wickets so far. 2 catches and a bowl. You might see another over from him coming in. Maybe Jadeja just pinging his left-armers into the pads on leg stump. Maybe another from Praveen Kumar. Dhoni's given himself lots of options. You think it's only 4 overs, but you need 7 bowling options in a 20-over game. Vinay Kumar's one of those. It's not a bad over so far. It can change, though, as he bowls to Bailey, who finds the man at fine leg for a single. Now, if that had gone a couple of yards to the left, that might have been 4. Sehwag's not the quickest in the field down on the inside, down on the 30-yard circle. So just a single. So 5 balls gone in this over, 4 runs, 5 of the previous over, 9 from the last 11.
This is a big delivery.
It is.
India would love a dot or a 1. They'll be very happy with that.
I think
Australia looking 4 or 6.
I think Hussey will feel the need to play the big shots. I think the players on the boundary watch out.
He'll charge this and try to hit him down the ground.
Long off, long on. If he drags it out square leg, there is no deep mid-wicket. That might not be a bad area. As Vinay Kumar bowls and Hussey punches hard down the ground. He's taken the first run quickly. That's all he'll get. The throw is already on its way. This is a better Indian fielding side. Just 5 of the over now, 17 gone. It's 142 for 3. The run rate's 8.35. It's still good, make no mistake. But 190, I really thought 190 was in the cards, but 180 is now 38 away from the last 3.
And just 10 of the last 2. So that's something India will be very happy with. Excellent over from Vinay Kumar.
Yes.
Quick fall. But he knows what he's bowling at. I mean, he's bowled both of these guys in IPL, but he knows what he's bowling at. He knows what shots they're likely to play, and it is not a Marsh or a Christian who can bomb you. The same ball, they will hit down the ground for 6, and these guys are squirting it left, right and centre and hitting it running hard, but that's not what you need at the moment.
Just been seeing the run rate curve. It's just flattened out a little bit. You want it proud and straight. You want it as vertical as possible at this stage in the innings, not horizontal. Raina into his 3rd over and down the wicket. He scooped it in the air. He's looking for a second. Is Hussey, and he will get it. Going out to deep point. Praveen Kumar is the man who comes running in from the Rahul Sharma, but he'll pick up the 2nd all right. So Hussey goes up to 25 now. Has Dhoni just thrown the ball once too often here to Raina? When you got a bowler like Raina, you've got to figure out just how many you want from him. 2 overs for 8 so far. Now this one's gone long for 6.
Didn't get it full enough, did he? Just landed it. Wasn't full enough. Wasn't offside enough. And Dave Hussey likes them in that zone, and you don't have to hit it that far for 6 down there. But that was not a good enough delivery.
I think often you trust the length. On this pitch with a wet ball and a spinner ball, you can trust the trajectory. You can assume it's going to come straight through. Go through with it. Hussey goes up to 31. 150 comes up. Here's Raina again. Hussey hard down the ground. It's full, but oh no, it's on the bounce. Down to Kohli at long off. And he will get just a single. But this is already starting to be a much better over. 9 from it so far with 3 balls left. Gee, doing ball by ball in 20 overs cricket. I feel like an auctioneer. Almost having to go as fast as an auctioneer. I saw an auction yesterday and I made out 1 word per minute. As the next one is cut away by Bailey this time. He's going to get runs. It's going to go for 4. Is it? It'll be picked up just inside. It won't. It's gone for 4. So Australia comes storming back in this over. 155 for 3. Hussey 32. Bailey 7. It's a largish boundary down there, but
it was short and wide. Well, he used a bit of the pace. I mean, Raina's not trying to bowl spin. He's just trying to bowl slow and sliders.
Yes.
And he got the length wrong. And Bailey just an orthodox cut. It's a shot he'd play in any form of the game, and got it away backward point with a nice piece of timing.
13 of this over so far. 14 balls to come, and normally you'd get very excited. Just 14 left. In T20 cricket, it's not just 14. 14 is a lot of deliveries in T20 cricket. But it's different cricket. I've spent the last 4 or 5 weeks watching Test cricket, played at a certain pace. It's got its charm. This is completely different. As Raina goes round the wicket and once again opening the face of the bat. Bailey will get a single down to short 3rd man. That's all he'll get. That's good enough. They've got the runs from this over, a fair number already. Yeah, but there's a DJ. He's almost as busy as some of the fielders. There's a cameraman who's looking for people in the field. He's in the audience. He's as busy as the fielders. You get all kinds of characters in here.
Big delivery. Last ball. This could be a really big over for Australia.
We'll wait and see. He's gone for the big one and he's missed. And Dhoni threatens to take the bails off. That was a slider that you talked about. Turn is not always a good thing. That was a slider bowled at 102 kilometers an hour from Raina. So he's come back all right with the last 2 deliveries. 156 for 3, 2 to play with Hussey 32, Bailey 8. And surely they've got to throw caution to the winds here. 180 is the 24 away. They'll be disappointed if they don't get it.
Yeah, 14 off, and that's a good over for 14, but that's almost a standard 18th over of an innings. And that last ball, it could have gone for 6. 20 is a huge over. A dot ball is perfect finish for India. So that's ends up being a middle of the road over. 14 runs off the 18th, but considering there's only 10 off the last 2 overs before that, Australia will be happy with that. So 3 for 156. We've now got 12 balls to go, each of which is very important. Australia looking at least 2 a ball here. 12 balls, plenty of wickets in the shed. You can't afford to lose 3 wickets in that time. You just can't thrash at everything. You must pick your spots.
I hope Ned's got his earplugs on. He'd go deaf otherwise down there.
It is international level volume, definitely. Much louder than it was for the Big Bash.
I knew you'd be eavesdropping, Ned.
Just listening across it.
Yeah, it's just gone a little silent, and that's because they've got their manners. The bowler's about to start running in. 2 overs. Vinay Kumar is bowling his 4th. You look at Vinay Kumar and you think, there's runs around the corner. He's got a little more than that. As he runs in and bowls, Yorker on about 3 or 4 stumps outside the off stump. It's not a bad ball here. And he'll pick up just a single with Bailey. He goes up to 9. And Australia 157 for 3 with 11 to play. And the sound starts to build up.
Yeah, clever bowling, a wide Yorker. Both Bailey and Hussey are not strong through extra cover, and the book on Hussey in particular is bowl wide and full. He likes to hit it inside out if you bowl at him, and he might give himself some room outside leg stump to do that. But if you bowl wide of off stump and full, he can't get much power on it.
No, here comes Vinay Kumar again, and he's bowling to Hussey, who's making some initial movement, plays it straight to mid-wicket. There might have been a run out there, but just faltered briefly. The fielder there did at mid-wicket. That's Praveen Kumar. Hits the stumps direct, but that allowed the batsman to complete the single. But just a single, 158 for 3 with the 10 to play. Hussey's 33, Bailey's 9. He was in, though it wasn't quite a full stretch, but he was well in. Yeah, the bowlers are cannier than we think. I mean, I remember when T20 started, they said, that's the death of the bowler. They've developed some new balls.
Well, the benchmarks are different. I mean, 8 and over is a benchmark, yeah. and you've got to mix your pace up. And I mean, if you go bowl wide Yorkers, it seems a bit inappropriate not to be bowling at the stumps, but that's what you got to do in this game.
It's not a bad ball, the wide swinging Yorker, as Vinay Kumar bowls a good ball, and I think George Bailey almost confused himself trying to play about 6 shots in one, and in the end ends up just scooping it to backward point for another single.
Yeah, I mean, he was thinking reverse ramp, he was thinking a whole lot of things, but he wasn't thinking power down the ground for 6, which is what a Marsh and a Christian, and they'll be totally wasted here with 9 balls left. I mean, George Bailey was thinking normal ramp, went reverse ramp, and got a delightful single for it.
Yeah, he initially looking for the little paddle shot that I don't see enough of in the Big Bash. I must admit, I don't see enough of that in the Big Bash. And then thought he'd open the face of the bat for a single, played it too late, went to square. Here's Vinay Kumar now into Hussey, and Hussey squirts it out on the offside once again. Can they get a second? No, they can't. One is all they'll get. It's a good effort in the deep. So India looking a lot sharper in the field here in the one-day format, in the 20-over format. Gautam Gambhir was the man down there deep, captain, of course, of the Kolkata Knight Riders at a pretty hefty price tag. 160 for 3. A run rate of 8.57, but just 8 balls to go. Only 4 singles so far, so they'll need a couple of boundaries to round off this over now, because otherwise this might just be a little short. I mean, a little short this over point of view. I still think they've got a very fair total on the board.
Yeah, 160 with about 7 balls. It was looking 190.
No.
I mean, remember when George Bailey's got 10 off 8.
Yes.
Hussey 34 off 26, which is okay going, but
how much will a wet outfield affect the bowlers when they come back in? Because we're just seeing pictures of the wicketkeeper actually using a bail to take all the mud out of his spikes.
That dark, cluggy wicket soil. It just binds on your spikes and forms a completely new slidey surface.
Right here, what's Bailey going to do here? He's gone for the big one, and he only gets a single down to backward point. This time, he was very clear. He pulled his left foot out of the line and looked to target deep mid-wicket and got an inside edge. They didn't hit the stump, but only produced a single. And actually, to be honest, I know it sounds a bit rude, but India wouldn't mind that ball not going onto the stumps, but conceding the single. I might be proved wrong. He might hit 20 of the last over. But at the moment, Bailey's on 11, Hussey is on 34. It's 161 for 3 with 7 to play. Now, where's the deep field? Where can they go? There's long on, there's long off. It doesn't matter. That
just keep going straight, Harsh. Yes. It doesn't matter. It straight's the value.
I think if you can gauge the pace, there's not a lot of movement. You can trust the line of the ball. Over here, there's not a lot of movement off the deck. Just trust the line of the ball. We'll see if they do that. Here's Vinay Kumar. And it's full. It's a good ball. No run at all. It's full, about 2 stumps away from the off stump. Hussey cannot do much with it. He's 34, just 5 of that over. It's an excellent one from Vinay Kumar. And Bailey 11, Hussey 34 from 27, Bailey 11 from 9. Well bowled, Vinay Kumar. It's 161 for 3 with the last over left.
Yeah, Suresh Raina gives Vinay Kumar a little pat on the back and says, well bowled. It was delightfully well bowled. He knew what his plan was. He was going full and wide most of the time. He knows Bailey can't really hurt him down the ground. He knows Hussey likes the ball towards his body, so he can then hit it inside out. He bowled wide Yorkers, except for one ball was just short of a length. Very well thought through, very well delivered from the Tusker.
Loyalties never go, do they? I mean,
that's why you buy these guys, because they bowl overs like that.
If you're not New South Wales, you've got to be coachy, don't you? But at least New South Wales exists. The Kochi team doesn't anymore.
Kerala, is this all our listeners in Kerala? They'll be tuned in down there.
This is going to be interesting. Rahul Sharma has bowled 2.4 overs. He split his webbing after the 4th ball of his first over. He's been thrown the last over. It's a brave choice from Dhoni, and he almost gets a wicket first ball as the intended hike over mid-wicket from Bailey misses, and Dhoni takes the bails off, but his back foot is anchored, and he's difficult to get away because he bowls a good length, but he varies his pace too. And as Henry's been saying all along, down the ground is the best way to go when you're playing Rahul Sharma, who was excellent in IPL 4. And that's how he got into the Indian limited over side. Down the wicket comes Bailey again and hits it straight back to Rahul Sharma, who drops a return catch again.
Broken his other finger.
I hope not. But he keeps it down to a single nonetheless.
That was going. Poor Rahul. I think they hit the left hand. Now he's got damaged fingers on both hands. Well bowled though.
I just wonder if he's expecting it.
That hurt.
I think one of the reasons could be that the hands went together. His right hand, he pulled his right hand away. Now here he goes again. He's bowling to Hussey, who's playing it down the ground. There is a long on there, but he'll just watch. Into the stands for 6.
That's where to hit.
Those runs will come in handy. 168 for 3 now with 3 to play. Hussey goes up to 40. And surely he's got to get 12 of the last 3 now. 180 will be a very, very good score.
Yeah, he didn't middle that, but he hit it straight and it probably went 5 metres over the boundary.
Yes.
That to go for, yeah, I guess it was 5 metres over the boundary, but that's where the value is, and it wasn't a bad delivery, but it just hit through the line.
But a length ball is not a good ball at this level. There's Rahul Sharma bowls again that short, and Hussey has gone in for the swipe over long on. It's well fielded down there, so they'll come back for 2. I think Jadeja realized that the ball was going to beat him, so he just flapped at the ball, pushed it back in, and he's got a good throwing arm, so he keeps it down to 2.
It's a Tusker.
I know, but you are on an Australian radio station at the moment, so Bhattacha will not. A lot of people won't understand it. Okay, 2 to go. Here comes Rahul Sharma out to Hussey, who plays the big hit and misses and is bowled. More than the wicket, it's a dot ball. This has been very impressive from this tall leg spinner. Plays up for the Pune Warriors. Doesn't play a lot of first-class cricket for Punjab, but he's been given the last over, and he has kept it down so far to 9. But he's produced a wicket now, so just 1 ball left as David Hussey will go back out for 40, and Australia are 170 for 4, and Mitchell Marsh comes in to face the last ball, doubtlessly with a mandate to put it into the stand.
He better get on with it, Mitchell Marsh. His reputation's at stake here.
Is it? 1 ball. It's a different game.
Yeah, just the batting order's wrong. Marsh should have been earlier. But that ball turned a bit, you know, Harsha. It pitched sort of middle and leg and turned away.
It just needs to turn 4 inches, doesn't it?
That's all it's got to do.
4 and 5 inches. That's all Rahul Sharma turns it anyway.
Beat the bat.
Okay, are we going to get a statement here from Mitchell Marsh? Rahul Sharma bowls. He goes for the big swing, gets it on the top of his thigh pad, and they will run a leg by of the last ball. Excellent last over, and Australia kept down to 171. From their 20 overs, the batsmen run off the field. The fielders will take a little bit of time. Sehwag and Gambhir will trot off, and that's what the sense of this game is. Just get off very quickly and they get set for the next innings. 171, I think, on most days, on most pitches, you'd take 171, wouldn't you, Andrew?
Well, 171's been just about par here at the Olympic Stadium. We've seen 160 defended easy. And even with Chris Gale chasing, got an 80 here. They couldn't get 140. This pitch with a bit of moisture on it, though, Harsh, it's sliding through. I think that'll actually make it a little easier to bat on. It won't be the slow, grippy pitch we've seen when we've had some dry weather. So a little bit of moisture on the surface, I think, will make it easier to bat. If India can target the straight boundaries, they'll get some value. But it's certainly a competitive total. No doubt about that. We hope we get no more rain interrupting it, and Duckworth-Lewis and then wet outfields and all those sorts of issues.
You don't want Duckworth-Lewis to come in simply because Duckworth-Lewis is a very inaccurate method over 20 overs. Yeah, over 20 overs, it helps the side batting second because it tends to give you the average run rate. So if the game comes down to 10 overs, it'll probably give you around 85, 90 to get. Duckworth-Lewis or 20 overs merely uses the last 20 overs of a 50-over game on the curves, and that's inadequate. Ned's down there. Ned, is it very wet down there? Could you just put your hand on the outfield and tell us?
Yeah, it is pretty wet, and in fact when they came back out after the last rain delay, I noticed the first couple of balls that were hit straight along the floor, the water was fizzing up off them and flying into the air, so there's still a fair amount of moisture around on the outfield. I noticed you also pointed out, Henry, as well, the dark, thick mud down either side of the wicket. Now, Matthew Wade had Aaron Finch come out several times and scrape the soles of his boot because he slipped over a couple of times, and that's been a bit of a problem for the batsmen. But clearly some of the wicket keepers and the bowlers are finding the same thing, that it's not an easy field to play on at the moment. The outfield is wet, it's slippery, a couple of fielders slipped over there as well, so conditions are quite tricky for both sides actually out there, but certainly not easy for the fielding side.
Love the way you're taking a walk around that outfield. I'd love it. I'd love this to be Lords with all the stewards chasing you. The only thing you don't have on you is a dog on a leash to just walk around.
That'd be quite nice. Actually, I wouldn't let my dog on this field though.
Why not? Go on. But it's great fun. This is what T20, isn't it? We've got Ned down there. He's just strolling around, almost like he owns the place. He's like a predator, actually. He's looking for the next interview, isn't he? Why don't we interview Henry?
Well, you keep moving. Get to find people. Get out there amongst it. You know, Australian players are warming up. Ask them. Ask the umpire. What's the fourth umpire? He's not doing much tonight. Go out there, have a look at the wicket.
I must warn you, Henry, Ned is also producer for the test match thing, so he might just have you rostered very differently the next time you're around.
I'm producing. just as George Bailey has his own personal boot scraper in Aaron Finch, I think we've got our own personal man out in the middle.
Did you call Aaron Finch a boot scraper?
Well, that's what he is. He must have actually designated boot scraper. Highest paid boot scraper in Australia in tonight's performance.
That's a different style to broadcasting. Anyway, let's come back to this wet outfield. As Ned told us, it's still fairly wet out there. What this will mean is very little swing, but it also means that someone like Xavier Doherty, for example, who's not the wrist spinner, will just have to bowl it flat, straight through. Won't get much off this deck, so it'll be easier to just go down the ground with him. Two spinners in that side with David Hussey, a third spin bowling option, the option that surprises you?
Well, David Hussey will bowl exactly the same stuff as Suresh Raina bowled. Yeah, it's
very round arm.
Yeah, round slidey, round armers, and it's not spin as such. It's slow. It's bowl round arm slider. Don't get much bounce on it and give the batsman an opportunity to get underneath it and just hit them on the toe. Bowl around the wicket to right-handers, maybe try to hit them on leg stump, occasional wide one. It's all about not letting the batsman get underneath what you deliver, but certainly not slow and loopy and flight. We won't see any of that. When we talk about spin, most of the time in 20-over cricket, we really don't talk about loopy, drifting spin, because unless the pitch is turning a lot, you just don't get the response from it that you really need. So it'll be round arm stuff from Dave Hussey, and he's been very good. He's hit one of the best economy rates in the Big Bash this year. It's just 6.6 or so. So he's a valuable cricketer, underrated for those reasons that he can bowl his overs well. If the ball gets too wet, he may be very handy. Xavier Doherty, I think he'll maybe get the new ball tonight. He might start with a new white Aspro. It'll be dry when he gets it. He might have a chance to try and spin a few. But often when we see the left-arm orthodox spinners open the bowling, they really bowl little in-curvers, little in-swingers. They don't actually try and spin it at all, because with only 2 fieldsmen out in that first 6, it can be very expensive. If you throw the ball up and you don't get much out of the pitch when it lands, you often pay the penalty. And here at Homebush, down the ground, the penalties are very severe if you get mishit, because it goes for 6, Rob Cross.
Lots of colour and movement out on the field, isn't there, Jeff? The Australians going through their paces, getting ready to hit the field, and lots of luminaries. I think you're an Australian rules football follower of some note, Jeff, is it? Robert
Tippett, well, follower, former player. He's looking pretty fit, the Big Dip.
Yeah, he's looking really fit.
I don't think that's a natural hair colour, but, because he's about my age. He looks like as black as when he played for Hawthorn. 89 grand final. Ooh, very tough.
One of the great grand finals of all time. Now, the Australian team getting ready to bowl. They've batted first after the Indians sent them into bat. They made 4 for 171 from their 20 overs. Warner was the first to go for 25. Wade, brilliant innings, 72 off 43 balls, 5 fours and 3 sixes. Burt 17, Hussey 42 was the last man out with a ball to go. Bailey not out 12, and Mitch Marsh faced the last ball of the innings and couldn't score from it. So 4 for 171, about 8.5 and over. Ashwin 4 overs 1 for 34. Kumar, that's Praveen Kumar, 3 overs no for 34. Vinay Kumar 4 overs 1 for 28. Raina 3 overs 1 for 22. Rohit Sharma 3.4 overs 1, I should say Rahul Sharma 3.4 overs 1 for 27. Rohit Sharma 2 balls for 2 runs, and the reason for 2 balls is early in Sharma's spell. That's Rahul. He got a ball smashed back at him by Travis Burt, nearly lost his jaw, just got his hand up in time, but wore a nasty finger injury, but was able to come back on and complete his spell apart from those 2 deliveries. And Jadeja 2 overs for 23. So an entertaining innings, and the question is it enough, Jeff?
Yeah, well, it's certainly competitive. We thought Australia might be 180 plus and maybe 190 at one stage. They were certainly slowed down by some pretty clever bowling from Rahul Sharma, from Vinay Kumar, even Suresh Raina at the end there. They weren't easy to get away. But, Rob, you know, they didn't have their hitters in. Neither, Mitchell Marsh faced one delivery, faced off the 120th legitimate delivery of this innings. And Dan Christian not at all, and that's not the way to get the best out of your 2020 side. If they do lose, you know, in the last over by a couple of balls, they'll have to really question that batting order, because you need to get your hitters in. You get away to a good start, you've got to keep your power hitters out there, and this Australian side have got a couple. They're not just one, they're not just a Chris Gale side, they're not just a Virendra Sehwag side. They've got a few guys who can hit it a long way. They've got Dave Hussey, who for the most part hits it on the ground and gets away to a start, and maybe when he gets something in his zone will try to hit it long, and he did that in the last over. But for the most part, I mean, he's a runner ball, and he tries to get 2s to the outfield. The 4s and 6 hitters are Mitchell Marsh and Dan Christian. They face 1 ball between them, and that's not good 2020 cricket.
One of the things that was pleasing to see, I know they had a big crowd in today, over 50,000, 52,200 at last count. It is nice to see in his form of the game, I guess, broadcasters alike and the punters. They're desperate to keep the game going, but there was substantial heavy rain from time to time. At least they generally kept it going. They did come off at one point when it was really teaming down.
Oh, it's been, you would have come off
play on.
A test match. You would have been off.
For sure.
And I guess but a lot of that is the pitch, and in a longer form of the game, you can't have the pitch affected by undue weather. When if it gets wet, it becomes a totally different surface, and you've got to wait. 2020 cricket, not so bad. If the ball gets wet, you can change the ball. And there's a limit to how wet it can get, of course, and the umpires did come off, but they actually went back on when it was still just spitting a bit, and you don't normally see that in Test cricket. So there is an imperative to get on with the game that perhaps there's not there in the longer forms, which is a nice thing. I mean, 2020 is about entertainment and getting on with it, and when you get 50,000 plus, you don't want to be finicky about rain delays. You need to get out there and play. Maybe we need to extend that attitude to the longer forms of the game sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And talk about the atmosphere. I hope that the listeners at home can get some of the feel for some of the noise being made out here. We're a little bit kept away from it in the commentary box, but Bowl reports outside there, and Ned Hall might be able to give us a bit more of an indication, but apparently the atmosphere is terrific down there, Ned.
It is fantastic. They're just taking one of these catching competitions out on the field, and some guys have taken some. I can hear the cheer there for the catch that was just taken there, which wasn't that tough a catch, but this guy's just taken about 5 catches in a row.
Get an interview with him. Get over there, Ned.
I might be straight over that. I don't want to spoil the competition, though. I can tell you a bit of info about the game, though, and that is that we should be restarting the Indian innings 9:44, and also we've basically used the 20-minute buffer up that they had in the breaks they've had before. So any further breaks, it is likely to eat into the number of overs that India have in their reply. So a bit of an advantage in a way for Australia to get through their full 20 overs, because if there's any more rain now, we will probably see the number of overs reduced.
Thanks, Ned. And talking about competitions, Jim Maxwell at his next stint. I believe there's a much-awaited photo competition decision to be made, and so Jim will have some bit more information about that coming through a little bit later. But 2020 cricket, Jeff, fantastic opportunity for Australia to blood some new players and not keep the tried and true 11 or 12 that we see in tests from time to time. We get to see a new breed coming through.
It's a bit of a mix, though, Rob, isn't it? You know, we've got Brett Lee out there.
True, yeah, you're a hog.
35. I mean, he's a new old player. He's been off the scene for 3 years and
rejuvenated.
Yeah, a lot of people were mystified when he did retire, and we've discovered that was for personal reasons. That wasn't about cricket or health or fitness reasons. It was away from cricket, and it was a bit of a pity. But he's been back, and he's been superb in the big bash. That's why he's out here playing. I was just watching him warm up here, and he was certainly getting a lot of drift with the new wide ball. How wet it gets will be a big factor on how he bowls, but He's 40. Brett Lee's 35. Dave Hussey's 36. So there's a few bit of experience out there. And then you've got guys like Mitchell Marsh, who's played some 50-over cricket, 20-over. Dan Christian's played 20-over cricket for Australia before and was 12th man for a couple of tests early in the summer. And they're two young men. Well, Dan's 28, but Mitch is a young guy. But they're new guys on the scene. They'll be hoping to get their chance in the field, and they're both all-rounders. It's a different setup. Matt Wade's always done terrifically. Certainly the designated number 2, given Tim Payne's finger injury going around. Who else we got out there? And Will Warner, we know. Travis Burt's played 2020 for Australia. So it is that mixture of youth and experience, but this is a national side, so we expect them to be forming up to a certain level. Is it an indication of some more 50-over changes? It's hard to say. It's hard to draw a form line through 20-over cricket, but we'll certainly see Matt Wade. He's already been named in the 50-over side. I think Dan Christian's in that side as well too. Mitch Marsh. So a number of these guys.
A couple of young guys looking pretty sharp tonight, working for the host TV broadcaster, a bloke called James Pattinson, and Stephen O'Keefe, the captain of New South Wales, looking very sharp, doing very good Mark Nichols impersonations. Well, they're wearing the same outfit. I mean, the grey suit must be de rigueur for television these days. And I noticed the dress sense of the ABC box. It's eclectic. Kerry's commemorating Mawson's crossing of the Antarctic. Maxwell long sleeve ABC shirt. Roll cross straight to the disco after the function. I've got the team uniform. I've got shirt on. Wearing a long sleeve shirt with a collar. But yeah, Pattinson and O'Keefe, grey suits, no tie, it was noted, so they've gone informal for 2020. Was Cameron White a bit hard done by to lose the captaincy to George Bailey? No, I mean, Cameron's form's been poor as well, and I don't think he would even argue with that his 2020 form's not been terrific. It's been noted that he's back bowling in Sheffield Shield cricket and getting a couple of wickets. He hasn't bowled for a couple of years. And when he was first picked in the 2020 side, the national side, he was bowling and he was smacking it a long way, and he was a good selection. But in the last 2 years, it's been a lean time with him as he hasn't bowled and his batting has not prospered. So I don't think that's a big call. What was a big call, Rob, was naming him captain in the first place, simply because we don't play that much 20-over national cricket, and you just pick the team on form as it comes up. You don't have to pick a captain. And guess what? They've gone down the same track here, and I think already tonight, whatever the outcome, George Bailey, 12 off 12 balls, batting in front of Marsh and Christian, it sort of sends the same message. Well, he's never been a massive hitter, I don't think, George Bailey. He can nudge it around okay, but when you're talking about swinging lustily, you always have Marsh and Christian ahead of him. Yeah, I mean, and winning 2020 is about being able to change your batting order and being flexible and even having... You wanted certain matchups out there. You want certain players facing certain bowlers, but at the death, you definitely want your long ball hitters. I mean, unless this was a slow turn. I mean, there are reasons why you may not, but... when you've got Marsh and Christian sitting on their backsides, on the bench, and they're the guys who could get, 30 off 10 balls. And that's what wins you more games. So once 171 is decent, well, we're about to find out how decent it is, but 180, 190 looked a possibility. And so in the last few overs, I mean, overs 15, 16, 17, there was 10 off 2 overs. Then they had a 14 run over, so that made 24 off 3, so that's only 6 and over. Then a 5 over, the 5 run over was the over 19, and then they had a 10 at the last. Now that's not great scoring at the end of a 2020 game when you've got wickets in hand. You're really looking at minimum 10 and over, hopefully 15 or more. There are definitely little blocks of overs through that innings where the Indians controlled things. 4 overs gone. I think Australia 1 for 39. The next 4 or 5 overs, they did pretty well. There's an expert on control and the Duckworth list just been handed to me. Kerry O'Keefe's about to join you, and he'll just go through over by over the Duckworth Lewis, how it's calculated, what might happen at their series stages. Let's hope these conditions continue at the moment. The smoke haze across the ground. Jeff Lawson alluded to the disco. Someone might be going to later on, and right on cue, the smoke machines were worked. And that's taking a while to clear. So at the moment, so we look at higher up the stadium walls. Bit of breezes blowing it away, but certainly at ground level, still a pretty smoky outlook across the Olympic Stadium. And we wait for the two teams to come out, and they can't be far away.
They're actually standing. Funny enough, the Australian side were all still out on the field doing all their fielding drills and ready to go from there. And I think they got sent back into the tunnel to come back out onto the field. And also, if it hadn't been for that thick fog of smoke after the fireworks display, we probably could have started a few minutes earlier. But I actually walked out to the middle just then, because it was so thick when I was standing at the side of the field. You could stand near the stumps at one end and you could not have seen to the boundary. It would have been impossible to play. You wouldn't have been able to see if the ball was coming your way. But the Australian team are now being led out by George Bailey over the red carpet.
And a few more fireworks blasting off, a little bit more smoke as well. Big occasion for George Bailey. Kerry O'Keefe, not sure if you raised it already tonight, but quite a few years ago you heard a little story, didn't you, about George?
Oh well, yes. A few years ago I asked somebody, what do you make of George Bailey, somebody in Tasmanian management, and they said, well, he'll either captain Australia or be Prime Minister. And that was 5 or 6 years ago. And here he is walking out as an Australian captain.
Yep.
And I wouldn't rule out Prime Minister either.
You do find him impressive, don't you?
Oh, he's an impressive young fellow. There's no denying that. Whether his cricketing ability merits him being the captain of a national team is the other matter. But his challenge is to prove that he's a worthy player. Well, he's a very good player.
Yep.
Nobody denies that. But there are tasks in front of him if he's to remain as the 2020 captain. There's a World Cup in Sri Lanka where the turning ball is a real factor, and George Bailey's doubters will say he's not the best player of spin. So there's lots of challenges, but that's what sport's all about. It's rising to those challenges and meeting them and conquering them. And, that's where George Bailey's at. He's got to now try and work his bowlers and his fieldsmen into a situation where he can start his 2020 captaincy career with a win. And that's going to be tough because the ball's going to get soft and slippery, and it might nullify Brad Hogg to a certain extent. And when you look at the Australian bowling lineup, there's no focal point. I mean, Brett Lee at 34 is the key man. There's no Sean Tate, there's no Mitchell John, there's no Dirk Nannis, there's no wild thing that might just have a spell of two for one off and over, and with thunderbolts. So they're going to do it with subtlety. Brett Lee's straightness, and he's often been the real factor in these positions where his team's got a defendable total and he charges in the night air and makes a difference, and that's his task tonight.
Almost underway with India set 172 to win from their 20 overs. It'll be Brett Lee to Gautam Gambhir. It's the Indian opening pair from the test matches, Gambhir and Sehwag. Gambhir in jumper number 5, and Sehwag is a wide delivery, and Sehwag will run through on the wide. Sehwag doesn't have a number on tonight. Maybe that's to be a little bit incognito. Wide is called, and India is away in their pursuit of 172 from 20 overs.
That was a very wayward delivery from Brett Lee to begin. And the fact the Indians are on the job, they ran a bye as well, so they've got 2 off the opening delivery.
Yeah, Sehwag was very keen to run through there, so not a great start by the Australians. Brett Lee. Indian bowlers were generally pretty much on the spot. Their fielding was certainly good. And it's one thing that has improved dramatically in this form of the game is the fielding. Sehwag on strike. Lee bowls a full delivery, and Sehwag with minimal foot movement hammers it up towards mid-off, and the Australian fielding is sharp, and Bailey does the work, gets it back from keeper Wade. It's like a little footy drill as they flip it to each other and eventually give it back to the bowler Brett Lee.
A lot of smoke haze around, Rob, and that's the thing. I don't think. Well, Sehwag's batted in at Delhi at Feroza Kotla, where this smoke haze is part of the day.
Well, Ned said it was pretty thick down at ground level. Obviously, we're higher up looking down through it, so maybe at ground level it's okay. This one's slashed away through the gully for 4. Probably a thick outside edge, really. Call it a square drive if you like, if you're an Indian fan, but the bowler would think it's just a slash outside off, but it's got the full result. 4 runs to Virender Sehwag. Maybe tonight's his night. Had a pretty lean time of it in the test. That's a slashing blade through the gully all the way along the ground for 4.
Big Indian contingent here at the Olympic Stadium too. They're not without support here, the Indians.
No wicket for 6. First over of the chase. 172 the target. Bowls outside off stump. Straight to first slip. Thick edge gone. Very well taken. I think it might have been David Hussey at first slip. Big edge. He tried to repeat the stroke. It was a little bit closer to him. Probably a bit sharper. Fast bowlers don't like balls going for 4. Bit closer to him. Maybe a slightly shorter carry and a nice neat take at first slip.
Again, Sehwag perishes the way he plays. Feet nowhere, outswing, and that's the way they like to bowl to Virender Sehwag. The ball legitimately swung from Brett Lee. Brilliantly taken at first slip as well. That was a terrific catch. It went fast. Anything from Sehwag, it's going to fly. And it flew to his left and he took it easily. But Brett Lee, he just loved these situations. He bounds in like a 20-year-old in the night air, defending a target. And he's already got the wicket of Virender Sehwag. Perfect outswinger. Sehwag even looking to work it on the onside. David Hussey's taken that very well at slip. And that's a big breakthrough.
It was one of those awkward heights too, wasn't it? Whether to take it with the fingers pointing skyward or to try and cup the hands. And he did it beautifully because, as you said, that ball was travelling.
Amazingly, a ball on off stump and outswing, and Sehwag still looking to work through the leg side.
Kohli, the new batsman, a charged up Brett Lee, a fired up crowd on the pads and worked neatly through mid-wicket. He's a good player, this fellow. And Kohli straight off the mark with a single, up to 1 for 7 India.
We saw during the test match, Virat Kohli, how good he was through the leg side. He's off stump, like Mark Waugh, Jonathan Trott, his off stump is his leg stump. So you've got to be very wide of off stump to deny him his favourite strokes. And that one was around middle and off, and he worked it easily through mid-wicket. But Sehwag again, Rob, we're seeing the replay. It's so badly out of form. Trying to work an outswinger through mid-wicket with feet nowhere. That's never going to work.
Now on the replay, it almost came off the back of the bat. It may well have. Lee now has Gambier on strike outside off stump. Lovely punch through the cover point region. Running away towards the boundary. It'll just have the legs to get there. It does. 2 fieldsmen chasing it. Slow outfield, but he timed it so sweetly. Minimal foot movement. But lovely sweet punch through the offside. Brings up a boundary for India. And they go up to 1 for 11. A good start.
And Gambier, he had a modest test series by his own standards, but if you look at the number of runs he scored for India in 2020 cricket, he's their leading run scorer of the current players, with 621 at 28 going in. So he's been a tremendous run getter for them. I didn't see him as a 2020 player. I thought he was a very doughty opener, but he's got a lot of international 2020 form. He could be the sticking block here for Australia. Gautam Gambier.
The last ball of a mixed bag. A wicket, couple of boundaries down the leg side. Work off the pads. Maybe a leg by. Lee nearly collides with Gambier, running up towards the non-striker's end. The man at short bat, backward square leg, runs after the ball. And I think it was a run off the bat. I didn't see the leg by, did you? It's another run to India. It ends the first over. It's an expensive one, an exciting one. As the Adams family pumps through the crowd. Who are you? Did you prefer? Hang on. The Thing.
Thing. I love Thing. I love Thing.
Now you tip this. Looks like Xavier Doherty might be coming on from the far end here to bowl the second over after Lee started proceedings.
And I think it's a good move. Faulkner isn't a legitimate opening bowler. He's a change of pace bowler who bowls back of the hand. And really, when you look at the lineup, Christian's a first change, Mitchell Marsh is a second or third change. They didn't pick 2 genuine opening bowlers in the lineup. They stacked it with batting, the Australian selectors. And really, Brett Lee is the only new ball bowler. So the fact they were probably always going to open with a spinner is now come to pass, because Xavier Doherty, who bowls he'll bowl little away curves to the left-hander. Doesn't try and rip it too much. Varies his pace.
One of several Tasmanians in the team. Around the wicket he bowls. Nice bit of turn and cramps the batsman up as it's spun back into the left-hander Gambier, and he hits it backward of point.
Wow, that did bite. So he's got a busy, strong action these days, Xavier, though. He seems to have quickened it because he plays so much short form. He's strong at release.
He bowls using his feet. Gambier, lots over mid-wicket, didn't get a whole piece of it. Has hit it into the gap well enough, though, to get a couple of runs. As the throw comes back in from the deep. And from Dave Warner. And a couple of runs to Gambier. He moves up to 7, the total to 14 in the second over. 1 for 12 after the first over. Australia only scored 2 off their first. They finished with 4 for 171. Doherty to Gambier again, this time on the pads, and just dinks it around the corner. Sort of pull shot, almost a flick if you like, but very sedate, and only a single just rolled by the man, the umpire, at square leg. 1 for 15.
You sense Xavier Doherty has now found his niche. He's going to play 50 over cricket and 20 over cricket. He had a couple of tests against England last summer. Perhaps the predictability of his flight at Test cricket was exposed there. He'd probably say, I want another chance, but you just sense that the way he varies his pace and darts the ball at the base of middle and leg stump, that he has found his niche in the game. He's done very well for his franchise. He does very well for Tasmania, and he's trying to work some magic for Australia.
He's got the right-hander Coley on strike. Doherty, left arm around the wicket. Short outside the off stump and forces the batsman back, and gain a fairly quick delivery. Man at extra cover does the fielding, and there's another dot ball. So dot 2, 1 and dot. 1 for 15 in the second over.
And there is legitimate turn for him. That must encourage Brad Hogg, who's going to get his Chinaman to go.
How soon we'll see him into action. Doherty bowls. Back thick inside edge. They want a quick single. Could go to the bowler's end. Very tough to throw from there. Bailey, it was coming in from mid-wicket. Only one man, Ben Hilfenhaus, can throw from almost behind himself at the non-striker's end, as we saw in the Test match with a brilliant run-out. But Bailey's arm wasn't strong enough. It was just a glimmer of a chance as the batsman nearly collided, as Coley, running to the non-striker's end, was probably in more danger than Gambier. They get away with it. Well run in the end. 1 for 16 now. 172 the target down the leg side, trying to tickle it around the corner. He wants a wide. He's looking up and slams the bat into his pad, saying, come on, umpire, surely that's 1 more to the total. The umpire says no. 2 overs gone. 1 for 16. Another 156 to get.
Pretty good over from Xavier Doherty there. He's doing the job. I'm very interested in the way Bailey is going to orchestrate his attack here. He's giving Brett Lee another one, as you'd expect, up the wicket of Sawa, getting the outswinger to go to the right-hander. Who does he introduce next? Will it be James Faulkner? Will it be Christian or Marsh? David Hussey will be a factor. Australia will probably win this with their slow bowlers if they win it.
Got a nice bit of variety in this attack. Down the leg side, that'll be wide. Or did it just, no, it might have just touched something, maybe a pad, or maybe it's just too close down the leg side. But so often you see those, Kerry, called wide.
Well, Coley is remonstrating with the umpire. He feels that had to be a wide. He felt it touched nothing. Gambier at the non-striker's end is shaking his head. They're off the bit, the Indians. They thought they should have had a wide last ball or previous, so they definitely should have had one there. They're not happy.
And the crowd has just seen that as well, as Lee steams in from the commentary end, right arm over the wicket. That one has to be a wide. That's twice as wide as the previous delivery, and out of the Bronx cheers with the crowd. The umpire turns and the 2 arms are outstretched to add 1 to the Indian total. So after 2 overs in the Australian innings, they made 4 for 171. They were no wicket for 9. India were 1 for 16 after 2 overs, but of course it was that third over where Warner, I think, hit 2 6s and a 4 in the same over, and they added 19 for the third over. So it's always a little bit tricky to line up in the 2020 game. You can really get going if you unleash in 1 6-ball over. Coley on strike. Lee comes in short, flick off the pads, backward of square leg. Hard chase here. The fieldsman out there, deep backward square, will get there. And a long throw in is a beauty, clapped in by his teammates. It was Warner again. A couple more runs to the Indians. They move up to 1 for 19. Coley up to 4, looking in good touch. Once again on the pads is very dangerous. They want to try and keep away from that. A ball similar to the one that got Sawag might sort him out, as he just try risky sort of players. If you're playing across the line, just trying to turn it to leg. If You can just get one to jag away to the slips. Easier said than done. Lee, as his custom, pauses at the top of his run-up. That lovely fluid action comes in, bowls, hits the thigh pad. They'll run through for a leg by, and Lee does his own fielding with great energy. Stops it. That short square leg, and a couple of pats on the back from his teammates appreciating his good hard work.
Well, he's been lucky to escape further punishment there. I see Bruce Oxford is making a point to Virat Kohli that I'll do the umpiring, you just do the batting. And this fiery Indian he was looking for a couple of wides there that weren't given, and he made his feelings known. And Bruce Oxford has said, look, you just do what you do and I'll do what I do.
Does Bruce need to recalibrate the radar? Of course, a couple of days ago or so, doing a test match.
Abu Dhabi.
Now to the 2020 game. They're professionals. They would know what's wide in the various forms of the game. Much more leeway in Test cricket, of course. Gambier waits now, the left-hander. Lovely full ball, and Gambier, lovely soft hands, just bunts it down on the offside, and they run through for a quick single. The man Warner coming in from point does the fielding. So another run to the Indian total, up to 1 for 21 in the third over. Another 151 to get.
Well, it seems a long way away, but there's a bit of firepower to come here. Kohli, of course, we know how good he is. Run a big reputation, as has Sharma and Dhoni. So they got the hitters. They need a platform. Sehwag's loss is immense. They can ill afford to lose Kohli. Brett Lee has to stay away from middle and off. It'll go through leg.
He advances and lofts over long on for 6. 1 or 2 paces forward from a man bowling at high 140s is no mean feat. And Kohli, lovely free swing over mid-on, over the rope, and a big 6, 1 for 27.
Oh, well, we saw him go along the ground throughout the Test series through the leg side. This time he went aerial. Wow, didn't he time that? That went a long way. That ball was on off stump. Didn't deserve to go over long on for 6.
Lee has 1 wicket. He's got the wicket of Sehwag, but he's being expensive. Last ball of his second over. He has 1 for 22. Bowls to Kohli outside off stump. A bit more pace in that one. It leapt up the throat of the bat, and Kohli's good enough to rock back and punch it into the offside field for a single. The total goes up to 1 for 28.
Well, terrific start from Virat Kohli. He has been the most impressive of the Indian batsmen throughout the summer so far, and he switched forms pretty easily from Test match mode, brilliant 100 in Adelaide, to short form. Very dangerous.
Well, they're right on target. 3 overs bowled in the Australian innings, 28. 3 overs gone in the Indian innings, 28.
Well, James Faulkner's going to have a bowl, and I'm very interested. His big wicket ball is this back of the hand Chinaman he bowls, and I don't know how many of the Indians will have seen it, so it'll be interesting to see when he bowls it. He normally starts with a couple of his. He was trying to bowl big in swing to the right-handers in the warm-up, so he'll start with his medium fast and then work his variations once he gets into his rhythm.
Must be a tricky job captaining these sides, Kerry. We've seen Doherty bowl an over just for 4 runs and he's off. Maybe switching ends perhaps, or I guess you've got to get through a number of bowlers and keep it rotating, keep the batsmen guessing. Make sure they can't get a good sight on bowlers, but pretty good start by Doherty, and he's off. Faulkner, left arm over the wicket, medium pace, well pitched up, York's the batsman, but Kohli's good enough to get some bat on it, and at the other end Gambier's good enough to realise I can sneak through for a single. The field's deep enough for me to do so, even though it was only a couple of metres from the batting end.
No, well, I think the mantra is to change your bowling as much as possible so they don't get used to you. Whether Brett Lee gets a third over, that 2 might be enough for Lee. But Faulkner will be interesting. He's a very gifted cricketer, and this seems to be where he's making his mark with these variations. Don't know whether Gambier's seen him.
Left to left, he bowls on middle and leg, and Gambier works the ball from Faulkner off his pads back at a square leg for a single. Lee comes in with some assistance there, and the fielding is done neatly. But a regulation single to the Indians. Australia 4 for 171 from their 20 overs. India now up to 1 for 30 in over number 4. Gambier on 10, Kohli 12, Sehwag out in the first over of this Indian innings, hit one lovely four. The next ball was very well taken at first slip from a great away swinger from Brett Lee. The catch taken by Dave Hussey. As Faulkner is waiting at the top of his run. We've seen a few players with the rain, Kerry, having to pick a bit of mud out of the studs of the boots.
Tacky.
Faulkner comes in, bowls to Coley, and Coley tries to pull it around the corner. It was almost a French cut again. The throw comes in backward square leg, hits the hand or forearm there of Gambier as he ran through. I should say Coley as he ran through for the single. It was Gambier, and he's just wringing that arm a bit ruefully. Coley gets another single, up to 13. Gambier is 10. And India 1 for 31, making steady progress with lots of batting to come. Surely we're due for MS Dhoni to make some runs, Kerry.
MS
he's had a lean season, but he's a lovely striker of the ball.
He is indeed. I'm really looking forward to Rana and Rohit Sharma. They'll be in before Dhoni, but they could be the testing material.
In comes Faulkner, bowls to Gambier, outside off stump, short, and punched down towards third man. And the fielding done there by Doherty. Wheels in a nice return. And Wade some neat glove work. So singles here, just all 4 balls so far have gone for 1 from this Faulkner over. So both Tasmanians from the far end, from the commentary box, started pretty well. The expensive ones, Brett Lee, 2 overs for 22.
Yes. I don't know whether he'll get a third. They'll try and hold Brett Lee. They may see him as the finisher here. So they'll want 2 overs up their sleeve and use his experience late in the innings.
Coley's on 13. India 1 for 32. It's a short ball and he punches up towards mid-on. Fielding hits the stumps. I think he's safely home, though, to the non-striker's end. That was Bailey, the skipper, who's pretty sharp in the field. And a single is the result. Well home, as we can see on the replay now on the big screen here at the Olympic Stadium.
They're running well, the Indians. This wasn't a feature of their cricket during the test matches. Their running between the wickets was languid and there was no urgency, but given the different form, we're seeing a different attitude.
So last ball of the 4th over, 1 for 33 India. Faulkner bowls to Gambier, full ball outside off stump, and it swung away for a wide mid-on position. Very clever shot, didn't try and hit it too hard, saw the opportunity from a full toss. It sat up and he worked it away, swung it across his body, and India after 4 overs, 1 for 37, Gambier 15, Kohli 14. The Indian crowd are really enjoying this. Kerry, a few thoughts in a moment, and then it'll be Jim Maxwell.
Cricket's on the radio. 2020 cricket.
The Aussies taking on India.
Live on Australia's home of cricket,
ABC Local Radio.
There is a big contingent of Indian supporters in this crowd. A crowd of almost 60,000 here tonight. There would be a few thousand Indians, and they're really enjoying the boundaries that Gambier and Kohli are striking, Jim.
The Swarmy Army.
The Swarmy Army are here.
Very good. They're all, a lot of them are here, and a lot of them probably support Australia when India's not here. That's how long a lot of them have been living in the country. We've got quite a few second generation.
Looking for an easy way to find out what's happening in the world of sport? Stay up to date with the week's best sports stories, highlights and analysis with the ABC Sport newsletter.
Oh, that is amazing!
It's sports content to make you think or allow you not to. Delivered to your inbox every Saturday.
Game, set, bingo!
To sign up and get the latest sports news each week, head to abc.net.au/connect, scroll down and select ABC Sport.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport Digital Radio. Your home of football.
Indian fans, I'm sure, and they're watching, whichever generation they may be. An interesting batting performance here. They've got to get 172 to win the game. Dan Christian's coming on to bowl, and the attendance tonight is 59,659. And I love these curious records they talk about, but I'll wait for Dan Christian's first ball. And Kohli charges, miscues. Thick inside edge out to deep square, and he slips a little as he gets to the non-striker's end. And the officials are saying this sets a new record for the largest crowd to attend a single day's play in New South Wales, which was set 83 years ago. That would have been at the 28-9 test at the SCG of 58,446, which would have seriously filled the ground. 59,659 does not. The capacity of this place is about 80. But it's a good crowd, and well done for turning up. They're trying to make a bit of a statement about playing cricket out here, but let's face it, it's not a real cricket ground. The boundaries don't actually meet the requirements dead straight. They're 60 metres max, and that's probably to the fence. So they've got a big issue there in terms of trying to get away with that nonsense. But there you are. We're here, we're watching the entertainment, and Gambier's going to try and swing the shillelagh here. He's 15. Christian bowls to him, and he swings inside out. He gets it over cover. It pitches and it runs, it slows, and it gets to the boundary at deep cover. Good stroke. The Swamis are up. 1 for 42 in the 5th.
Very good inside-out shot from Gautam Gambhir. He can be very dangerous in these circumstances. It's still inside the power play. Men inside the circle. Daniel Christian might be under pressure here. He likes a little bit of rough on one side of the ball, and he's got a ball that's fairly new here, 4.1 overs old. And with that in mind, the man is being dropped onto the cover boundary just for that inside-out cover drive.
Deep square and deep cover. Christian bowls the ball that's cut down to backward point, short third. Doherty fields and flings it. They get a run. Gambia 19, Kohli 15, 1 for 43. And the master of disappointment missed out again tonight, Virender Sehwag. He got a good one from Lee. He was trying to hit it through mid-wicket square leg, and he edged it to slip. Nice little outswinger. He was out for 4. It was his first 2020 game for just over 2 years, and he didn't come off. But here's Dan Christian. Vigorous approach to Kohli. Kohli whips him away. Beautiful looking shot as he stood up and waited for the ball and nipped it away out into the deep for the single, which Brad Hogg was fielding out there. 1 for 44 in the 5th over.
When Virat Kohli moves across his stumps, he just does not miss when he's looking to hit through the leg side. It's such a skill.
Christian runs in and pitches, and he cuts it to third man, and it's knocked from one to the other. 2 men behind point, shortish third men. Well, they're not all that short. They're medium height, but they did manage between them to stop the ball going for more than 1 run as Christian bowled his change of pace back of the hand delivery. 1 for 45.
He's been a great learner over the years, Daniel Christian. When he first emerged, he didn't have any subtlety really, but now he's got all the change-ups. He's got the Yorker, the in-slanter.
Christian comes in and Kohli whips him away to the onside towards short mid-wicket. He goes off for a quick single and Hussey misses, and so does Wade, but luckily there was backup. Otherwise it could have gone for plenty in overthrows. 1 for 46, and we've had 5 overs.
And good stuff from India. Hitters to come, and the bowling changes are being run regularly here, and David Hussey's about to start a short spell.
All right, now I can announce the winner of our ABC photo competition, and thank you for the many hundreds of entries that we received. And the photo was taken at Oranook, a farm located on Stewart's Crossing Road, Charleong, near Braidwood. The children are from Sydney and love spending time on the farm, riding motorbike, swimming in the Shoalhaven River, helping out with general farm chores, and of course playing cricket. Oranook has no TV, and the past week saw children running in and out of the farmhouse getting score updates via ABC radio. And it's a great shot of some sheep and goats jumping in the air, and kids playing cricket with she looks like the shearing shed in the background. It's a great sight in the country. Now here's Hussey bowling his darts, and his first ball is missed by Kohli. And there's no single cricket pitch around the farm, but anything that is similar in size to a set of stumps is used. The location in the image is next to the shearing shed, and here comes Hussey, and it's turned around the corner by Kohli. They go for a quick single. There's a misfield around the corner, and that makes their task easier. So the game had been going for over half an hour. Several photos had been taken with the sheep in the background. Work on the sheep had finished and they needed to be released back into the paddock. All the children are used to being around the sheep, and we're not going to end their game until they all had their turn batting. And if you look at this pic, which will be up there on Facebook somewhere or other soon, none of the cricketers are distracted by the pitch intruders, but it's a graphic shot taken with looks like a fisheye lens, and it catches all these sheep. Looks like a goat in there as well, in mid-air, as they go past the scene of cricket. Now Hussey bowls inside out, caught at cover. Miscued, tried to drive, and it's gone off the edge of the bat, straight out there to Mitchell Marsh. He's taken a sitter, 2 for 47. Gambier out. Court Marsh bowled Hussey for 21. 1 for 47, Jeff Lawson, in the 6th over.
Well, a little inside outer, trying to hit Dave Hussey over the infield. Was still inside the first 6 overs, so the fielding restrictions were in vogue, and just trying to get that one inside out. Couldn't get a hold of it. We talked about this before. Dave Hussey will bowl those little sliders, skid the ball through. It's not easy to get your timing against it, and that was mistimed. It was meant to go over the top, didn't quite make it, and a very simple catch for Mitchell Marsh. There's about 3 fieldsmen on between extra cover and probably cover point, right on the edge of the circle. Another one at backward point. So that's obviously the field that David Hussey wants to bowl to, and he bowled to it just about perfectly then. So India lose their 2nd wicket, which brings in Suresh Raina to replace Gautam Gambhir.
Just a quick note on that photo. Joe Sullivan took it from Oranook, and we'll be in touch with you about that cricket bat that you've won, signed by members of the Australian team. So congratulations. More later. Hussey's bowling and Raina's playing with a glide to square, and he gets a run, and the score moves to 48. They're going to have to get a wriggle on.
I thought that picture might have been Piper's Flat. The peaceful spot was Piper's Flat. The folks that live around, they keep themselves by keeping sheep and ploughing up the ground.
Was that Patterson or Lawson? Around the wicket. He tries to cut, misses. Good over from Hussey, getting past the edge there. Who wrote that?
Neither of those two.
Banjo? Wasn't Banjo?
Well, I'll tell you in a minute.
Spencer.
Yep.
Spencer it was. That's
not Don.
Tom Spencer, wasn't it? It's whipped to the onside. Now as he comes forward and he gets a run out into the deep. Yeah. I think it's Tom Spencer. Anyway, 2 for 49. 6 overs gone. Kohli's 19 and Raina is 1. For Australia, Wade on debut made 72, Hussey 42, Warner 25 with a thrilling reverse hit 6, and they scored 4 for 171. We're running a bit late here because of rain, but we're still playing the full allotment of overs.
Yeah, power play done. 6 overs gone after 6. Australia 1 for 55. Kerry O'Keefe bravely predicted that was a winning score after 6. India 2 for 49, so 1 more wicket, 6 less runs. Australia, well, they're in front after 6 overs.
Okay. How many down are we? 2 down. There should be 51 on Duckworth Lewis.
Yeah, 49's on. The DL, they're not too far from it, but
yeah,
it's a cautious equation when it involves 2020 cricket. Have we got the radar? Wayne, have we got the radar going? Have you just check what's coming over the horizon?
I don't want to look.
No, because as our intrepid on-ground reporter just...
He can see a grey cloud.
Has he copped out? It's too cold, it's too wet. What is it down there? He's back up in the sheds.
Back down here now.
Oh, there he is.
He got some fresh batteries. What's happening? How are the clouds going?
2 dots, any clouds at the moment. It's all very dry and all very clear at the moment, so much better, although huge cheer in the stadium a minute. Everybody loves Brad Hogg at the moment.
Hoggy. Right. Yeah, well, Rodney thought it was him when he heard it on the...
Rodney Hogg's love child, is it?
Yeah, here comes Brad. It's short and it's pulled down towards wide, long on. They'll get a run. Warner's there to hurl it back. 1 run on the pulled shot and a wild throw over the keeper. Said they get an overthrow. He must have thought he was playing on a cricket ground, but it's a smaller ground. You just got to allow for the fact that from down there it's only a 50-yard ping.
And
for 50.
Yeah, and Virat Kohli, he knows no fear in this game. He'll take anybody on the field. He's very quick between the wickets. He'll play the shots. Brad Hogg, wrong and first up. What a shock. Well, he bowled again to the right-handers.
Well, Kohli, he'll just go one way or the other. He goes hard with the bottom hand out to deep mid-wicket, and he takes a single to Brett Lee, who's on the boundary there. They're not hitting the boundaries as much as they would like, even though Kohli's going hard at the bowling. 2 for 52 in the 7th over.
The radar reveals we should be okay. Rain to the north. Wiseman's Ferry's a bit damp at the moment, apparently.
But it's supposed to be going out to sea.
Oh, it's going out to sea. If not by a home bush for the next hour or so.
Hope not. We've got some cricket to follow this, which I'll mention in a moment, as Brad Hogg is coming up over the wicket, and Rayner pushes out to short end wicket, takes a single because there's no pace on the stroke. The next 2 days, from 7 in the morning till 10 at night, you can get out to the SCG if you're around town, because the Primary Club are having their marathon cricket 2 days, which features a battle of the codes tomorrow afternoon at 4:30 between Rugby Union and Rugby League. Brett Camorley against John Eales.
Should be a lot of finesse there.
Warp, yeah. There might be a bit of bottom hand bludgeoning. As on the back foot, he pulls this one high. He's pulled it long. Has it gone all the way? Warner's under it. He takes the catch. Kohli's out. He didn't clear the rope. He got underneath it. And he didn't hit it far enough. And about a metre in from the rope, Warner takes the catch. It's 3 for 53. And one of the danger men is out. Kohli out for 22. And that young fella, Brad Hogg, celebrates his return to the Australian team with a wicket.
He can do no wrong, Brad Hogg. A little top edge off a bouncing delivery or overspin, a little bit of top spin. It's great to bowl wrist spin, and you bowl the wrong and away from right-handers. You bowl your normal wrist spinner, your leg spinner away from left-handers, and that was a little bit of a top spinner that bounced a bit, and Virat Kohli didn't get much on it, because it dropped inside the short boundaries here. Dave Warner took a careful look at it as he moved around to his right, just to make sure where the boundary was, and he was only, well, maybe 2 or 3 paces in, but he doesn't drop much, particularly when he's got time to look at it. And Brad Hogg, now, all you record takers and milestone listeners, how long between Brad Hogg's international wickets? 4 years, 3 years, what is it?
Be close to 4. Yeah, that's a good question. Well, the greatest gap of all was Tricos, playing for South Africa and then later Zimbabwe.
It was about 12 years, I think. It was longer.
Or more.
Longer.
A lot more.
71 to 80. No, sorry, 92. Something like that.
It was about 20 years.
Yeah.
22 years. Well done, Kerry. You could have done that.
You still could. I
could.
think Kerry's nominated for the IPL draft.
Like Stuart McGill. Now it's tossed up and it's defended. What's that? He blocked it. My goodness. Rayner blocked the ball. That's showing the young Hogg some respect.
Well, and you dare say that Rayner's not sure which way he's going to go. And so it was bat and pad close together. Test match defence that we didn't see from England in Abu Dhabi.
Hogg comes in and Rayner looks to drive, but he doesn't clear the infield, and Bailey, who dives, and Brad Hogg comes across to give him a custom little flick on the fingers. Well done, mate. 3 for 53 off 7. Rayner's 2, and Rohit Sharma's arrived. But India's run rate required is over 9 and over now.
Yeah, what a great resource to have in say, a wrist spinner who's got a good wrong and almost unpickable, it seems. Does spin his regulation leg break, quite accurate, and we've seen that all throughout the Big Bash, that Brad Hogg's hardly bowled a bad delivery, long hop or a full toss. And I saw him bowl just about every over he bowled in the Big Bash this year. I cannot remember a full toss without a batsman actually using their feet, and people don't use their feet to him. They should be getting down to him and hitting straight. Well, Rayner's had a look at what he's got. He'll get another look.
Now round the wicket, Hussey bowls. He's bowled it right through him. Skidoo, skidday. See you later. that got right through Rohit Sharma. He joins the primary club. Well, don't know whether they have one in India, but as I say, there's one here. And if you want to see some of the action, it's on at the SCG Thursday and Friday, the next 2 days. But that was useful. It came off his pad, actually. It wasn't clean bowled, but it sort of turned.
Yeah, look, it was flat.
And got through his defence.
And turned and hit him on the pad and ricocheted onto the stumps. But
beat him for pace.
Yeah, I don't think spin. For pace and spin. Look, I don't think India were expecting this pitch to turn as much. Although at the end of their innings when they bowled, I mean, Rahul Sharma definitely turned his leg break in that last over when the ball was still greasy. So perhaps the Australians have picked that up. They've looked on their replays and said, look, there is some turn out there. We've seen it so often at this ground. And we've seen a slow turner. And I think I said at the start, 160 was a very defendable score. But the Australians have decided to try and turn it. They're really putting a lot of work on it. And Xavier Doherty certainly turned in his first over. Brad Hogg has got it under control both ways, and that was a dart that turned.
4 for 53, and we're in the 8th over, and MS Dhoni's come out. He'll have to repeat his heroics of the World Cup final and a few other one-day games where he's made a name for himself, because he certainly hasn't made a name for himself in the Test series. Let's see what he can do now. Hussey bowls to him. And he's trying to punch. He gets it on the bottom of the bat, and it crawls to mid-wicket. So Dhoni yet to score. Rayner 2. Hussey comes up to bowl another dart. Slapped hard to cover. Fielded there by Bailey. 2 dots. 3, in fact, because the first was a wicket.
96k an hour, that one.
Hussey again, another dart. He plays and misses.
And was that a drop catch? Hussey through the hands and the hair.
It was.
Ooh, Matthew Wade. Was that a nick?
Well, I haven't seen the replay yet, but I've seen Dhoni push down the ground for a single. And
you don't get time for replays when Dave Hussey's bowling.
No, it certainly brightens up the over 8. We're in the 8th over. India struggling to keep up the run rate. They need a partnership. And Suresh Raina.
Your left-hander on strike now. You've got to imagine Dave Hussey will give this a big rip, try to turn it away from him.
He tosses it up and it's pushed to cover. That's a fine over. 1 run and a wicket. 4 for 54. 8 gone. Harsha Bogle to come in and join Jeff Lawson.
Grandstand.
2020 cricket.
Australia and India.
On your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
Well, after 8 overs, Australia, well, they were 1 for 66. India have lost 3 wickets in the last couple of overs, now 4 for 54. So 12 runs down and 3 wickets down. Harsha, MS Dhoni might think he's batting at Chennai in an IPL game.
Yes, he would.
It's a bit slow and a bit turny at the moment.
And GB Hogg might be making a statement. A lot of people said, yeah, he's had a great big bash. Let's see how he goes against these Indian batsmen. And he's done what? He's bowled his first over and he's taken a wicket.
1 for 4 off his first. This will be a big wrong into MS.
We'll wait and see. It is. But he goes off the leading edge. He's looking for a single. And Suresh Raina sends him back. They play a lot of cricket together, these two. But Raina sends him back.
It was a big wrong. What a shock. He tried to play that on the leg side.
I think you'll find he'll bowl about 75% of his delivery.
At least, yeah. Rollins and Toppies. I don't think he'll be turning it into MS and banking on being smacked over the mid-wicket. He might.
Here he comes again, and Dhoni is looking to play on the onside. He finds a fielder at mid-wicket. The crowd support is starting to build up here for Bradley Hogg. And to think that a few months ago he thought his career is finished. We were doing commentary together in the IPL, traveling together. Dhoni goes off the back foot and punches through on the offside. A single just short of backward point, but just a single nonetheless. That takes him up to 2. Raina is 2. And it's 55 for 4.
Well, I don't know what you guys are paying him at for the cricket commentary, but I think he's worth a lot more
as a player.
As a player in the IPL.
How's his batting going? Is he just 4 overs and nothing else? As he runs in now to bowl to Raina. That's the one that turns away from him. The Chinaman. Raina cuts. He finds a fielder. The applause starts to build up now. This is exactly what he did during the big bash. Just started to put the pressure on. He's very energetic. He goes back to the top of his mark very quickly. gets through his overs. A bit like David Hussey at the other end too. As he bowls a wrong un, and it's gone up in appeal. It's a very theatrical appeal. Meanwhile, Raina is looking for the second, and he's charging back for the second. And Hogg is still searching for the LBW. Was that pad bat? Is that what he thought it was?
Yeah, well, I think it's pad bat, just the way it was played, but wrong in. There's hitting me outside the line.
Yeah, but it flicked the top of his pad, and then...
no, it was definitely pad bat, but a bit higher.
Yes.
Oh, a bit higher, was it?
Maybe.
Yeah. It's a good shout, but I mean, it's not out.
It's 2 on the board anyway. He bowls to Raina, who drives off the front foot. He'll get a single. The direct hit, we would have been gone. Played it just short of cover. It ran. He would have been run out by what, about 2 yards? But as it turns out, he wasn't. So Raina 5, Dhoni 2. India 58 for 4 after 9. This is starting to look more and more like Australia. 11 overs left, 114 to get. It's gone above 10 and over. So if you think, 10, I've got a good over. No, it isn't. So that's where it is. The noise starting to rise, and I think it's got an Australian accent, this noise.
I think it's Mexican.
It's a manner of speaking. In a manner of speaking, it's more
Latin American of some description, but
I'd go Greek.
Greek.
Yes.
Well, you'd know, Ned.
Where is Ned?
He's there. He's amongst it. He's amongst the Taramasalata.
Yeah.
On the back of the bar.
What's the accent, Ned? Is it Australian noise? Is it Indian noise?
I definitely think it's Greek noise. Greek Australian.
But we're not in Melbourne till Sunday.
But the one noise we want to see on a cricket ground is Chinese noise. Can you imagine if the Chinese in Sydney came to watch cricket? You'd need a bigger stadium than this.
There'd be a few here.
Right, here's Doherty. And Raina's down the ground looking for the big one, looking to see the opportunity of going straight down the ground, and he'll get a single as the ball is dragged wide down to long on. And long on is actually a very polite way of putting it, because that fielder's not really very long, but he's on the boundary.
It's medium on.
It's medium on?
Yeah.
Okay, we found a new expression. It's medium on. So what have we got? Have we got the medium on and medium off?
Yeah.
We've got...
we've got deep cover, though.
Yes, we do.
It's definitely deep cover out there.
Well, it's now the right-hander, so it's deep mid-wicket.
It's almost a north right over there.
Yeah. It's deep backward square. Then shot third man, backward point, cover. Very, very expected field as Dhoni jabs at the next one from Doherty, who pushes it through 90 kilometers an hour and goes out to cover. This is the stage in the game when you've got to get those overs in very quickly, while the batsmen are just playing themselves in, and then they look up and they realize 3 overs are gone. So they're doing it well here with Hogg and Doherty and Hussey. Just looking at David Hussey, who always interests me as a cricketer, as Doherty bowls, and Dhoni is flicking it off his pads. He's taken the first run very quickly. He wants a second. He won't even get anywhere close to it. So just a single. Dhoni will go up after that to 3, Raina 6. It's 60 for 4, and we're getting to the halfway mark. The target 172. Now, I thought Hussey left it till a little too late, and I think he does that sometimes with the bat. But look at his contribution to the game. And when you look at it all, you realize that more often than not, he produces man of the match performances. Raina opens his shoulders and slams the next one along off for just a single that takes him up to 7. So he's made 42 from 30 balls. He's made a slip catch look very easy. That was Sehwag early on. And he's bowled 2 overs, 2 for 4.
Oh, he's in line for man of the match at the moment.
I think it's in his pocket at the moment. Someone will have to nick it from there.
Well, as MS gets 80 off 40.
Well, there's Jadeja to come, but not a lot after that. Jadeja can bat as Dhoni gets a ball that's full and he hits it to deep point for a single. Australia will enjoy this. They wouldn't mind a wicket, but they wouldn't mind this either.
Oh, look, I think that was clever bowling, because Doherty's tried to spin some pitch at middle and spin it away from Dhoni, and then Dhoni's now looking for that ball, and it just bowled full and wide and quick, and he conceded the single to mid-off, to deep cover, but a single's fine. So I think that's very clever 20-20 bowling.
None for 8 so far. It's just the 1 ball left in this over. He bowls it down the leg side, and Raina's got hold of it for 4. Just a loose ball to end what till then was a very good over. Full toss on leg stump. Raina said thank you very much, and he just showed direction and plays the ball away down to long leg for 4. So 10 overs gone. It's 66 for 4 India, with Raina 11, Dhoni 4, and in the back 10 they've got to get 106.
Which is quite possible, but if Australia keep bowling this well, and Australia got a good combination, they've got all those spinners, and I throw Hussey into that. Hussey, it's not genuine spin, it's slow bowling, but it's clever slow bowling. So Australia have got some options for George Bailey to go to. It will be difficult, there's no doubt about that. And as you say, Ravindra Jadeja next, the Jadoo after that. Some decent players, but you wouldn't think the big hitters that might be required if 12 or 13 overs required. So very important 4 or 5 overs coming up for India.
106 from 60 balls. Now, there's a second myth busted. There's a lot of T20 bashers who say the spinners have got no role to play. That's a myth that's long been buried. There's a lot of people who say, look, it's all about containment. It's not about wickets. That's a myth that needs to be buried very, very quickly, because if Australia are in this game big time, it's because they've taken wickets. Here's Brad Hogg again. He bowls. It's full. And Dhoni just flicks it off his pads very gently for a single. He'll keep knocking the ball around like this. Dhoni's 4, Raina's 11. It's 66, 67 for 4. Kerry O'Keefe joins me. Let me get his point of view.
Good evening.
Good evening. Wickets, so important. I mean, everyone said it's about containment, not wickets. That's not true. It's about taking wickets, the T20 game, like any other form of the game.
Definitely. And the ball's turning here tonight against the odds. Hogg's making it go.
He's bowling now to Raina, waits for the ball to come, just nudges on the offside, and he'll pick up a single. So Doherty's bowled well, Hogg's bowling well, Hussey's bowled well.
Yeah.
I mean, just looking at some of those bowling figures, Hussey's 2 overs 2 for 4, Hogg 2 overs 1 for 8 before this, and Doherty 2 overs for 12. They're winning the match for Australia. He goes full, very extravagantly tossed up, and Dhoni knocks it down to long off for just a single. So he'll go up to 6, will Dhoni. Raina is 12, and the asking rate is now nudging 11, which means you want a 20-run over somewhere.
And that's a problem for India. This pitch is slowing. We've seen a lot of games here at the Olympic Stadium. The pitch has got slower, and clean hitting late in the night is tough.
Hogg goes a full toss. Raina's gone long, not long enough. Oh, David Hussey. That would have been the catch of the season if he had got there. He had no business reaching that one, but he kept his hopes alive. He went running after it and almost got it. Eventually, just on the bounce, got his hands around it. So Raina will get just a single.
Saved 3, didn't he? That was 4 if he wasn't going to catch it.
Hoggin again to Dhoni. It's full. He jabs at it, hits it to cover. He won't get a run. So this is turning out to be another very good over from Hogg. And somewhere now India is starting to think, I need a 6 here. I need a 6, and I need a 6 virtually every over. I need a 6 and a boundary. Certainly every over. And Hogg goes through his overs very quickly indeed. He bowls, and Dhoni's beaten by the one that goes the other way. He's flying the flag for the wrist spinners here. Excellent over by Brad Hogg again. Everyone said wait till he plays India, and he's playing India and doing really well.
He has, and look, nobody denies his temperament. He's an uncomplicated fellow, and his temperament has served him well over the years. There's been a break from international cricket, but it's still there, and he has got so much momentum through the crease. That ripped that wrong into Dhoni. It was quick, it bounced, it turned. Brad Hogg, take a bow. I was one that thought they'd leap up in class, they'd know how to play, and they're still missing the wrong one. What's the next level?
You've got this theory, don't you, that that people are no longer reading the ball of the hand.
Yes, I have. I don't know what it is. It's just the fact that so many orthodox spinners have come into the game, particularly the shorter forms of the game. But here's a wrist spinner flying the flag and doing it well. Australia are winning this because of their slow men. And here's a chance for India. Christian's returning. Bailey's trying to juggle the bowlers, but a little bit of pace. It's a chance to have that 20 over, Harsha.
Is it getting colder too, you think? You're looking like an iceman.
It's getting colder in this box.
You're looking like this box is an igloo.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
You've got a jumper on now.
Yeah, but not like you. You're buttoned up to your chin, and you button up one more, you'll be buttoned to your nose.
Yeah, I won't be able to talk. But
with some people,
it's cold.
It's not such a bad
thing. There was a round of applause out the back.
Yes, Dan Christian then, and he's running into bowl to Suresh Raina, and Raina delays the pull shot and just nudges it round eventually down to good old Brad Hogg for a single. The singles are coming, but the singles not good enough because the asking rate's 11.3 now. Raina's gone up to 14, Dhoni's 6. It's almost like saying, look, I've got another 80 kilometers to go, and now I've only got a very little petrol in it, so how much can I squeeze out of that? India needs to get the boundaries very quickly now. This game needs a turnaround about now if India have got to have any chance at all. 71 for 4. The only good thing that can happen if India do end this very quickly is it might be easier to get a cab at the end because Indians might leave early. But otherwise, no, I never said that. as Dhoni just drops his bat on the next one in time from Christian and plays it for a single out to cover. The singles are there for the asking, really. What Australia are doing well is cutting off the boundaries, yeah?
And this is what Australia often do. This is where they win games of cricket. They just dry up. And that's when they're in their best form.
Yeah, but what these two are very good at, and they've done that, and I don't know, the conditions are too different, but what they're very good at is really turning it on, almost like a switch. Both Raina and Dhoni are capable of doing that. Here's Christian, he bowls to Dhoni. Raina bowled him. Just looked to make room and slot through the onside. Inside edge, I think, on it. Christian picks up a wicket. It's 72 for 5 now, India. 172. Well, it's looking very far away at this stage.
Again, a very good subtle change of pace from Christian. He just held a little back, and we've seen another example how tough it is to hit on the up late in the night at the Olympic Stadium with the pitch slowing. And Raina was through his shot there, the under edge taken and into the stumps. So real problems for India. Australia giving them no 4 balls. They're giving them no pace to work with, bowling the slower men. Bailey's handling this very well. Brought Christian back, changes of pace, it's worked again.
Yes, it is, and they're showing good knowledge of how to use the conditions. Is that very important? Just to know how to play the conditions? Will they vary too much, you think?
Oh, well, I think here people have worked out on this sort of pitch at the Olympic Stadium in Sydney that if you post a score and you defend it with your slow bowlers late in the night, if it's a particular nature, and this pitch is very, what we've seen here a lot, they either green it up and the ball flies for the whole evening, or it's dry and the ball turns slowly and gets deader and deader as the night goes on. Clean hitting becomes a real problem. Australia are winning this pretty easily at the moment.
And it looks like that's the way it will be as Christian bowls and Jadeja tries to squeeze a first ball. A direct hit and would have been run out by half the length of the pitch. They'll squeeze an overthrow in at the end. Just played the ball out quietly out to Mitchell Marsh, who underarmed it and missed the stumps. They ran the overthrow, but Jadeja would have been run out by 2 yards, and they wouldn't even have to go to the third umpire. Can you imagine how easy that would have been? He wasn't in the frame when they showed the replay. You think they still have gone to the third umpire for the replay on that?
I think he would have given him out for his
option. So?
Yes, he would have. But one stump to aim at. Mitchell Marsh would be disappointed missing that.
Right, now what's Dhoni going to do here? Christian bowls and he goes off the back foot and defends, pushes down the ground. Christian will field on his follow through. Bowls just about 130 kilometers an hour, but he's bowling in a very good line. Not giving the batsmen room at all. What the batsmen want in this form of the game is a little bit of room to open their shoulders. They're not getting it at the moment. Brad Hogg, Xavier Doherty, David Hussey. There's some very good bowling figures starting to develop here. Here comes Christian, and Dhoni just pushes off the back foot, and that's an excellent over. Produced a wicket too.
And you sense, Harsha, that MS Dhoni is not on terms now with how he's going to score these 4s and 6s. The pitch is too slow for him at the moment. He doesn't quite know whether to go across the line or down the ground.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to cut you midstream. It's just time for Rob to come in. It's just time for Rob to come in.
Rob Cross.
Yeah, I hope Rob you enjoy working with the Iceman.
You're with Grandstand.
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 Cricket's on the radio.
Australia and India.
2020 cricket. 2020 cricket.
This is Grandstand.
On your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
Steve Waugh was the Iceman.
How does that sit with you? I've always found you a very warm character.
I'm warm. And it's just that it's cold in this box.
Your skin's cold.
Yeah.
Harsh is right.
Cold on the inside, I'm warm. cold on the outside, warm on the inside. I'm enjoying this Australian performance, Rob. I think this is a risk. Bailey has reintroduced Brett Lee. Pace. Whether there's enough fight left in the Indians, we'll find out. But this is a chance to hit a couple of boundaries.
The left-hander Jadeja on strike. Start of the 13th over, wide outside the off stump, maybe a slower delivery and a wild swing. A little wider might have earned Bruce Oxenford's arms going out by his sides for a wide. It didn't. 5 for 73. They were set 172 to win. But it's been all Australia, and the pleasing thing also, if you're an Australian fan, an Australian coach in the inner sanctum, the excitement they've shown when they've taken a wicket. I guess that comes with the new blood, the rejuvenated older blood. all coming together into a pretty tight-knit group.
Oh, look, there's a strong culture developing in all the sides, not just the Test team, but this team. Brett Lee's going to vary his pace a lot. I don't think he's going to give them much pace to work with.
What can Jadeja do? Short outside off stump, but he works it, runs it through the gully region down to third man for a single. And that isn't going to do the trick. Fielding done down there by James Faulkner, who's had an over or so. He's had 1 over for 9. So the target is 172. We're in the 13th over. India are 5 for 74. They lost Sehwag was the first to go. He was out for 4 in the first over, having hit a lovely square cut / square drive, I guess you could call it, for 4. Was caught brilliantly by Hussey at first slip off the next ball. Gambier's made 20, Coley 22, Rayner 14, all with starts. But in this form of the game, relatively slow scoring rates, strike rates. And Rohit Sharma was out for a duck. Lee comes in once more. Bowls to the skipper, Dhoni. A cross-batted swipe outside off stump. And you'd have to say, with a technique like that, he's lost all confidence, Kerry. That was just a slog.
Well, he's such a bottom-hand player. This pitch should suit him, the fact that there's no real pace in it. But it's probably even too slow for MS Dhoni.
It looked fairly ugly, but he stays out there. Hit it straight to Bailey at cover. Lee at the top of his mark once more. First 2 overs went for 22. Comes in, bowls to MS Dhoni. Wide outside off stump, almost 6 wides. It was so wide it barely hit the pitch. Incredible from Brett Lee. So he's had a real mixed bag. He's bowled it wide in each of his overs. Took a wicket in his first over. He's gone for a few boundaries. Hasn't had a great night. But then again, he's had lots of teammates around him who have done very well to carry him along the way.
Asking rate up to almost 13. It's a bridge too far, you'd think.
Can MS Dhoni do something to carry his side? 5 for 75 in the 13th over. Target a long way off. Ball's rapidly dwindling. Lee bowls to MS. Good ball, full pitch on middle and leg. Worked his way up to mid-on. Lovely piece of fielding. I think, is that the skipper? Bailey does brilliantly. Oh no, in fact it's Dan Christian who slid across the wet turf here at the Olympic Stadium and flicked it back, but a single to Dhoni.
Amazing. George Bailey, the captain's run 20 metres to give him a little low 5. It's a big change in the game, isn't it? I mean, I was watching some vision from a test in 1961 the other day. Blokes were taking wickets and nobody's reacting. Nobody applauded. The players just stood where they were.
Was it a hot day? Couldn't be bothered moving?
No, it was just the culture of the time. Now you do a bit of good feeling. Teammates.
High fives, low fives, as you call them. Glided off the face of the bat by Jadeja. Wanted the single, sent back. He hit it backward of point. Dhoni didn't want a piece of it. A dot ball for Lee. Dot 1, dot wide, 1 dot. So 1 ball coming up in the 13th over. It's 5 for 76, chasing 172.
And Brett Lee's bowling a clever over here. He knows this pitch pretty well. He's played a bit of cricket here. And he knows that if he gives them nothing, they're going to have to hit him on the up. So he's denying him the fullness of length they want, and he's varying his pace pretty cleverly. He's a wise old bird, Binger. Been around the block.
Last ball of his 3rd over. He has 1 for 26. Bowls to Jadeja. Works off his hip. 4 to the square leg umpire, to Bailey, who runs around from mid-wicket to do the fielding. But yet again, just 1 on the board for India. And they go up to 5 for 77. Jadeja 3. Dhoni is 8. 13 overs gone. Long way to go. Who's your man of the match so far? Wade made 72. 43 balls. 5 fours, 3 sixes. But how good Hussey. What a great all-round game. 42 off 30. 1 4 3 sixes. A brilliant catch and a couple of wickets.
It's line ball there. But I think Wade at the top of the list. He imposed himself on the Indian attack. He hit 4s and 6s. He's got his neck in front. Hussey will do something before the end of the innings, though, again, to reinforce his claims. But he's a tremendous 20-over cricketer. And Matthew Wade, what a stunning performance from him tonight. Still work to be done, but you just sense the Indians are frustrated now with this pitch. Gee, I've seen a few games here. Get used to it, baby.
Dan Christian now to Jadeja. He's bowling right arm around the wicket. Jadeja, lovely shot. Backward of point. Down to the boundary for 4 runs. Sweet timing. A gentle cut. Almost a glide, if you like. And so Jadeja, Harsha Bhogle said he's probably one of the few batsmen left in the lineup that can maybe do something. And he's got his skipper with him, Dhoni. What can they do? The Indian fans finally have something to cheer about. They bowled and fielded pretty well. Australians got away at times and they were reined back in. But now a long chase ahead, still 91 to go. Christian round the wicket once more, full of delivery, and forces Jadeja just to hit it straight back to the bowler. Good reply.
I think that's the thing. It was a very good reply, as you say, from Christian. You can't give the batsman any width on this sluggish surface. And Jadeja, a very good cutter from the example of that first shot. The next delivery was spot on the middle stump. And that's where Christian has to be. Just short of a length at middle.
What'll happen this time? He's in at Jadeja, lofts one high. It won't clear the rope. The fieldsman from long off coming in to take the catch and gloves it neatly. Dave Warner had to make a lot of ground in from the boundary. Perhaps 20, 25 metres. It was very high, and Warner takes another very good outfield catch. He's good at that. Jadeja had to go. He got a piece of one, but just couldn't swing it long enough and strong enough. Thick outside edge. He tried to swing across the line. It went to long off, and Warner takes it down low. Again, very, very safe pair of hands. India 6 for 81 in the 14th over, chasing 172.
One of the best outfielders I think I've ever seen, David Warner. I haven't seen him in the infield much, but anything he does in the outfield is just stunningly good. He was off that long off boundary so quickly, it could have been the man at extra covers catch off the bat, but he's called it early. He's made all the ground, got in the exactly correct position to effect the catch, and did so. It doesn't matter whether it's high over his head or whether he has to sprint 20 metres in. He just has tremendous hand-eye coordination. He's having a game. He's held 2 really good outfield catches and got him away to a spanking start. But he may not match Wade or Hussey at the moment. Christian has 2 wickets. He's done well. He's just bowling that right length for this pitch. Dhoni, what's he going to do? He's got to try something. He's just been poking it around MS Dhoni, looking for like a fighter looking for his opportunity. He's been denied at every little block at the moment. He has to do something.
Ashwin joins him at the crease, but it's Dhoni on strike. Christian over the wicket, slashed away through point, very firmly struck, and well fielded by Lee on the boundary, who had to dive away to his left to do the fielding. Earns the plaudits of his teammates. And that ball was so well timed by Dhoni. Even though Lee only had to run 10 or 15 metres, he had to throw himself to stop the boundary.
Measure of modern cricket, how good that bit of cricket in the outfield from Brett Lee was. That was 4 in the old days. But he's run 15 metres to his left, dived and stopped it. They got 2.
Still, good sign. It's the best he's struck a ball for a long time, I say, MS Dhoni. Ashwin's joined him at the non-strikers end, who's looked good in Test cricket. Whether his game's suited to this shorter form, I'm not sure. He's certainly got a nice technique. This might be the last hurrah for India. Christian over the wicket, bowls to Dhoni, who's sedate, nudges into mid-wicket. They've got 1. They should get 2. Gee, that's well played by Dhoni. The fieldsman is the bowler, as Dan Christian made all his way to the inner ring in the infield. He beat the man coming in from deep mid-wicket. He beat the man coming in from deep backward square leg. But that didn't stop Dhoni getting 2 runs, 6 for 85.
Well, Dhoni knew he had 2 from the outset, but Christian also knew that if he could get to it quickly, that he might cause some problems late for the runners. Just didn't get there quickly enough.
The run rate is getting pretty extreme. It's 14 required. We're in the 14th over, but Dhoni started to get busy. 6 for 85 India, needing 172 for victory. Christian bowls to the Indian skipper, who launches at 1 and squirts it off a thick inside edge backward of square leg straight to Xavier Doherty and gets just 1. So that ends the over. Just a single off the last ball. 6 for 86 after 14. Dhoni 13 and Ashwin no score. This crowd, look at this one, Kerry. 59,659 for the first ever 2020 international here at the Olympic Stadium. Great result on a pretty inclement day.
And the weather's held. There's a lot of relief people. Cricket Australia, Cricket New South Wales, a number of people associated with this promotion will breathe a big sigh of relief that they've got away with a match. And almost 60,000 have turned up. That's a big plus.
So biggest ever crowd at a New South Wales cricket match, obviously with the capacity of the SCG.
Yeah.
Not being as great as the Olympic Stadium, which holds more than 80,000.
And the good thing is they'll be back. They're going to see an Australian victory. They've been entertained by Wade. And there's been a few other little facets to the game, one of which is the efforts of Brad Hogg, the left-arm 40-year-old Chinaman.
He's in for his last over. He has 3 overs, 1 for 12. Yet another great return, and he's come back. It could be, well, no, it struck the batsman on the pad, but it pitched outside leg stump. So Dhoni is safe as he swung lustily at that ball down leg side. Again, the wrong one.
And that was the thing, Brad Hogg, he did say in an interview, I think in the Perth Test, Rob, that there was some advice to actually be a wrong-on bowler, a bit like Paul Adams, the left-arm South African Chinaman, and just throw in the stock ball occasionally. But be predominantly a wrong-on bowler and have the surprise one, the one that comes back into the right-hander. He didn't try it, but he's doing lots of wrongers tonight.
Ashwin faces and props forward. Another one that just slides across the face of the right-handed batsman. Thick edge goes to Mitchell Marsh, who runs around from backward point to do the fielding. So Dhoni back on strike. Need a couple of boundaries and over. Just keep nudging the 1s and 2s. But that is a tall order with 6 wickets down. Ball's rapidly running out. The Indian skipper, MS Dhoni, faces. That's the one that comes back in. And he didn't know too much about it. It bit and spun and leapt, and he forced it to the man at wide mid-on in Dan Christian.
He's enjoying this too much, Brad Hogg. It's a lot harder to bowl wrist spin than Brad Hogg's making it look.
He's whipping through these overs, whipping through the batsman. Propping forward is Dhoni. Gets a little bit of bat on it. Bailey runs in from cover. Single only, not enough India. Dhoni up to 15. Ashwin 1, 6 for 89 in the 15th.
Not doing enough. MS Dhoni, he's taking these 1s, but really he's got to be hitting 4s and 6s. Asking rate now is over 15 runs and over. You're not going to win it in singles.
Ashwin to face the mystery of Hogg. Left arm over the wicket. Short ball, and no mystery of that one. That's just a rank long hoppy's worst ball of the night and gets the treatment it deserves. Ashwin hits a boundary. 6 for 93 India. Ashwin up to 5. Dhoni 15. A rare bad ball from Brad Hogg.
He did pull it down. He's probably getting a little too carried away. Ravi Ashwin is, we saw during the Test series, he's a fighter. He hasn't given this cause up, but he needs a few more blows like that.
The last ball of the Hogg spell. He can go and rest in the pasture. Lovely drive up towards long off. It might beat the fieldsman. No, Hussey will get to it and flips it back. They've got 2. They go for 3. Some speedier runners might have tested out the arm of Dave Hussey, but it's just 2 runs to India. But some more lusty blows coming the way of the Indians. 6 for 95 now. Kerry going okay.
Yeah, 77 from 30. Yeah, something special's got to happen, Rob.
Kerry O'Keefe vacating the chair. Jeff Lawson to step back in. MS Dhoni and Ashwin fighting a little bit harder at the moment. But as Kerry just pointed out, going to be very tricky for them to get back in the game. But at least showing some heart and giving the massive Indian contingent in this Olympic Stadium crowd something to cheer about late in the match. But it's been all Australia. Some good spells in the field from India. But Wade with 72, Hussey with 42 ensured a very good target to chase of 171. Always good to have runs on the board. And it's been tough going from India since the start, with Sehwag out in the first over for 4. Small contributions through the Indian innings. Kohli 22, Gambhir 20, 14 to Rayner, and now the skipper Dhoni is trying his lifty side. Helmet goes back on. He's had a cap on. He's gone bareheaded, but with the medium fast of Dan Christian. Dhoni's got the helmet on, right arm over the wicket, and Dhoni gets a full toss, which he hits over square leg, over the rope towards the fence and into the crowd for 6. He's starting to strike this ball as MS Dhoni. Jeff Lawson, could they pull something out or at least get within 15 or 20 to make it entertaining?
Well, he's got the full bunger about waist high. In fact, I think Paul Rifles called that a no ball, so he's considered over waist high. And well, MS Dhoni struggled with the ball, sort of hit the wicket today, but he hasn't struggled with that one. Just got inside it and out of the middle.
He's got another Christian offering. He advances, and we've seen that shot quite a bit from him. He gets a thick inside edge, almost like a French cut. Excellent running. The man coming off from the boundary has a slight fumble. The rare one from Dave Warner. And Dhoni was always going to get 2, though. He didn't get full purchase on it. Warner had to make some distance in. And Dhoni was able to scramble up and down the pitch as only he can for a couple.
Yeah, Warner's protecting the boundary. He's not there to stop 2s, really. It's the boundaries that can hurt Australia at the moment.
Dhoni waits on this one and just punches it straight back to the bowler as though he's playing a test match.
Yeah, Dan Christian, he's taken the pace off that. That's 116k. The ball before was about 138. Dan and Chris will be mixing it up, and it's the kind of surface that it's helping the slower ball. There is some grip there. It's almost as if, well, the surface has changed at the interval. We know we had some rain on it, but that generally makes the ball slide on a bit more. But the Australians bowl well on this.
Dhoni's on 23. He's got Christian. He lofts him straight down the ground, straight over the umpire's head. The man at long on only had to move around 10 metres, but as soon as it left the blade, went straight into a jog. Such was the power and the timing of that shot from Dhoni. He's got another boundary. He's up to 27. And in over number 16, it's 6 for 108. Ooh, 64 to go.
There's a bit of violence about that stroke. The off break again, but wide. If you're a baseball batter, that was in the slog zone. And he took some pace off at Dan Christian. If it had been quick and full, it might have been different, but it was his off break. And it was wide of Ostap, and MS stretched the arms.
Christian right arm over, short this time, and he flicks it around the corner to backward square leg to Xavier Doherty for a single. So the figures of Dan Christian taking a bit of a hammering in his 4th over. Dhoni up to 28 at 6 for 109 with a couple of balls left in the 16th over.
Yeah, that time he changed the pace and the length. There was the off break again, but it was short, and all Dhoni could do is clip it around the corner for a single, and the singles won't hurt Australia. Twos won't hurt them at the moment. It's been a good over for India, but they need every over to be big at the moment. Dan Christian, 2 balls left in his spell for the night.
What can Ashwin do? A couple of boundaries would be nice. He's got Dan Christian coming at him now, and Ashwin will flick it, trying to play almost a traditional leg glance, and didn't get much on it. In fact, he got no bat on it, came off a thigh pad, and they get 1 only, so that's not enough. With a ball to go in the 16th over, 6 for 109. Ashwin remains on 7, Dhoni on 28.
So they need about 15 and over at the moment, which is certainly not ungettable. It might require MS Dhoni to make most of them.
This one must sail either over or to the boundary, you'd think, for them to any chance. He has a wave at the ball, but again, Christian's up to the task, and all Dhoni can do with a cross-bat swipe is hit it straight back to the bowl, and Christian finishes a pretty good spell, although in the end, you look up at those figures and you see 4 overs, 2 for 35. After 16 overs, India set 172 for victory, 6 for 110. I'll hand over to Jim Maxwell.
Cricket's on the radio. 2020 cricket.
The Aussies taking on India.
Live on Australia's home of cricket,
ABC Local Radio.
That's definitely your play on music. Did you record that as well?
Definitely. Oh, talented all-rounder. Not quite in that area.
Sounds like you backing that horse that was running today.
There were a couple of good ones there.
Was that Seymour race 8?
Sandown.
Sandown, sorry. Well, same right state.
Now, is the game still on here?
Oh, it's still on. It's not over until it's over.
60, what is it, 62, 63 of 4. Something like that?
Well, this is kind of ground that you can have really big overs, hit the ball straight. We've talked about it quite a lot, and MS Dhoni is still out there. And I know he's had a bad summer, but he's just started to hit the ball well the last 3 overs. James Faulkner will bowl him a lot of off-speed, and it's Ashwin on strike to start off with. But James Faulkner will bowl a lot out of the back of the hand here. Dhoni might not have all that much trouble with it. I think Ashwin will.
So Faulkner it is. He comes in. Ashwin's on the way for the ramp shot. He walked right across to try to help it on its way. And it's missed his bat, his pad, and the off stump by about 3 or 4 inches. He got so far across. I think Dhoni's coming down to give him advice. Take one.
Yeah.
Take one.
You are not the hero tonight, Ravi. I am. It was out of the back of the hand at 116k. I'm not sure if this might be quick, full speed at about bottom of off.
And it's pitched up and driven out to deep cover for a single. And Ashwin gets off strike. He's 8. Dhoni, something of a threat here if he can wave that claymore around and make contact. A nice short straight boundary here. Can't think of a cricket ground in this country that'd have a boundary as short as this straight. Napier in New Zealand's pretty short square of the wicket. I paced that out one day. I reckon
Snape
that's
Oval.
no more than 60.
Cars Park.
International ground. Yeah, on the back foot. Tony gets a run as he hammers it down towards long off. I think they've done a bit of twisting and deviation to allow this one to pass, but there isn't an issue surely if you're going to play international cricket here with the straight boundaries. They're not long enough, just not long enough. But square of the wicket, that's okay, no problem there.
That used to be the straight hits.
Yeah,
changed the wicket 90 degrees last summer.
6 for 112. Faulkner runs in, pitches up, and it's driven down by Ashwin to Hussey at mid-off. I think the point is, if they're looking at the 2015 World Cup, this ground just doesn't qualify. You couldn't play here because the boundaries aren't legit down the ground. I think that would be a huge issue for 50 over games. It's all right for frolics like the 2020. That doesn't matter as much, but for 50 over cricket, I'm not so sure. Faulkner bowls, and he hits him on the pad. He's done the dance, and so's Faulkner as he chases it through to grab it. No shout for LB, but it was a dot, and that's making India's task of winning this all the more difficult. The run rate required is, what does it say, 18.63. It's in the stratosphere.
Well, it's only off 3 overs, so 3 overs at a ball. It is possible.
Here's Faulkner again. He runs in, and Dhoni is tugging, is hitting, and getting a 6 over Lee's head. Great shot. Got under that. The bottom hand helped him there, and he quilted that, and it cleared the rope. It went like a rocket. He's 35. It's 6 for 119, and they need to score 53 from 3.
That was 9 off the over with 3 dots. James Faulkner went to the well with his slower ball, his back of the hand slow ball, one too many times. MS Dhoni just sat on the back foot and waited for it. This back of the hand slow ball he has a bit of top spin, so it sits up. And that's set up. Dhoni is strong enough and there's quick enough hands to have hit that over the long boundary flat. That's why you never rule them out. 3 a ball is about your target. If you get them worse than 3 a ball in the last 18 deliveries, you feel happy as a fielding side. But before that, the game is not over. And it puts into contrast every single delivery. And Ashwin's first ball, instead of getting off strike first ball and giving Dhoni an extra ball to face, he tried to be a hero. Wasn't thinking about how his team should be playing cricket.
Spin's done the trick. Doherty's bowling down the pitch. He's yorking himself.
Yeah, well, once again, he's trying to be a hero. He's down the wicket. Instead of just bopping it out on the on. Look at that big gap. There's no one between backward square leg and the rest in front of the leg side are out on the fence.
Doherty around the wicket. He's bowling to Ashwin, who's down, and he's driving, but just a single down to long on. The spin bowling figures here are very revealing. Hogg 1 for 21 off 4. Hussey 2 for 4 from 2. And Doherty none for 13 in his third. Hussey's a bit stiff. He hasn't had another bowl.
You've got to be careful when you use them.
He used himself.
Yeah, look, it's great to have all those options available. And someone like David Hussey, who is a top-order batsman. You've got all those all-rounders, and you've got Dan Trish can bowl seam and bat, and Dave Hussey bowls slow and bat.
Dhoni swings at a one that's full and wide, and he chops it into the covers. It's just a single.
Well bowled.
And need more than that. He's bowling Yorker length, either at the batsman or just outside the off stump. Wade 72 and Hussey 42, top scored in Australia's 4 for 171. Now Doherty bowls and Ashwin swings again, drags the drive down to long on. It's another single. Run rate required creeping up and up.
Okay.
More than 20 and over.
Here's the game on these 2 balls.
Hit 2 sixes.
Yeah, if they can hold India to 4 off these 2 balls, that is the game. If Dhoni can hit 2 sixes, India are back in the game.
Around the wicket, Doherty bowls, and Dhoni gets a wide full toss, and he smacks it out to deep cover. There's only a single as Lee rifles his return in. That was a bullet.
Yeah, look, it's a wonderful piece of all-round cricket. Doherty goes full and wide and doesn't put it in Dhoni's power arc. He's got to hit it to deep cover. They can't take two because Brett Lee is quick across the ground and has got a great arm. That holds him to one, gets Ashwin back on strike. Beautiful cricket.
Last ball of the over. Ashwin swings into this and gets a run. 5 singles and a dot from that over. Beautifully bowled by Doherty. And a crowd of almost 60,000 here tonight as the game reaches its inevitable conclusion, it seems, in the next few minutes, with India struggling in the chase. Just couldn't get any partnership, any batsman away, and they're 6 down for 124.
Now they're in trouble.
Well, they've got 2 overs to score
24 and
a lot,
which is still quite doable, but you wouldn't think that Brett Lee will concede that many. And when your wicket's down, I mean, you don't want to have your tail batting at the end. You do need your top order players. 20 over cricket is about still preserving wickets. And
48 off 2.
Yeah. Well, Australia's supremacy in this match has been about taking wickets, and that began with Brett Lee's first over, getting Sehwag out with a beautiful outswing. Great catch too from D. Hussey at first slip. But to be able to take wickets all the time and get new batsmen in.
So it's Brett Lee springing into action here. He comes up, and it's a Yorker, and it's dug out by Ashwin. Just took the pace off it. And 6 for 125. Gambier 20. Sehwag just 4. And Kohli caught in the deep by Warner on the boundary for 22. Rayner 14. Sharma a golden duck, a primary. Jadeja 7. And now Dhoni on 37. 1, 4, 2 sixes. He's got to nail a few big ones here. Lee runs in and bowls to him, and he swings and misses. A ball that's full and just outside the off stump. He's trying to...
Exactly where he aimed it.
Yep.
Dhoni's power is leg side, and he tried to hit that leg side, but it was quick. Landed just about on the batting crease, if not a fraction fuller.
You see that sign there? That's what I do not like. They're putting these signs up about people running on the field. They should be saying, thank you very much for coming. Hope you enjoyed the spectacle, and we'd love to see you here again. Say something nice to people. Don't be like that. It's terrible. Anyway, there we go. Lee's charging in, and he bowls now, and Dhoni swings into this and miscues. He was falling over, falling backwards as he got hold of that, or most of it, and sent it wide of Hussey down at long off. 6 for 127. The run rate rises.
45 off 9. Guess what?
What's that bet?
Just about on wood.
Just hit sixes.
Oh, you'll win with a ball to spare. Oh, no, it'll be a tie. Of 8.
Yep, the game sort of just limping a bit here as Dhoni attempts to muscle Lee into the bleachers. Lee bowls to him, and he gets a wide. That was too far outside the off stump. So that's a bonus of sorts. Lee's bowled a few wides tonight, but he did take the big wicket of Sehwag before he could get in with a superb outswinger that Sehwag was trying to hit through the onside. And was neatly pouched by David Hussey, who are probably, if they have one, he'd be the man of the match. 42, 2 for 4, a catch. Lee bowls again, full toss, and it's whacked out towards short mid-wicket. There should be a run out. Lee dropped the ball, not out. It was a straightforward run out going there. Christian lobbed it back. Lee dropped it and broke the stumps at the same time.
That's what happens when you take the ball in front of the stumps and not behind.
We'll get a replay of that misdemeanor. He took the ball, and was trying to drag it into the stumps. well, he dropped it. Whatever happened, it was the drop that mattered.
They used to teach us that in primary school.
What are they doing here, having a replay? They're going upstairs. Now, what's holding the game up?
Oh, the umpire's gone upstairs.
What? It was obvious. Surely. He dropped the ball and broke the stumps.
Quite a check.
Oh, well.
What are the batsmen doing there, getting mud off their boots? And
no, I don't think they are going upstairs. I think it's more the boot problem. There's no replays going on of what occurred. So it looks like the farrier's coming out. The drink waiter's there.
The Batwaller. Batwaller's got 4.
And they want new bats.
4 new blades.
Well, even if he was swinging 2 of them, you're not going to get this. And again, they're going on about, this is the over police society we live in at times.
Oh, playing the baby elephant walk.
Playing the baby elephant walk and putting up a sign about keep off the field.
That's quite a contrast.
Yeah.
Introduction to Lawrence Welk's music for those who are under 60 years of age in the crowd.
There is a bit of movement in the crowd at the moment, but they are mostly heading away from the field of play and down the exits.
Yeah.
No fines to be collected.
Here's Lee after that little break, and a swing. He loses the bat and misses the ball. Well, he didn't like the last bat, but this one he obviously doesn't think much of either. He tried to throw it into the crowd. Missed the ball.
He swapped the wrong thing. Should have swapped the gloves, not the bat.
It was a huge swing and a huge miss. The bat ended up at mid-wicket.
Last time I saw a throw like that on this arena, it was 2000. I think the Russian threw it. About 42 metres.
Oh, well, a little bit of humour for everybody. Dhoni swinging as hard as he could.
That could be a world record for an Indian throw at the Olympic arena of any object.
See what happens this time. Lee runs in and Dhoni swings. He's got a piece of that. Has he got it long enough? Yes.
New bat.
The new bat was worth having, but it's all too late. It's all after the fair. 6 for 134. Lee's hit for 6. Dhoni's 45. There's 1 over to go, and they need to score 38. So they need 6 sixes and a couple of wides.
Yeah, I think that's probably longer odds than one of Dave Morrow's horses.
Whispering death. Yes, that's what's
still running.
Yeah.
With my money.
I tell you what, there's a lot of mud on the boots out there for these boys. That unfortunately that pitch just to the left, it's hardly got a blade of grass on it, and because it's been damp, the mud's come off on their boots, which isn't a great experience for them, having to constantly take the caking mud off their boots. But here's the last over. Doherty, who along with the other spinners has bowled so well here, is going to bowl to Ashwin's 13. And he's around the wicket, and Ashwin walks across and he tries some sort of ramp shot, and it's actually called a wide. It was so far outside the off stump in the view of Paul Rifle.
Well, it was inside the bat, though. And then David O said, well, hang on, he's moved 4 foot outside us. That's a pretty poor call. But the batsman who's out by the return crease at the same time.
Now he's getting a full toss, and he's lathering it down the ground with a miscue, and it bounces well in front of the long off fieldsman, and the result is a single to Ashwin. So mathematically, no. They're out of it.
Although after the wide off the first ball, it went from mathematically no to possible.
Well, can Dhoni slam a few out of the park to finish with? He's facing Doherty, and he's hitting him hard down to long off for a run. So just haven't been able to keep up with the required run rate here, even allowing for Dhoni's ability to plonk the ball into the bleachers. Here's Doherty. He's bowling around the wicket to Ashwin. Ashwin swings. Oh, that's well bowled. Right up in the block hole. He had to scrape it, chisel it out of his block hole. Perfect length. Can't hit those. Doherty again, and he does go down the leg side. He walked across to try and flick that away. Wade snapped off the bails. It was just outside the line of the stumps as he tried to spoon it around the corner towards fine leg. Got to hit straight sixes or sixes somewhere. I don't think you're going to get too many for that little attempted fiddle ramp shot. Comes in again and charges him, and he hits the ball nicely along the carpet to deep mid wicket, and it's fielded out there by Faulkner, who just lobs it back. So we've got 1 ball to go, and they need to score 34 off this ball to win. Condoni hit it out of the ground. He gets a full toss and he miscues it over mid-off extra cover towards the line, and they'll come back for a couple of runs. So it's a bit of a fizzer at the end. Australia, under their new captain George Bailey, have had yet another win this summer over India. 6 for 140 for India. Australia win by 31 runs, and they lead the 2-match series 1-0 going into Melbourne on Friday night. Dhoni finished with 48 and Ashwin 15, and Xavier Doherty bowled very handily there. He shared the new ball with Lee, who was 1 for 36 from 4, and Faulkner 18 overs off 2. Christian 2 for 35 from 4. Hussey 2 for 4 from 2, and Hogg, they can't pick his wrong, and 1 for 21 from 4. A very good win for the Australian team, and India have to think about how they can better take on the might of Australia's top order batting, which they couldn't restrain this evening. They got away. 38 for the first wicket, 41 for the second, 56 for the third, and that batting performance always gave them something to defend. 171 for 4 wickets. Now, where are you, Ned? On the float. He's looking around. Oh, he's on the move. We'll see what he can do here. The players are sort of mingling on the far side of the ground. Looks like there will be some sort of quick presentation down here. I assume they have a man of the match. Do they have a man of the match, Ned?
I think they do have a man of the match, and they are going to do a presentation. I was just checking what the rules and the lay of the land were for actually grabbing people now before they do the presentation, because otherwise it could take a fair while before we get to talk to anybody. So I'm just going to make my way over now to the other side of the ground where the players are all shaking hands, and go and see if I can grab a word with the successful winning captain with this 100% record.
Yep, that's right. And if you didn't get the news earlier, our photo competition was won by Joe Sullivan for a spectacular photo of cricket outside the shearing shed with a whole lot of prancing, dancing sheep done in a really good fast shutter fisheye from the look of it. It's a very good photo. It'll be up on the website at some point. But you've got the cricket bat signed by the Australian players. How are you going, Ned? Where are you? There you are. Moving from left to right. The players are all about. And he just tried to catch someone down there. And here he is.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, joined by the winning captain, George Bailey. That's not a bad start.
Nice start. Yeah, very good all-round performance there. I thought Wadey was outstanding with the bats and backed up by nice little cameos from Davey and Dave Hussey. And then, yeah, I thought our bowling and fielding all across the ball was outstanding.
Was it a bit frustrating when you were out there batting the first time? Also, you had a few rain interruptions. It's hard for the side to get a good bit of momentum going.
Yeah, a bit of both. I was glad that we didn't lose any time, because I think that would have played into India's hands. So while we lost a little bit of momentum, I was pretty happy to get back out there.
And then obviously, as you say, your bowlers, you couldn't really have asked for a lot more. And David Hussey again chipping in with the bat and the ball.
Yeah, well, we found batting. I mean, Wadey's report, he was out there for the most, was at back of a length. It was holding up a little bit, and there was a little bit of variable bounce. If you got too full, it was quite easy to hit. So that was a really clear plan for our bowlers to stick to, and particularly our spinners, and I thought they did a really good job.
Were you keen to get out there and have a bat yourself as well?
Look, no, I'd be happy to sit there and watch everyone else score them, to be honest. But, yeah, so I was happy to get one. Yeah, Dave Hussey congratulated on the first run, and that was as good as it got, I reckon.
Just interesting, obviously you had a few big hitters coming in behind you. Were you tempted at all to play with the order?
We did talk about that with the rain delay, but I guess when I went out there with 4 or 5 overs to go, didn't manage to get hold of any. But with the way Huss was striking them, and we saw even the way India finished, it just got harder and harder to bat towards the end. And
just finally, a bit of a doddle, this captaincy lark backing up again for Friday night. Were you making any changes? Are you expecting to have the same players available?
Well, so obviously the same squad of 14. We'll look at all that in the next couple of days. But yeah, I didn't have to do much tonight. It was a great team effort.
Thanks for your time, George. Enjoy the presentation.
Thank you.
That's George Bailey down there, and he's been lined up left, right, and centre. Not sure about this presentation, how that's going to work for.
It's got a backboard, it's got a dais, it's got looks like a trophy from here, but it's got no people, which would be an essential element, I would think, to a presentation.
I definitely think there aren't any Indian people at the moment. Have to say the Indian team seem to have entirely disappeared. I think they're all down the tunnel at the moment, and there's nobody back on the field, even MS Dhoni, their captain. So they may be just waiting for the Indian side to come back out.
All right, well, there you go. There's lots of nothing happening down there on the ground as we wait for, I assume that trophy goes to the man of the match.
The one I can see is very big.
That's a very big looking thing.
Is that a
there.
bonsai version next to it, or?
Yeah.
Well, it's a bit hard to tell from here.
Yeah.
Ned, can you pick up that trophy? Give us a description. There are 2 there. What's going on?
What is the trophy? Is that for the man of the match?
I'm guessing the smaller one is for the man of the match, and in fact I think you're now got a presentation party going over there, which I probably shouldn't go and join in, but hopefully it will all be explained and made clear to you very shortly.
Yes, still can't quite see the Indian players appearing. That'd be essential, I would think, for a post-match interview.
Also got Matthew Wade with me now, and Matthew, I think we're just waiting for the official confirmation and presentation, but does that mean you're actually picking up one of those awards?
I think so. I just did Channel 9, and yeah, I think I was man of the match, so that's nice.
You must be fairly happy with the way you went, obviously stepping into international cricket, opening the batting and making the runs you did.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I got a little taste for it a few months back in South Africa, and just looking to take my opportunity at the top of the order, batting with Davey. It's always nice to walk out with a bloke that can clear the rope like Davey.
Was it interesting actually coming into this group of players tonight, because although there's a lot of experience around the camp, it's sort of new feel to it, new captain?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was vitally important for us to get off to a good start with a new team. So we're enjoying each other's company. A lot of us have played together and against each other for a long time. So it's great to get amongst the boys and get a win.
Despite having a successful knock, I did notice when you walked off you looked a little bit frustrated. Was that a bit to do with the fact that you just had a rain delay, got back out there again and felt you probably could have kicked on?
Yeah, a little bit. I didn't think about it too much, actually, so I thought I was a little bit shorter than what it was, and that bowled me about base of middle stump, so next time I better play straight, I think.
And obviously, interesting comments from Brad Haddon in the week as well, feeling that he has been dropped, and it's opened the door for you. If you are looking to get runs on the board and looking to impress a few people, not a bad start.
Yeah, obviously it's always good to be scoring runs, so anytime you're in the runs is a good time, I suppose. So no, I'm just looking to play my role in the team, mate, and I'll do that in Melbourne, and then hopefully make my debut in one-day cricket in Melbourne too.
A good bit of reassurance as well that you know you are playing those first few one-days.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be great, obviously, to debut in Melbourne, somewhere I've played a lot of cricket, so I'm looking forward to it, mate.
Well done. Congratulations on your performance tonight, and I'll better let you go and pick up a trophy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's Matthew Wade, so we might be hearing from him again. I'm not sure about this presentation and who's going to appear. It doesn't look like the Indian team is here for it. Perhaps it's just the one moment. The Australian team's all assembled below us, but can't see any of the Indian players there, so I'm not sure what they're waiting for. Most of the crowd's disappeared. There's probably only a few hundred left in the stadium, so it's not going to be a very public event, this presentation, other than for those that can follow it on the radio or perhaps see it live on television, if in fact that's what's happening. But looking at the television away to my left, they're drawing lotto balls out.
You got a ticket?
So I'm not...
I'm not sure what my numbers are, though.
What's today, Wednesday? Down to you, Ned.
Thanks very much, Jim. Just while we're waiting for, I think, the Indian team to come back out, David Hussey with me as well. And, well, great night for you with bat and ball.
Yeah, it was good to contribute. I was wrapped with the team effort. I thought we played outstandingly well. Matt Wade up front led from the top.
Pleasing as well, though, as you say, for your own contribution to get good 40-odd with the bat.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shaky start. I couldn't really get a pace of the game. Maybe it was a bit too intense out there, so maybe a bit of relaxing next game at the home of cricket, the MCG.
How did you find the wicket here to bat on compared to, say, the MCGs? It's I think no one's quite not sure what to expect when they come out here.
Yeah, it's definitely take a couple of balls to get used to. Sort of either kisses on or holds up. So you really got to watch the ball closely onto the bat. And I thought Matt Wade up the front, he played superbly. And
your sub players as well, the guys who weren't involved tonight had a fair bit of work to do, scraping boots and the like as well. It was a bit difficult running between the wickets.
Yeah, it was difficult. You generally have to run on the actual wicket, which makes it difficult. But yeah, it's good that we got a few extra subs.
A bit disappointing you didn't get a bit more of a bowl. It's not too bad figures at the end of the night, off 2 overs.
Yeah, can't complain. I always like bowling. It sort of breaks up the monotony of fielding, but yeah, I'm more than happy to let the first choice spinners get the rolls.
Well, I better let you go as well now. The presentation started. Thanks for your time, David. Thank you.
Mate, cheers.
Just took it, and walking out with Davey was great fun.
Good to see you, Channel 9.
Did you get daunted by some of his strokes? I mean, that switch hit was out of this world, wasn't it?
Matthew
Yeah,
Wade.
definitely. There's no good trying to compete with Davey. He tells us all that he's the best hitter in the game, so it's no good trying to compete with him. So I'll just slot in and get the ones for him.
Great feel in this team. I'm sure it comes off the back of a terrific summer against India in the test matches. Do you feel that's rubbed off on you guys who have come in for these TT games?
Yeah, absolutely. We spoke about it. You know, we want to keep playing well against the Indians. We know if we give them an inch, they'll run a mile. So we're looking to go down to Melbourne and do the same thing, hopefully.
And you kept behind a pretty consistent attack tonight too.
Yeah, they were awesome. I think the spinners really took the game from India. Obviously, Hoggy coming back, and Xavier, and obviously Huss bowled really well as well.
Great to see you play so well. I suspect you've nailed that position for Friday night as well. Good luck.
Hopefully. Thank you.
All right. Matthew Wade, ladies and gentlemen, player of the match. Nicky also has the trophy. I'll come to that in a minute, but before I do, India's captain, MS Dhoni's here, just for a quick word. If we go back to the toss and you had another go at it, would you have chosen to bat first?
Well, of course, the way wicket behaved in the second innings, but not to forget, the 5 ODIs that we played in England. I think most of it we lost, because the wicket got better with all the rain droplets around. But, it was surprising over here, it didn't rain in the second half, and all of a sudden the wicket started to turn and there was variable bounce at the same time. So I think learning from mistakes didn't help this time, So, yeah, it seems as if, the wicket got worse to bat on in the second innings.
You've got this vast experience. You've achieved so much in the game, and after a very difficult tour of Australia, you've still got a smile on your face. Is that because you always believe there's a tomorrow?
Well, of course there is, and we tend to forget at the end of the day it's a sport, and the team that plays better cricket will win games. It's not about if you come from any particular country, you have the right to win the game. You have to do well on the field, and I think if you see the batting today, Matthew Wade batted really well supported by David Hussey, and David Warner also gave them a good start and got up to a good start, but we were not really able to capitalize, especially on a wicket like this. What really matters is if somebody gets in, it's important to go till the end, and the rest of the batsmen, they come and chip in, because it becomes a very different ball game. Once you need close to 30 odd balls, you need even 50-55 runs, but you have wickets in hand, then there's bowlers under pressure.
All right, well, you've got the talent. You better turn it around come Friday in Melbourne.
Well, we'll do well there. Thanks a lot.
All right, good. Thanks, MS. Thanks for your time.
Okay, George Bailey's about to go up, but we're running out of time here. And it looks like there's a trophy of some sort for him to collect, which is interesting given that there are 2 matches in the series. But we'll get to the bottom of that at some other point. But George is down there. He's about to get his trophy. And we're about to say goodnight as the Australian players gather around what is now a very empty stadium. There are almost 60,000 fans here to see Australia win comfortably by 31 runs. They defended 4 for 171, and India was 6 for 140. And Matthew Wade, who made over 72, he was named the man of the match. So thank you for listening to us, and we'll be doing it all again from the MCG on a Friday night, and the one-day series starts beyond that on Sunday. Okay, Jim Maxwell, Jeff Lawson, Kerry O'Keefe, Ned Hall, Harsha Boglade, saying good night to you from the SCG. Well, we'll try Homebush. Next time we'll be at the SCG.
Grandstand.